As you want to welcome back to the final day of the Elite League group stages. Unless we get some crazy tiebreakers that go on tomorrow, at least for the regulation, you know, the main thing for the group stages, this will be the final day. Lizard, we're here to determine what teams are still yet to be eliminated in the low bracket and in the upper bracket as well. We should have some exciting games in store.
Yeah, we should have some really good games in store. Like you said, this is the last day of the regular season in Epic League. I was watching football last night for the last 3 minutes. 3-3 Real Madrid versus Manchester City, by the way. Very exciting as well.
Are you a soccer fan? I didn't know that.
Football fan, yes.
Oh, how dare I? Sorry.
Football. Shame on you. Shame. How is that American football even football? Like, you touch the ball once with your foot in like an hour. Come on, it makes absolutely no sense. In any case, of course I'm a fan. Everyone in Europe needs to be. But you know, everything is as it's supposed to be, more or less, in this European football. These big ass teams winning and coming out on top. Here, however, it's not the same. Like, looking at Group A, Team Spirit already eliminated. They're out. Like, this is basically, like, in football, if this happens, you're changing, I don't know, you're changing like 5 players and the coach for sure. Unfortunately, my national team, Bosnia, has been going through some rough stages, rough time, you know. They've changed like 10 coaches in 5 months. It's the easiest one to blame, but yeah, I'm not making any parallels. I don't think anything should change in Dota. It's a completely different game. Of course, you have a ton of tournaments to work through, and they are playing right now in Europe. They are playing their equivalent of what's it called? Their equivalent of TI. The Champions League is basically TI at the moment. So. It's like bombing out the TI fast enough. That would change anyway. In any case, what do we have here?
Got some good series today, my friend. Well, I mean, like, the first 2 series don't really mean much for Heroic and Team Spirit, unfortunately, but for Azure Ray and OG, they mean a lot. Of course, they're still fighting. G2 versus G2 IG versus Entity, of course, that's going to be very exciting. And then the bottom one as well, Azure Ray, OG. So, like, really, just to get it out the way, like we said, Team Spirit, Heroic, they're already eliminated. So, really, their results don't matter. It's just if they want to try and bring pain to another team and prevent them from also moving forward and also then joining them at the airport to go back home or go wherever. So let's see. Also, maybe it's a little bit of morale boost as well, like winning this last series for Team Spirit, considering how rough the games have looked for them. So Are you VMix crashed? Okay. No, you chill. It looked like, honestly, so I know you can't see them now, but they honestly look a little bit higher in spirits today than like some of the other days. So Utoro just looked like he kind of just woke up as well. Unfortunately, he got the earliest series once again. But, for everyone else, we'll see. Of course, they're going to be up against Azure, who, again, like we were saying, and also just to go a little bit more into it, Azure, they have 2 series remaining. Again, now versus Team Spirit, then OG later today. All they need to do is get 2 wins. If they're currently 7-3 map count. If they jump up to 9-3, then they will be guaranteed, I think even guaranteed upper bracket with 9-3. So that is huge for them. So they're looking for 2 wins out of 4 maps.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be that difficult for them. Like overall, 2 wins out of 4 maps, because they've been playing really damn well throughout the tournament. They've had these own strategies of theirs in which they focus on IO Weaver, they focus on Slardar, Lynx, Gyro as well became, well, in my games, even Gyro is becoming, there's some dirt on my mic, even in my games, Gyro is becoming more popular because of them. So something that to look out for this team. Probably should be able to take Team Spirit, considering how Team Spirit are playing at the same time though. But Team Spirit, like you said, are looking more relaxed now. They have nothing more to lose, so why not take someone else's dreams and hopes down with you, And Team Spirit is a team that can win versus anyone. They won against Tundra, and honestly, that's when they looked the best. It just feels like the motivation in this tournament wasn't there for Team Spirit. God, please give me a day when I will not be motivated for $1 million. I want to be.
Yeah,
I want to be like that.
That's not too bad of a position to be in, right? When you're, a little bit unmotivated for
I literally wouldn't be able to sleep, man. Like, I'd be just twitching when the game starts from all the emotions. But yeah, we get Razor and instantly answered by Sniper. Like, this is a hero that deals very well with the Razor throughout the game. Like, that's something that we've called out a couple of times. This Razor hates playing into any sort of a glass cannon, and even with the shard on Razor, like, which makes things a little bit better, but it's still not cool. Like, you can reel them in, but you have to get close to them. And some players have experimented with blinks and stuff, but yeah, it's not simple. Anyway, Azure Ray, they're banning out what they deem to be really strong, and also they're banning out the heroes that are good against Razor, which makes me wonder, Mr. Ares, Mr. Ares, why didn't they ban Morphling? Why didn't they ban Morphling? Where is it? Yatoro Morphling, they want to test your might.
Is that a bit greedy, Sniper Morphling? I honestly don't know how different it is with Sniper going like the Scepter build.
I mean, it is greedy, don't get me wrong. It's 100% greedy, but it's also, if you reach that late game, it's game winning. But you didn't ban out any of these illusion broskies. So if you do get some Morphling, you can get Naga PL'd, a lot of heroes left in the pool after the banning stage. So let's see. First and foremost, we get a Tiny. This could be your Larl Tiny, I think. On the mid lane, can be a 4 as well. But it all depends on where Razor goes and how they end up this draft. All very flexible at the moment.
Well, let's see. What is Yuri going to continue up with their draft? I have to imagine it's going to be your 5 and your 4. So looking for Tian Ming's here along with FY's here. FY's been playing. The thing about the Tiny getting picked up and the Tusk getting banned is that there's not many other melee heroes available to play with the Razor in the off lane. And we already know, like, you kind of want to avoid the Razor Sniper.
Yep.
It's going to have a fine lane mid, so you're definitely wanting to put the Razor in the side lane. And I don't know what melee heroes are we missing now. I guess Clockwork.
Bat is melee.
Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah.
He's melee. Like, he needs to get on top of you to deal any damage, and he's a pseudo melee. He doesn't really have a lot of range anyway. He's like Monkey King, basically, range. Is Monkey King melee? I guess he is. So is Bat. So is Weaver early on. But yeah, like, overall, Razor Bat isn't a bad lane. Like, it's doable. It's playable. Depends on what the enemy team have got, of course. That will decide if it's a winning or kind of an evenish lane. We've seen something really cool yesterday with an anti-mage, like TA2000 wrecked them. That Razor just didn't do much. It was actually it was Team Spirit, right? Like, it was Collapse's Razor that got wrecked. So probably not an option here because, like you said, agreed. You have this sniper on the mid lane. I don't mind. I do like the Aghanim sniper build. But he still needs something to play make. Like, if you have these sniper morph, sniper AM, it just feels like you're never gonna do much in the mid game.
So we do get that double support pick though. We're going to get the line along with the Bat Rider. So lot of control between these two supports. What do they lack though with the line and the Bat Rider? Is there something that Spirit are going to be able to exploit?
What do they lack with Lion, Bat, and Razor? They lack some Beastmaster, animal zoo control. That's what they lack at the moment. Something that is maybe abusable if they really want to. Something that we have seen some teams go for. At the moment, like, it's still in experimental stages. I think the read from most coaches is the same. But first and foremost, if the sniper is mid or Wind Ranger, it doesn't matter. Now you have these two cores that are a little bit more active, so that's a bit better. Can they be countered by something though? What do you need? You need some sort of a... This is it. Like, if you go Puck, you get Tiny mid. Or even Sniper is gonna wreck you. If you go for any Spirits, very similar thing can happen. At least in the laning stage, it won't be easy. What beats Sniper in lane now? Like, what's actually good against him? It's gonna be Razor mid and Brew off lane, okay. So Brew Bat and Razor mid, right? Or Brew Lion as well can work. FY Lion.
You can raise a carry, but I don't think that is one of those heroes. If this was like, Chrysalis or maybe another team, this is something we could look at, but I don't think we've really seen play it.
Yeah, they are banning this AM, so they're protecting themselves from the offlane Wind Ranger with Tiny. Actually, that's a pretty strong lane right there. You could do that if you're Team Spirit. Wind Ranger Tiny, you put some sniper mid or sniper safe lane, and then you can even last pick your mid. Like, overall, very flexible on both sides. Like, maybe a bit more, I would say, on Azure Ray. Bloodseeker, of course, versus Windrunner. That's why the ban. It's super annoying to play against Rupture. So they get rid of it. Meanwhile, on Azure Ray, I think you are flexible, but not as much. Like you said, this Razor is the only one that can move around. Maybe some Bat, but I really hate Bat core at the moment. Not a big enjoyer of a Bat core. Bat core sounds like some new music genre. Bat core.
Bat core. You want to lead the way? You want to start playing some Bat core for us?
Bat core, yeah. Aren't they like... They're blind, right? But they have some ultrasonic waves that they're...
On bats? Yeah.
They have some ultrasonic waves, so it does make sense. They have very good hearing. Maybe there exists already Bat core. Maybe they have all these metal bands.
Look at you, man. Coming up with new music genre? Let me look it up. Bat core music.
Bat core. No, it's actually not about Bat Rider, it's about baseball bats. It's music that is made out of crushing things.
Crushing things.
Enigma banned out. You know, like those demolition rooms where you go in and you just it's everything. People just record that, remix it. There you go, music. Dragonite.
Oh, so this is one of the heroes that I actually think plays fine into sniper. So
Okay.
does look like you are going to put the Razor into the safe lane now. And yeah, I mean, it's not like Sniper's gonna have a fine time, but I think just DK with your regen and your double bracer build with like gloves of haste, you're gonna be fine into the Sniper lane.
Yeah, just look at them. Just look at this on Azure Ray. They're playing into sniper. You know what they said? They said we're gonna be so fat we don't even care. Like these 3 cores, Razor a little bit less, but he fits the same build. He's very difficult to take down. It's like we will outlive you just by sheer HP points. HP points. H points. Health points. So you have this, Dragonite on the mid lane. He can scale well into them. Same with the Brew, who's not really that killable. And same with the Razor. Now in the end, we get a Primal Beast. Will that be your mid? Primal Beast and then Sniper safe lane? It should be, right?
No.
What's gonna happen?
Looks like Yatoro's gonna pick up the Wind Ranger, so
okay.
we'll be Collapse playing the Dino, and Lal is gonna be on the Sniper.
Okay, so mid sniper after all. Okay, cool. I do like the Primal Beast as well. They need that. Like, when I look at this draft, you have this Tiny that can initiate, but that ain't it. Like you need some chaos, you need some frontline, you need some Beast, Dragonite, Primal Beast, whatever. And Primal Beast fits their lineup, I believe, very damn well. Creates some chaos. Doesn't care too much about Razor, right? You can trample on top of him in the lane, but we'll see how that goes. There is kill potential basically in that lane, I believe, for both sides. A little bit more for Tiny and Primal.
All right, well, let's see if the Tiny Primal going to be able to get the kills inside the lane. Let's see what the build as well is going to be for Lal on the Sniper. I have to imagine it's going to be the Kanda build. I feel like this is really just what we're getting on a lot of the mid snipers, but maybe you want to go a similar item build with the Wind Ranger. Let's see. You know, again, Team Spirit not really playing for a whole lot, just roll and yeah, just glory. Just glory is what they're playing for. Azure Ray still fighting for their tournament lives to be able to either make it into the lower bracket, upper bracket, or potentially eliminated. So let's see if this is going to be a draft that can get them over the finish line. Again, they just need 2 wins out of the 4 games that they're going to be playing today. That will guarantee them an upper bracket spot as well. So let's see if they will be able to find that success.
I love the good luck, have fun, all caps.
Well, what do you like about it though? I thought you weren't a fan of the good locks.
I just like the all caps. I like it in caps. I like that they're very. I don't know. I just like it. I don't like good lucking overall though. That's true.
Does it?
I don't believe in it. I don't believe in this fake sportsmanship. Just say how it is. Just have fun.
So it is.
Have fun.
Have fun.
If you're having fun, that implies you're doing well. So have fun at least.
Again,
that's it.
30-second smoke. I thought they were going to wrap around. That's why I wasn't continuing. But no, they decided to actually go the other way.
Okay. They have some kill potential with the smoke, but they're really damn tanky on Radiant. Let's see. Impale is there. Maybe some avalanche.
Oh, nice. Oh, man. If he went to the low ground, it was really close from Tian Ming.
Nira just, maxing out his damage dealt. For the stats,
That's for the stats, that one. Yeah. The 5-man avalanche. That's a nice little stat for Mira to be able to get.
I'm sure there is like 5-man damage dealt in one fight. There's some stats somewhere out there. Someone is recording it, and Mira right now got bumped up a bit. What's happening? Lead me. Which lane are we gonna go through first? Whose CS are we flaming first?
Good question. Also, for well, I guess we can start with mid or in low. Just real quick. I really think. What's your read on this? Because I really feel like Ori is going to be fine double bracer and gloves.
I think so too, yeah. With gloves. Maybe even one bracer into gloves into another. Not sure what the exact order is, but in any case, I think, yeah, like you said, should be fine. Too much Dragon's Blood to care about Sniper beeping.
Beeping. And apparently spamming a bunch of voice lines as well is low. We do have some Ori snipes going
mid,
down.
by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got our question answered. This is the hero that does well into Sniper mid. For now, at least.
I think it gets better as the lane goes on as well.
It should, yeah.
Well, I've also
Top
thought.
lane.
I think.
Oh, he's
Hero?
fine.
I do think one of Ori's better heroes is the Dragon Eye. I mean, he can play a lot of tempo heroes. You know, his Storm's very good, his Puck, but you know, his Death Prophet, Lesh, DK, Razor, like these not like initiating heroes. I've always thought, well, DK kind of is, but in the sense of like not your spirit heroes. I've always these are kind of his better as well. His some of his better ones.
Yeah, he has the spirits are good as well though, like, and these flashy mobile hero like a Puck and stuff, like, still has some very very skilled hands with those. Bot lane FY gets stunned at
Might die.
Yeah.
I had a big stick and Fairy Fire if needed. Meanwhile, Bark's actually going to be able to push Maposhka back, although Bench is also holding some stick charges, so no kills, just a bunch of resources expended between either side.
Yep. Yatoro was saving his skill point for a really long time. He only had power shots, so by the time he got there, Lion already escapes. Maybe if he committed a bit earlier, they could have gotten him, but in any case, a lane in which you should be happy how it's going. 16 lasted, 7 denies on Yatoro. Absolute ownage at the moment. The hero does like very well in the lane right now. This power shot, I know you mentioned it as well earlier. This power shot just feels.
Silly.
Can it not deal 50% of my HP when I'm a support on level 2, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Why is it slow as well? What's that? A flat 4 seconds slow. Like, huh? What is this?
Yeah, I just love Dota. You know, like some hero, you get like 2 passives and a stun, and that stun only stuns, and those passives, like one gives you flat movement speed, one gives you flat attack speed, and then you get like a hero that does a bazillion things in one spell. Like how FY actually Yatoro might line up a power shot. He's going in for it.
FY is pretty cooked. Maposhka's at the movement speed, and yeah, it's going to be a kill. So even Fairy Fire, maybe he can get to the creeps. Oh, he's actually going to be able to get there thanks to the Fairy. Oh, well done.
Yep, and Yatoro couldn't really keep up because he had a full wave coming and another one under the towers. So at some point, you're on your own, bro. You know, bros are bros, but you need to get that CS. More important.
And he's getting it.
Yep.
Doing not bad. 27-11. Very good time at the moment. Does look like mid is evened out as well. Ori 18-3 compared to the 18-12. So I'm quite surprised at how he's been struggling recently. Top lane, Tiny. Mirror's going to go down. FY, first rotation. Still yet to find our first blood, but 5 minutes in.
Nice
catch. Going to be Zero that able to get it.
They got him. Look, on this mid lane, Sniper is stacking up the hard camp as well, so he'll have a lot of farm from that. That's something they didn't deal with. Top again. One more. Extra kill maybe? Ooh, barely.
20 health.
Yeah, FY with the rotation will put the ward probably behind the tower as well. They already have one in... Oh, damn, this is some huge commitment on top lane, Mira. Any toss?
Maybe can toss him away. Doesn't break the static link in anyway. AR. Nice avalanche onto 3, but it's not going to do anything. Oh.
Just TP, lol, no vision. Yeah. Collapse. Collapse, sir. That's not a kill for you. That's not a kill. They might even go on him now.
F5. Let's see. Static link still on cooldown.
Yep.
Okay.
No body blocks. He's a bit too scary with a trample, so... Oh, DD mid. And there's a Miposhka mid as well. Can they...
Yeah, so Miposhka is definitely here. The Miposhka, maybe some might say. 2-time TI winner.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, it's such a Cinderella story, like that first Team Spirit win and Dragon Form mid, just to, you know, zone him a bit, hit the tower. But especially for Miposhka, like, I've played against this guy before a lot, and he was never in, like... He had a couple of stints in really good teams, but most of the time it was like tier 2-ish, tier 2.5-ish, 1.5. And then one TI, other TI, and he's such a nice lad, like every time you hear him in interviews and just the way he carries himself, it's nice. He doesn't get to steal the wisdom rune though. Not allowed.
Yeah, he always gives enjoyable interviews. Always nice to be able to sit down and speak to him. I think a lot of people have respect just for the grind that he's put into the game, and I mean, he's now known as one of the best position 5s, and a lot of that comes down to his warding. I feel like everyone, when they think Miposhka, like they think of his warding game, and that has been something that is praised time and time again by Miposhka.
Mm-hmm. Warding isn't really only about just going in and putting a ward in the right spot. Tianmin, yeah, he's fine. It's about being in the right position at the right time to put the right ward. Sometimes you can get scouted, sometimes you have to play some mind games. Sometimes you have to go in and block the camps like Mira is doing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Low wants to farm it. Tianming will run into him. I mean, I don't know if... Yeah, they did also see Mira's Tiny nearby, so probably going to have a good idea that there's a ward placed down. Tianming will get it. Even is going to unblock the camp as well. That's quite nice. Collapse will actually run on over.
Hello, actually TPing bot.
Going on? Yeah, Yotoro. Use Windrun aggressive for the attempt onto Bark, and he might go down with the tower right click, so... yeah, I mean, mid lane as well. We got a kill onto Ori, so... Looks like Mira and Miposh are going to be able to combine together.
How is he going to kill the Brew? Brew has split. Barl?
Mid lane now?
He's gone.
Nice flame break pushback. Bark, if required, he's got the ultimate for the further fight to break up with the Avalanche. Mini Stun's going to prevent that. And now Collapse will come charging in. Team Spirit bring a lot of rotations to the mid lane, and they're going to be rewarded some big kills now for these heroes, and importantly, the supports getting a lot of valuable experience as well.
That's huge for Mira. Like, the Dragon Knight dies mid, on the Brewmaster as well. Like, he was certain that Sniper dies, and so was I. And one of the reasons, it was very obvious. So he didn't want to commit. He didn't want to commit the split. Got punished for it. Happens. But this 60 last, it's 20 denies Wind Ranger that had a blast on the bot lane. Yeah, Mira is gone. She's the one that died, and I think that's probably the most important kill in the last minute or two that happened on the map.
Is there a particular build we're hoping from Yotoro this game as well? Is it just kind of the cookie cutter Wind Ranger, or is there some items that he's going to need to be considering because of the heroes on Dire?
Right now he has Gleipnir Manta queued up, right? Like, you could argue that Linken's isn't bad this game. You have some Razor Lion Bat to work against. At the same time, just buying Eggs after that should give you enough mobility, enough just mobility, I should say. Tianmin, he might get caught here, but FY is around as well. Let's see, they're playing a scary game. Is their Dragon Form is up and the RT is there, so they want to push.
Lal is starting to move back though, so it's going to be difficult into the maxed out shrapnel.
Yeah, but they're backstabbing.
Actually going to go for a attempt onto Ori. Nice deep toss under the tower. Both offlaners will TP in. Bark's probably going to be more valuable, especially when FI cancels Collapse's ultimate instantly. And meanwhile, so with the snipers getting chased down, Tianming will die as a cost to that, but what can they do in the end as well? Looks like it's probably just going to end with the mid laner and the position 5 being killed off. Maybe Bark? Another toss going to be there from Mira. Alright, looks like they will be able to get Bark as well. Collapse going to push him further under the tower, but the onslaught, really early rotations we're getting, and the only person who was not active is actually low on the Razor, who didn't feel like this was a fight that he was able to join.
Yeah, that's fine. They still had some time for him to farm up. Like by the time he joins Primal Split is already out. Top lane though. Okay, Collapse just baits it out. One problem that I see for Azure Ray at the moment, the way they play these fights is very like super committing. Like you have to use everything. Maybe because of that, next time when Razor has Maelstrom, he should be joining up. Because you use Split, you use Dragon Form, you kind of have to take a full-on team fight, and that's something Team Spirit read really well. They backed out. It might change with this lasso now on Tianmin though, and maybe FY, maybe with his finger.
Which will be online pretty shortly. We can probably see the supports on AR actually just smoke together if they wanted. There's a lot of kill threat between these two if they've got their ultimate ready. I guess the one issue, like, no team has also put a lot of pressure onto objectives. Like, top tier 1 tower is now finally taking a little bit of damage. Actually, hold that. Mira.
Invis
Goes
rune.
really close to the tower. Maposhka going to be able to offer some assistance with the swap away, but it looks like he's just sacrificing his own life. Is there any stun? I guess they've got overwhelming amount of damage anyway for it not to be concerned. So Maposhka forced to use the swap to protect his Tiny.
Yeah, this Tiny... it was a nice attempt. He had Invis rune. Might get the bat though. Yeah, this is easy kill. Easy clap. And Mira, saving him was really important, because this is basically your main source of burst damage initiation. Besides, of course, the Primal Beast, but you need the Blink on Tiny, and he's getting there now. 1600 gold, 13 minutes in. With 3, that's not too bad, you know, but no arcane boots, nothing like that. Just brown boots into Blink.
Do you even have a preference, or is it like really game dependent on when you want like your phase or arcane or tranks? Because we saw tranks pretty recently, I think, even
Top
from
lane?
FY.
My preference is, my personal preference is tranks or brown boots into Blink. Arcanes maybe if I'm playing with some Yatoro bot. Is there a split? Like,
Ox got ulti.
nice toss back.
Nice toss. They still want to go. Win runs up in a couple of seconds. Mira's spellcasting this game. He's had, I know, 3 deaths, but I feel like a lot of tosses and some of the assists that we've been seeing out of the Tinies has been really nice.
Yeah, on point. By the way, the sniper is not going for the X kinda build. Straight up for Mjolnir and D-Lance. And the shard, of course, to keep some distance, to be able to reposition himself. But you know why it's possible? It's possible because you have Wind Ranger on the safe lane. And Yatoro will also be very active. So because of that, it does make sense to put the sniper on a bit more of a greedy role. And just have the Wind Ranger dominate the map with Gleipnir or play around her teammates.
And if now it's going to be very difficult for Low to be able to itemize against this. You know, it's late game. I know some blinks are something you can be considering. The Gleipnir and Ag shot eventually for the Razor as well is going to make it a little bit more frustrating for the sniper to like reposition. But where are you going to be able to get your armor? Because this is always the big concern. Like Razor, Death Prophet, heavily countered by these just high-ranged right-clickers.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes for. Maybe it's the playstyle that needs to adapt to it. It's not only about him and his items, of course. It's maybe a little bit about what his team can do to help out. Maybe just create enough chaos with the Brewlings, with the Dragonite. And the Dragonite does have a Blink Dagger, by the way, with the full diadem afterwards, so...
Mira's got a blink as well.
Yep.
And that is a very easy kill with the headshot, sorry, with the take aim. Collapse is also trying to move on top. I think they maybe got a glimpse of Ori's blink.
It's got the blade mail. They're
Wanna go for
tipping
the
in,
attempt
though.
onto Collapse. Radiant, they are responding. Mira's already going to be here. Able to disrupt the combination. Now with Collapse AoE damage, they'll be able to kill off the Lion. But Barker's got a response. Primal Split looking to charge in the middle. Low also just solo killed Miposhka. And now they're going to be able to catch up Mira as well. I thought Miposhka was going to escape. I saw him TP and didn't see his stun. I don't know if he cancelled it or if there was just...
Mid lane?
Damage came in too quickly, but 2 for 1 in the end.
Yeah. 2 for 1, that's true. But Dragon Form used, Primal Split used. And you lost 2 supports. I don't know, for me that sounds not too shabby if you're Team Spirit. It's okay. Like, your Tiny already has his blink, so 2 for 1 with all these big ultis. That's fair. Plus all the rotations up top from the enemy team. Actually not that bad of a trade for Team Spirit, but I might be just fanboying them.
Got Gleipnir, I see. Is why he wasn't able to escape on Miposhka.
Yeah, the Gleipnir Razor with the Null Talisman.
Very interesting.
But
Yatoro? Alright, they're going to be able to get rid of the Bat Rider. Yatoro might be in some danger now. Flo's able to stay on top of him. They need more procs, but unfortunately not enough to be able to slow down.
Blink mid
from low, and still they're going to be able to jump on top. Mirror, nice save. Gets low on the high ground, but they might be able to turn. Collapse with the respawn as well. He's ready to run into the middle. And Azure, they'll just cut their losses at Ori. Not looking to try and stick around to potentially find some counter kills. I mean, you still had the Primal Split, unfortunately, on cooldown, and Low was not wanting to take the fight.
it's a cool attempt that you're trying to make, because Sniper is pretty squishy, seemingly out of position, but it was just a bait. FY, Gunner. It was just a bait, really. Like, you could see how well set up they were behind the Sniper.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You talked about vision, man. This deep radiant ward. I'm surprised it didn't got rewarded. Such a good position to have it. Also, do you see the ward down bot? The radiant ward on the sentry?
Yeah, true.
How unlucky do you have to be to plant it there? It's right on top of the sentry. However, that sentry doesn't give you vision of the ward. I think it sounds scouted. Like, I don't think they scouted it even.
Down bottom. Oh, they're going to be able to get a kill on the Brewmaster.
No split.
And Low as well. Oh, he was a little bit too late. The Gleipnir stops a decent duration of the win run, but Yatoro's going to have some boys to play with, and now Low's got no one. They're going for their own kill mid lane onto Lao, so there is a very interesting trade we get across the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's happier with this, because you did lose this big ultra late game carry in Sniper that just died mid, so he's slowed down a bit. I think you're happier if you're Team Spirit, though. You got these 2 cores. You stopped the unstoppable Razor, and your Wind Ranger got a lot of gold out of all of that, together with Collapse. Yeah, I think you're happier. However, Bach, Sacred Relic, 800 gold, should have Radiance for the next fight, and should have a split. Albeit only level 1 split, but still. And yeah, they never rewarded that ward on bot lane, man. Like, that's, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe, seems like Spirit with this water going to... It definitely sets up for pickoffs down bottom for anyone TPing here and looking to farm the camps in the neighborhood, but Might even help you put a little bit of aggression onto the tower. We do currently see Collapse nearby. And Mira as well is standing by.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
3,000 net worth lead. Fluctuating between 2 and 3. So I'm nothing crazy, but we are seeing it's been a pretty good start for Team Spirit. Mech build on the Batrider. Very interesting.
I guess, like, when you look at Azure Ray, I do think Blink on Bat is always great. But when you look at the team, it's one of those games in which Bat can be the full utility. Like, you have Lion Blink, you have DK Blink, you have this Primal Beast with Primal Split as well. Primal Beast, sorry, Brewmaster with Primal Split. So there's a lot of madness already going on in fights. Maybe just bringing some extra utility to sustain yourself against the burst of Tiny, Wind Ranger, Sniper. Maybe it is better.
Okay. Torment is going to be claimed. This is for the Tiny.
Unfortunate, yeah.
Yes, just very unfortunate. But this is... Look, again, we've casted a decent portion of Spirit's games. I'm not sure about the other ones, but usually in almost every single one, they are playing with the deficit. So this is kind of at least the first time we've seen where they're actually playing from ahead with a 4,000 net worth lead, and all the cores are having a great time.
I mean, yeah, because I would say the significant difference here is the mid lane. Like, Larl is having a game. A lot of the previous series that we watched, it's either his lane that collapses, maybe the safe lane as well. But, yeah, they were losing most of their games, so they had the deficit as well. That's why they're out at the moment. Let's see, though. They're looking in a pretty decent position right now. Collapse, BKB, Sanj, and Blade Mail, like, he's ready to fight. I believe the Sniper is as well. He's got the concussive grenade. That shard really helps out with positioning. And going Linken's next, by the way.
Maybe they'll just have to get FY. They'd love a juicier target.
Gleipnir.
It's like... Oh. Will they even get him? No? See him now.
They see him, but he's gonna have the blink before they do. Okay.
Oh, the power shot.
Everything. Long distance murder. The power shot, the sniper, assassinate.
Okay. Objective into tower. Maybe the tier 2, but no, they're just happy with what they've gotten. I mean, we see what's happening across the map though. Zero, Tianming's farming the jungle. You've got mid lane shoved in, top lane, and the tower's getting pressured. So Azure's still getting a lot out of the map. It does look like Team Spirit though are going to try and contest Roche. And they'll do it too fast before there's going to be a response. So, you know, focus fire along with the damage from the sniper plus the wave of terror. Go down east. Let's see who they give the Aegis to. Will be a Taurus Wind Ranger. Just got a Mantis Tower completed.
Interesting. I guess it's more value on him. He is the one going in front. He's the one usually getting gone on by low and his Razor. So, makes a bit of sense. But it also made sense that Azure don't want to take that. Even though they had their spells, Lion was dead. You had this Razor that is right now finishing off the BKB. So he needed a little bit of extra time. And it's only Rush 1. It's not really the end of the world. It's crazy though. They got a kill, they got a tier 1, and they got Rush. And that lead that they had shrunk by 4k.
Yeah.
Just from the map that Azure took in the meanwhile.
They did just smoke onto the ward. They're also going to try and jump Collapse and blow him up. Maybe with the finger damage it might be enough. Collapse
BKB.
just has enough time to be able to respond with the BKB. But do they want to fight still on Team Spirit? You got Heroes starting to funnel into the area, but it's not going to be an easy go for Collapse in particular, so they're going to have to do it with a disadvantage in the Primal Beast. They will see FI in the trees, though. The response is going to be there from Azure. Bark, early use of the split. The lasso is going to be able to prevent the escape of the Wind Run. Your Tor is in some trouble. They should be able to kill the first life off easily. But now how do they set up for the second round? Bark still got a decent chunk of the split to be able to zone some heroes away. And off the back of the respawn, instant Hex, low as well. Been able to stand, it's strong. They cycled up the sniper, so La was able to do nothing inside the team fight. Once he drops down, he won't even be able to kill off the Bat Rider.
The only one that did fall was FY. That's the only hero, and he was forced to buy back. Well, kind of forced. Very well used buyback. Manages to catch off Yatoro after that Aegis. How is the gold lead still 1k after this fight? So kind of even in the end because of the buyback, I guess. Okay, just a very messy fight from both sides. I expected maybe Team Spirit to win it, but you just see how much impact Collapse has on the Primal Beast. Like, if you don't have him ready with the BKB to create chaos, to go win, you just can't fight. Like, you have two of these very squishy glass cannons.
Oh, they're fighting bottom.
Okay.
No split, might be a bit of an issue. They're onto Yatoro though. The stun from Ori's gonna hold him down now with the lasso as well. With the chain control, it's too much. And Lal committed his TP. Maybe with the assistance of Collapse, we'll see how different a team fight's gonna be when the Primal Beast is actually able to spell cast. He'll get the pulverize off, slamming his play into the ground. And the Flame Break actually cancelled his charge, so Collapse will still die. And in the end, Azure Ray, I mean, man, it was close to not being good, but they will come out on top.
Yeah, that's again a big win for Azure Ray, but also a demonstration of what Team Spirit can actually do when Primal Beast is fighting. Now imagine if they didn't do the Rainbow TP, in which they were delayed one after another and they got initiated on, and you know, like, everything about that teamfight was bad for Team Spirit, but they still demonstrated how strong they were and how strong they are when Primal Beast is actually included. So you just need this. You just need this chaotic frontliner. It's like we're playing an MMORPG. I swear, you need this tank. You need him to create space for the sniper and Yatoro.
He's the knight to Yatoro and Lal's rogue, and unfortunately, at the moment, yeah, Knight.
What the
Knight
hell?
Is
Knight? What the hell have you been playing?
Yeah,
what is a Knight?
A Knight is a Mr. Yapsor says sometimes.
Okay, I used to do the same.
Oh, yeah. Who'd they get? Yao Ming? They're pretty close to respond. Which they won't get Yatoro though, so Mirror will go down. Radiant are also starting to move on over. And they're gonna have to get the kill fast and look to get out.
Tiny for a bat. Any big ultis? Not really. Just the dragon form previously used, and that's about it. It's like most of us that learn English through games, you know, and like, you just don't know how everything is pronounced. Your English written and the way you read it is much better than the spoken one. But yeah, what game is that? Where is Knight a tank? Knight, you're rogue.
I feel like a lot of them, no?
Yeah, my mind just goes to WoW.
Yeah, a lot of MMOs.
No Knights there.
There's no Knights there? Oh. I don't know, when I think of Knight, I think of some, like, beefy boy. Like some dragon. I mean, I know the Knight in his name, so that was a perfect example. He's the Knight. The Knight. This is the DK.
The Dragon Knight, yeah, the tank. They have a lot of tanks on their side, though. Like, that's something that makes their game a little bit easier, but also, of course, mid lane, let's see. They are pinging him out, shouldn't be able to get him. But also, when you have these tanky boys, you can't have it all. You can't have the sheer HP advantage and also the damage usually. So the Sniper and Wind Ranger should have that advantage eventually. Maybe even right now. One thing that might change it, though, is the Bloodthorn on Ori. And he's not that far away from it. Aghanim's Blink, Orchid, and the Smoke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And let's see where they go. They're using Box Brew Illusions to scout. I think they did get a glimpse of someone in near the mid lane. And they are missing Collapse.
Nice swap.
But Pushka's gonna try and protect Mira, but Mira's still gonna die after the Yorsep that catches him. So was his own able to get to blink away. Ambitious TP. They're gonna find him over the edge of the trees. There's no escape anywhere he goes. Wasted some time, but unfortunately Azure once again able to find 2 kills, and now the map is going to continue to shrink with the DK illusions being able to shove out the lanes.
Very nicely done once again. Smoke into 2 kills. You're happy with that. No cores, but Azure Ray, all they want to do is really take down the objectives. Tier 2 mid, tier 2 top. Roshan may respawn in 40 seconds, so also a team fight that you want to save your big ultis for if you're Azure Ray. How's our sniper bro doing? He's going for a BKB, has Mjolnir and Hurricane Pike, so you gotta stay alive to deal damage, and BKB will help him do exactly that. And actually the same thing on Wind Ranger, going for, after the Pike, going for that BKB.
A sniper dude might have a couple too many deaths though, unfortunately for LoL. Let's see, I feel like this hero... It's got a bit of a death quota, very similar to like someone like the Queen of Pain, where you die too many times. Can seem to fall off. I mean, there is always still the big power of like high ground and one team making a mistake. And we will see if Azure are going to make that mistake. They do have ward set up currently down bottom where Roche is spawned.
Sniper is basically either you can't play against him, he's just killing you 24/7, or he can't play against you and he's on high ground. Mira, smoked. Doesn't blink though. A bit slow. Probably thought it was an illusion, right? Yeah,
probably.
But his smoke broke. Kinda weird. Like... Ori, going in.
Now Ori finds an angle to be able to get their initiator. Mira's not gonna die just yet. Swap away from a postcard. Very nicely done. Team Spirit able to keep their support alive. Now Collapse is thinking about charging in. Doesn't see a clear path. Now Lowe's actually just gonna run straight to the Primal Beast. Bark as well down to the south, forced to use the split. But this is a good position for Lowe. We see what the sniper's able to do if he gets himself set up like a turret. And now Azure need to respect that. The buyback on a postcard, you're going to waste the primal split duration. And they recognize this collapse. Pulverize used early on, or is going to be able to jump over the top. They're going to try and hold Yatora into place, but again, all eyes on Low. What is his sniper going to be able to do in regards to the damage quads? Because he is just freely right-clicking. Once the BKB expires, Low's going to be in danger, and Lull is just tearing them apart. This sniper has nothing to fear inside the team fight. A double kill for Lull, and now Roche as well for Spirit.
Dude, their adaptation to this fight is insane. Like, absolutely legit insane. The way they keep the high ground it even looks a bit bad at the beginning, because Tiny gets gone on, and they're hitting him. Miposhka is literally in smoke, in range to swap him, but he doesn't. Like, he's not swapping him. He's letting this dude. He's like, no, Tiny. If I swap you, I go too deep, and then my team needs to follow. If I don't swap you and you go a little bit back towards us, and then I swap you, you're still saved, but we are on the high ground, and we're baiting them in. Like, just one of the best things that Tier 1 teams do, one of, if not the most important thing, is choosing the place where to take a team fight. Like, that's something I never knew how to accomplish with teams, and for Team Spirit, really, they're masters at that. Like, I've seen other teams in throughout Dota history do exactly the same, but that was a perfect example.
And you'd say it's a very important attribute to be able to master, especially when you have a sniper in your draft. Like, this hero is incredibly position based.
Yeah, I'd say you can't play without that. If you're playing sniper, the only games you're going to win if you can't do that are the games where you ruffle stomp the mid lane or his lane, and then the game is just out to win. But really nicely done. Nice plays overall from everyone. And now they're in a decent position once again with the Aegis. Oh, Tianmin has drums.
Well, they got him. There will be some TPs. They're going to be able to toss him away from the reinforcements, and it looks like... Do they want to commit on this Azure Ray? They will not, so... Just really quickly, some shards got picked up. Clap's got his one from the Tormentor. Importantly, Bark as well got his. So that's really the big one that I want to mention.
And that's the one you actually want to buy, even, on Brew. He's got the Shiva's Manta, now a shard as well to work with. A bit longer split. Razor did split them, split push them, that is mid, but I'm not sure they care too much having Sniper push high ground.
And Bark's going to be careful how close he steps up as well. Mirror's always ready to jump.
Low still not even, you know, not thinking about going back. Just hitting that tier 2.
And it seems like they're happy to give it up. No buyback. Maybe? Ori? Trying to force some reactions. They won't be able to poke the Aegis. They will force them away from hitting the objective. So Low does finally get this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and they don't actually finish their melee Rexes. So you lost tier 2 bot, you lost tier 2 mid. A little bit of damage on the tier 3 down bottom. But you did take a range Rex at least. Look, not an incredible win for Team Spirit. It's like... They did get that bad kill at the beginning, so considering it was 4 versus 5, this is pretty damn solid for Azure Ray.
You are going to be going into the MKB now freshly completed on Lal. So we saw what it was able to do previously, that bottom team fight by the Roche pit. 8,000 damage was dealt. Now with the MKB, it's going to be that much more scary for them to go into.
Just a lot of repositioning tools for the sniper. Besides all the pikes, you have swap, you have toss. Not easy to kill him off. And then you have collapse as well, just running in through all of you like a bull.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Who's got to hold the cape out to bait him? Who's got the red cape?
Possibly you could do it with the brew, and then use a split. Possibly, because one thing that they're lacking is this. They do have enough control now with the MKB. I believe they can take down the brew before he splits. But with the Greaves on bat, he probably is the tankiest one on their side. Just because of the nature of the split, that is, not because of his own armor and evasion.
Sure. You see though with the Aegis, they are just continuing to run down objectives. It's the last outer tower now claimed, at least for Team Spirit to get. And they will not continue to walk up the high gun though. Collapse and FY are going to run into each other mid lane. See, I mean, I guess Age is about to expire, so they don't feel confident with going for another push.
Yes, bot lane though, they are pushing in very deep and bad.
It's a jump, unfortunately, no one was close enough.
He misses. And there's no collapse there. Like, if they could get there fast enough, they could have fought this. No Aegis, like you mentioned. They're just happy to play the split game, it seems like, on Azure Ray. Dragonite still not going back. Razor as well farming up. What's he buying even? He's got Satanic. So Satanic after this creep wave, right? Surely that allows you to fight. You're level 25 Razor with Satanic on top of everything else. Like, you're not gonna get much bigger than this.
I don't even know how valuable his net worth is this game as well. Because again, like how counted is into the sniper win ranger. I feel a lot of it just is going to come down to the initiation from everyone else.
As it usually does, right? But if you can find the right position to fight in, if you can somehow disposition them a little bit with your bat, it's possible. I think it's possible for him to do quite a lot. I respect Razor as carry later on, even into counters. But not an easy game. You've seen what happened to him in the last fights.
His hero's talents aren't too bad, especially at 25. But no blink and no shard still for low. They will have an arcane rune to play with. Let's see who they want to give it to. Potentially Ori. Elder Dragon forms up shortly, though Bach might like it as well with the primal split. Ori will get it. And they're actually posturing aggressively, so even though they were able to get that range barracks up top in the tier 3 tower, still a 2,000 net worth lead for Azure, 40 minutes in. Very, very even game. Utori's been able to get the mid wave in, bottom wave pushed in as well. They've got some good lane wards at the moment. They'd love to be able to force Azure back away from this power position that they have around the Radiant outpost, and it looks like they should be able to do that with Utori. I mean, he gets his tower so goddamn fast.
In 1 second you blink and the tower is gone. And at the same time they couldn't really push top. Collapse is still there defending, but maybe this gives them again an opportunity to fight. You are 4 versus 5, but
and they're coming.
Yeah, you gotta initiate though.
Tiaming, oh, that's a great target. That gets rid of the defensive factor of the swap. They're still going to be able to bring Kim down. A 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, no one's on the sniper. FI's going to jump onto the low ground. Bark's going to be able to get on top of him as well with the primal split. If they got the damage just with these two, Low's going to attempt to chase him down with the BKB protection for the Dragon Tower. Now Low can stand his ground and turn and look at the damage. Low makes it up to the high ground and the turret goes to work. FI's gone as well.
Bach cancels the TP of the sniper. He might go for him. Yeah, he's gonna get him. Is he gonna get him? Oh. He's gonna get him. Nice little... So he only had the Storm Panda alive. And he circled around. He found the sniper, cycloned him, got him. But still though, an amazing fight from them. You were talking about Razor's net worth and how much it's gonna do. Well, it did absolutely nothing that fight. He linked...
They're gonna be able to get him. I mean, at least he does have a buyback. Big one to force out.
Very big one, yeah. Top lane, mid lane, all open. You're playing Megas at this point. No split on Brew. 40 seconds without the Razor. You'll just try to defend until the okay, going
jump
in.
On Utori. Not a bad initiation. Utori in a little bit of danger. Tries to be able to get the kill into line, but now with the response is going to be there. Maposhka, nice swap. Cancel of the lasso. Collapse is going to be able to charge away. Meanwhile, they've gotten what they wanted to come for.
Is in.
Mega Creeps has been claimed, but Utori's escape is not going to be there. BKB, Utori wants to turn. He's going to be rewarded with the kill into FY.
No mana.
Unfortunately for him, that is a Hail Mary of a shackle. Doesn't connect onto any heroes. Chasing the trees and gone. Tianming running to collapse and mirror. Tianming's actually looking to try and disrupt them on the retreat. Might be able to intercept mirror. Any stunners or will be there at the last second, but it is going to be Azure playing into Mega Creeps.
Wind Waker Mira actually manages to escape for a little while. Yeah, nice attempt with the smoke. Oh, he's blocked. He's blocked.
Stuck?
That is stuck.
Doesn't matter.
Save him, Step Dragonite. No Quelling Blade. No Quelling Blade. Yeah, nice. So, any... Okay, FY buyback, Bach buyback. Yeah, just a rough position to be in. Pushing high ground with something like a sniper is never too much fun, but with Mega Creeps, it shouldn't be that hard. They do know where exactly he is. This nice deep ward. I mean, they're trying something, they're pushing in, but look, they're 30 seconds. If they manage to even break a high ground tier 3 tower, that would be a success. Top lane will push in eventually. Like, that's the lane they are in defending. But they might go into the pit. This is something. Not great, not terrible. We're going in
not bad.
For ages, yeah.
They would do it relatively fast now with a Bloodthorn. Yeah, okay. Started to fall pretty quick with the crits. Let's see who they give the Aegis to. It's like probably low. Refresher shot too. Okay. So, oh, Mira. Oh no, they're TPing out. Barker's caught. Is this a fight you want to take though? Because you got to worry about your base. You don't have FY, so there's already a numbers disadvantage.
Collapses in.
They're trying to give them a little bit of space, but they're about to run into the bridge, and this is a scary position. The Gleipnir stops them on the path.
Ori.
Pulverize as well. Meanwhile, inside the puddle, Ori's going to get caught. Ambitious TP. I mean, anyway, he's gone. Lowe's going to be caught off as well, and G's going to be caught. They don't have buybacks. Team spirit. All right. You know, when you're playing for a little bit of fun, your tournament lives aren't there anymore. I think they look pretty good.
Yeah, like, what the hell is this, Team Spirit? Come on, come out clean. What's going on? Are they like, okay, we lost the tournament, but we just want to prove that we're still damn strong. We just want to demonstrate that we're, you know, still a godly team. Because that was a really solid performance by them. That team fight around Rosh Pit, down bottom, like the second Roshan, basically way too good. Like that's exactly how you imagine Team Spirit to play on their level. The game itself, it looked hairy at times. Azure Ray had some nice opportunities. Low had an unstoppable streak at some point, but just the nature of the heroes prevailed in Team Spirit's favor. Lara Sniper, Wind Ranger Yatoro, like these two, with some repositioning tools like a Wind Waker, a Pike, a Force Staff, a swap from Venge. Two glass cannons that are very difficult to get on top of.
Yeah, importantly, you have to. Yeah, the communication needs to be there on how you take team fights and and where you do it. And in the end, they were able to take some very good fights around a high ground where Lal was able to freely get damage out. I mean, there were some really important fights. I think that first one by the bottom Roche pit, and then from there they held a big enough advantage.
Yeah, I'd say that fight won them the game. Basically, that was the sealing the deal kind of a fight. It's just like I'm still impressed by the fact that Miposhka held that swap. Like so many players, so many teams would insta swap that Tiny. Like no brain usage. It's like an autopilot play. Here though, Team Spirit were throwing a little bit, but you could still see how strong they were. Even dying one by one, they still took kind of a decentish fight. Eventually, though, this static link does nothing in a fight. Like Collapse manages to get away, and off of that, like Sniper is able to do whatever as well because Collapse is catching them. He doesn't have to run away from Razor. That fight probably from Luke could have been done a little bit better. Maybe a Gleipnir tiny bit faster so that Collapse doesn't run. In any case, nicely played by both teams. It was a high-level entertainment, high-level Dota. Enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, very enjoyable to watch. So it's good to see, even though Spirit eliminated from the event, that they're able to still put in a pretty good showing. This is a bit of a morale boost, hopefully, to make Azure Ray unhappy with not being able to make it in to the main event, because that is still very much a possibility depending on how this series goes and how their last series goes as well. So again, like we're saying, Azure out of the 4 games today needed to get 2 wins. Now you've got to get 2 wins out of 3 games to guarantee a upper bracket berth. And then of course there could be some tiebreaker stuff that goes on. So still, at least for them, I think to guarantee tiebreakers they need 1 win, I think. But you would love to be able to just guarantee upper bracket and have that be over with. But now you really need to get the at least 2 out of 3 victories on the board in your last couple of games. And of course, their last series is going to be against OG as well. And they're a bit of an X factor at the moment. OG, you have some good games, have some bad games. So let's see. That's going to be our last series later on today. We don't even need to worry too much about that at the moment. But for us in our first series and this game 1, it is going to be Spirit that come out on top. We're going to send it to a break, though. When we come back, we've got more action here for the Elite League Game 2 coming up shortly. Spirit versus the boys on Azure. We'll see you guys soon. Well, Spirit off to a good start to the day. Let's see what Azure are going to be able to do to make amends from that game one defeat, because they are still playing for their tournament lives to be able to make it into the playoffs. Let's see what they can set up themselves up with and what differences we have coming into the Game 2 draft. Azure going to be on the Radiant side. They've got second pick. We got Team Spirit on the Die side playing with first pick.
Yeah, let's see what Azure can mix up, because like yesterday and the days before when we were watching them, they had always been setting up the pace of the draft and what the heroes are going to be played. Meanwhile, they got hit instantly by the sniper very early on last game, and they were just constantly adapting, putting this Razor safe lane, Dragon Knight mid. Maybe they can move away from the Razor, go for their Clink strategies, this minus armor, this Weaver IO. I know they banned them out the last time, but also the last time, like you said, wait, isn't it the same? They had second pick, am I correct? Or I misheard you. They had the second pick on Azure, or they had first pick on Azure the last game. They had first pick, right? They Razor first pick.
Yeah, and then it was Sniper response at the...
Yeah. Which is kind of interesting to me that they banned out so many heroes that they instantly pick, but okay. They just valued maybe Razor a little bit more than anything else. They got caught in a little bit of a trap that Team Spirit sprung for them. What I want to see from Azure, maybe coming into this game too, what I really feel they're strong with the Clinks, either on 1 or 4. I really like their IO combos as well, and I like the way they play Gyro. Like, these are the things that have won them games in round robin stage so far. These are the teams where they looked dominant. But they are banning out the sniper first. That's what they're getting rid of. They don't want to play into it again. We'll see how they react. We'll see how they react on Team Spirit. Still a ton of heroes left in the pool that are being first phased. A lot of supports from Azure, by the way. Disruptor and Venge. Miposhka, a big screw you to him. Like, that's the guy they are trying to ban out.
Miposhka, man. Can't catch a break. Some people try and ban Collapse's heroes, but he always finds something. Can't ban your Taurus heroes. Maybe you look at Lol. It's like, alright, Miposhka just... heroes, sometimes they just gotta go.
Did they lose to PSG Quest? They did, right? Like yesterday, Team Spirit. And I feel like PSG Quest did a really good job at banning out Larl. Or at least setting up a game that's impossible for him. Yesterday he ended up playing that Storm into Puck and it didn't look great. Today we have Team Spirit with a Chen. Like, okay, this is what I meant. Like, Enchantress went through, Chen went through. You try to ban out some Miposhka heroes, he has to think about the other ones, but instantly hit back with the Clinks. Is this, what do you think? Is this like super well prepared kind of a draft? Because you are letting Chen go through, which means... Look, this hero isn't played, but only isn't played because he's banned every single game. And now you let it go through, but you snatch this Clinks up. So I'm thinking maybe that's the response. Get a Clinks on one lane, maybe a Doom on the other. Enjoy life.
Seems like not a bad response, right? It's I don't mind it. Let's see because there is flex. So let's see if it's going to be FY playing. I must say I was not overly impressed with the FY Clinks. I did prefer... Go, sir.
You prefer the carry one, right?
Yeah. And I think maybe you got to look at banning Slardar now as well for your Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to see that as well. IO is still left in the pool, but IO Clinks kind of, I don't know, maybe not the best.
5 seconds remaining.
I wasn't really impressed that much with FY for Clinks, but the game was really difficult for him. Like, that game was, goddamn, it's like you're playing this Clinks into everything that can get on top of you and kill you off easily, so understandable that it didn't look that great, and he still did contribute once he got that Orchid in the Clinks position 4 game. They ban out the Razor, so no Razor for Team Spirit. And they still go for the IO. Okay, so it will be maybe some IO. You know what? Like, you could still go for Slardar, have this IO Slardar lane. People have moved away from it. Like, but IO Slardar used to be pretty damn strong. Like, a lot of bashing happening in that lane, and you can sustain your Slardar that goes like 2 bracers. As always. Let's see. Does Team Spirit respond? Because you need some hero into Wisp. I think now it makes sense why they banned out the Disruptor. The hero is banned out in most games, but when you're playing IO, you probably don't want to be playing into him anyway, so... Nice ban. Opens up the Gyro position 1 with the position 4 Clinks. Ah, that's nasty. That's nasty.
A little bristleback action, huh? Alright.
That's nasty. The only team that I have seen run this bristle before are actually Team Spirit. Azure Ray, yeah. They played it on offlane, on Bach, and they owned with it. Okay, but it's an early bristle pick, so you see it now. Get all these heroes that turn him. I don't care. Give me a Void Spirit Legion Commander Axe, 3 cores. You know, like, whoa, what's this hero?
Oh, we cooking, baby.
That's the relocate into Terrorize, into Bramble Maze. Bramble Maze into Clinks as well, kinda nice. He can't blow you up until he has Orchid, because you can go Dark Realm. You dish out a ton of damage with Bedlam to him as well. Well, that's kinda good. But they're cooking, yeah, this is completely different. Give me a Mars or something on Azure Ray, I don't know. Heroes that don't care about Dark Realm and heroes that can turn. Just Axe. There's like 1 Axe game so far, but... Let's see. What's scary?
There's not many others, right? That have that mechanic of being able to turn.
Yeah, there's like, but basically any long control is nice. But it's like Void Spirit, Axe, and Legion, and maybe I'm missing something else.
Yep.
But what's scary about Team Spirit is the scaling of these supports. Okay, so they get Clinks on one side, Doom on the other, what we called out earlier. And Doom into Bristle also sounds kind of good. He can't use all of his healing, but he's still going to be fairly tanky early on. Can use the items as well.
Need some stunning heroes. I'm a bit concerned how you're going to be able to prevent people from running away from your Doom, and how you set up for IO relocate.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Jesus, who is this here?
Okay.
Where is Slark been?
In the... Wait, let me read the lore. I'm coming back in a second. Continue.
Yeah, no, go for it. He's been in the depths though. This hero has been AFK.
About
depths of the prison. That's where
the
that's
Dark
where he's
Reef.
been, just,
Yeah,
Dark Reef prison. He's he's escaped. He's back. We get a couple Slark games.
You know what? Like you're just
draft.
You're just an inhabitant of the dry world. You don't know about Dark Reef and the sunken prison, where the worst of the sea bred are sent for their crimes against their fellows. It is a razor-barred warren full of murderous Slytherin, treacherous deep ones, sociopathic Merents, and in this dim labyrinth, Slark has been waiting for us.
Oh shit! He waiting. He coming in. Yeah, the game we see him though is he's coming out into a Leshrac. So have fun. Enjoy your counter.
No, the way I see it is you are countering Bristle, but this Team Spirit's draft for me, even with the 3 heroes without the Lash, was calling for a Lash, even without Slark. Because all this team does with Chen, most teams what they do with Chen, most strats what they do is they just take map control super early on. You have Hand of God, you have some maybe Greaves, maybe Mech, and it's It's way too much push that you can deal with now. On top of that, you get a Lash. For Azure Ray, though, what's really nice is you do have that pact on Clinks. You have Doom with Devour, so you can deal with Chen's army at least. Like, that's always useful.
5 seconds remaining.
And look at the ban, by the way, from Azure Ray with the Wraith King. You know, just get rid of these unkillable beasts. Move them away. You don't want to play into them.
Faceless Void might be a consideration as well. Although I know that matchup with Slark is now actually going a bit back and forth with the Shard. Monkey King Ben's kind of cool. Very, very active hero and pretty good lane versus Doom.
And get some Bloodseeker for Team Spirit. Like,
Ooh.
counter the Slark completely. Rupture on Clinks is annoying. You have basically a decent lane into Doom. Speedy boy with Dark Willow. You have already the scaling that you need from Bristle and Lash, so you don't need a hero that like is this ultra late game carry. I think it's an option for Team Spirit. They did play it, I believe, once. Kotl needed to be banned, like Kotl and Zeus, very annoying for Lash. Maybe Lina as well annoying. Perhaps not as much, but Kotl and Zeus. Kotl just destroys Lash.
So you're just thinking like high magic burst for Ori's mid lane?
For Azur's or some long distance hero, you know, these kind of heroes that can outrange him are good against Lash. 5 seconds.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Okay, so we didn't get the Bloodseeker. We didn't get this kind of a hero that can scale a bit, but also is a carry. Instead, we get an offlaner.
10 seconds remaining.
We get an offlaner that is decent into Slark with Trample, I guess. You have a lot of AoE, Primal Beast Slash, and then you're gonna put the Bristle back on the safe lane into Doom. I believe that's what they're attempting to do, at least.
Pretty crafty. Pretty crafty from Spirit.
Yeah, Timber is banned out. I just looked at that hero immediately. I don't know, you pick this Slark. You wanted to win the lane with Bristle and roll off of that, but if you do not win the lane versus Bristle, I feel that Aghanim's plus some bonus damage from Lash and Trample kills the Slark. Not bad. I feel like not bad. Bad EP game.
Not bad. You've got no catch. Like, no catch at all, which is a big concern. If you were going to give a percentage on the draft from one side or another, what would it be? And be like, don't hold back. Don't hold back. Give us
I'd be like maybe not sure. Maybe like 65% for Team Spirit. I wouldn't go higher.
Shut
I think there's some.
You're holding back. That's some crap right there.
I'm not. You know why? Because you have this Clinks Doom into Chen. I feel like Chen will be fairly useless early on. You have some relocate plays. Louis on his Slark. You can do some shenanigans with the Slark. But 65%. Okay. 66. That's my last. 66%. What more do you want?
I go 80-20. Feel like we're done. We can Spirit just need to like close their eyes and execute kind of well, and then
Autopilot.
This is 2-0. Yeah, just autopilot it. I feel like their lineup looks so much easier to execute. Azure, like, I don't know. You have no catch. That is a big concern of mine. You're gonna pop Dune and Exo, and then they can just choose if they really want to take the team fight or not.
What do you mean they have no catch? They have Pounce and Slark.
They have Pounce. My apologies. My apologies.
No, I see your concerns. I'm actually like, I just don't know how they're gonna play this draft. Like, sometimes you see some strategies, and you're like, okay, what's gonna happen here? How are you playing this? You can't see it from the drafting stage, and then you realize during the game. Maybe that's the case. You can get some blink stun on Doom as well, like Centaur pickup. So it helps out a little bit, but of course it's not great. Let's see, let's see. And we're in for a fun one, I feel like, no matter what.
This last pick DP is kind of cool though. Again, I was kind of saying last game that I do feel like there's the type of style that Ori really fits. Let's see what the build is going to be for him. I think he's got Yule Scepter queued up, and then what's going to be the decision afterwards. Spoken a lot about how this me in particular, kind of like this utility-esque DP.
To battle.
But how are you going to be able to deal with the 16-minute timing of your Toro Scepter, plus, Chen running you down with like Mech Vlads, whatever it be. Potentially Yule's Bloodstone on Lal, collapse, maybe if he needs an early BKB. You are just going to ball up, and this is not really what I think a Klinks wants to play into, nor a Slark at the early game, which is a big concern.
Can you rat them until Bach? This is how you start. You feed a kill. And you give it to Larl. Yep. That probably not what you hoped for, but okay. When you look at what Azure Ray have got, you have this Klinks and you have IO Slark relocate possibilities. Maybe some Gleipnir build on FY. We'll see what he goes for. FY might be dead here. He has 6 sticks though. He's got sticks. He's gonna be forced to use them. Chill, Miposhka, chill. Come on, Miposhka goes under the tower. Yeah, let's see. I do agree with you. I think there's clear advantage. At least you made a solid case, sir.
Thank you, sir. But with that being said, there is some, I think, potential for Azure where you look at the second nighttime, the 15 to 20 minutes, where the Slark, you're probably looking at Mage Slay this game. I will also add, I don't know what the build currently is for the Slark, but I'm just thinking because of the Leshrac.
Diffusal Axe, maybe Mage. Yeah, maybe Mage Slayer as well.
So, if you are going to have Mirror down bottom.
They could have went on him.
Very close to being able to get the kill, yeah. This is a very volatile, a lot of kill threat in our side lanes. And when we see top lane FY is getting chased down, Quills and Goose stacked up through the roof. And another kill for them to find.
Ori also dropped.
Probably dead. Okay. Another kill for the boys on Team Spirit. And you were saying like you kind of wanted the Slark into the Bristleback, but unfortunately they just throw that plan out the window. They put the Bristleback safe lane instead. Go for this last pick, Collapse Primal, who had decent performance in the previous game, and now you are obliterating the off lane on Azure.
I think this lane is bad, but it shouldn't be giving away 2 kills this early on. There's still some ways to play it, maybe some creep skipping, like if the lane is rough, that's always a thing you can resort to, especially on level 1. There isn't really a lot of kill potential between the Chen and the Bristle. Something went really damn wrong for Azure. One of the things, of course, was FY coming to the lane with 10% HP. It's not really your support that can trade.
Bottom lane.
Collapse, bot, yep.
Yeah, making a bit of a go. Who's actually going to be able to win this low? Unfortunately, with the assistance of the Eye, was not enough. Collapse to get the kill, and now they should have the numbers advantage for the Lotus as well.
Yeah, no sticks, nothing like that. This is the build that I see very often now from IO anyway, like the double bracer into some healing locket mech. You're really damn tanky, even maybe a Solar Crest. You're much tankier than your casual IO that you got used to. In any case, your carry isn't tanky, so they go on him instead. Oh, Bach already. Yeah, it's just searching for a creep right now, it seems like.
Interesting one. Attack speed. Just didn't really have many other better options, unfortunately.
Yeah, level 1 Devour. He needed a small camp, like maybe a ghost would be good. Something like that. The attack speed actually is really important on Doom. because of Infernal Blade. Like, it helps out quite a bit. But this isn't the creep that you want to go for, of course.
At least it is an aura. I don't know how much that's going to benefit the 55 right-click damage for the Clinks. And we've got some Koros getting sniped. Collapses looking for the lane pull. Shenanigans down bottom. So yeah, side lanes, a lot of action. Mid,
Dire's top tower
pretty even between the two.
Oh, Yatoro. Woohoo! That was a lot of damage. She almost
are
fell.
fortified.
Do we feel like bottom lane low? Able to find the pounce onto Mira. Dark Pack's
He's
going to be
fine.
used early on though, so yeah, Mira's going to be fine. Do we want to see Mira put a little bit more emphasis on trying to create some stacks, or is this a lane where Collapse can't really be left alone?
I mean, look what Collapse is doing. You can completely leave him alone right now. Will probably deny a full wave with this. Maybe not because of the catapult. Top lane, they do kill Yatoro in the end, okay? That's the swiftness aura, man.
Ah, I
Boshka
see, I
as well.
see. Oshki, go on. Alright.
It's nice.
They're
Even this
back.
Infernal... They're back. Even this Infernal Blade level 1. 1% max HP into Bristle is still a chunk. It's early on.
Now top lane, even Ori's going to rotate. Exorcism is online. And could be back-to-back kills onto Yatoro.
It will be. Yeah, they're going in.
And it will. Yatoro's going to just run the opposite direction, but that's not going to work out in the end. Ori might have got a glimpse of Maposhka as well, and yeah, looks like he did, so... Alright, Ori's just brought them back in. Of course, they did it themselves as well with the double kill, but now back-to-back is really going to offer them a great advantage. Maposhka has no TP. Yatoro, of course, has no TP as well, so...
No, pretty nicely done. What can you expect from a Bristleback? You can expect him to be not moving back, not waiting for the creep equilibrium. That's the way the hero plays. He just wants to be up front, and nicely abused by Ori. Straight to that top lane rotation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now
Again,
Yatoro
Yatoro.
can't really enter the lane. 3-point Scorch Earth, but like you said, really importantly, that Infernal Blade. Lyle's going to make his own rotation top. They'll be able to get at least a kill into FY, but Yatoro's now playing the lane with a quarter health, maybe even a little bit less, and it definitely could be an angle for them to try and target him once again.
Definitely. Bach is not moving back, like he's still around. He needs +1. Like alone, that's a very unlikely kill. He has 10 magic wand charges. What's happening on bot lane, by the way? We've been busy on top. How's Low doing?
Might be in some danger, maybe? Nice block of the pounds. Collapse, gets front in the Slark. They weren't consider about Tianming.
I throw you to a lane 5 seconds earlier, man. I'm such
Perfect. Perfect.
Io,
Top lane,
beat us.
Bach, level 6. The Doom's gonna come into play.
Okay.
Lyle's already here, though.
Radiant's
So it looks like that he's gonna be able to respond. Yatoro, I think he's gonna die?
Nah, he's
Oh
fine.
my god, he lived on 8 health and they were still able to chase him down. So, Bach was able to get away, but...
Dire's middle tower
Meanwhile, down bottom, Collapse also got the kill onto Tianming, so Yatoro survives on 8 health.
Yeah, and they used the healing salve, healed the Bristle back a bit. Ori's coming in though. Look at Bach, he still didn't run away.
Might die to the Edict. And Wala will die as well. Yatoro's got a little bit more health to work with now, but Ori's going to consider about turning around with the Shield Rune and the Exo activated. They'll split away. Maposhka to the left, Yatoro to the right, and unfortunately, Yatoro nothing's going to be able to do to protect his captain, so... Tower's probably going to go down, though, in the end. You've got no glyph, unfortunately, for Team Spirit, so another good rotation. Mid lane is really on point so far to start this game.
Yeah, all the good moves. All you have to do is go top, because absolute madness broke loose. Do you know, like, one good creep that Chen has got is this stupid Cobalt 4, man. Like, he's giving a lot of movement speed. One of the reasons why Bristle was able to just escape the DP so easily. Of course, no catch, like you mentioned, so even the attack speed is going to be enough for Team Spirit to move around in these fights.
Or he's actually gone off for the Witchblade, so not Witchblade, Atos, which is a
Oh, there you
another
go,
kind of build
catch.
I've seen from the Death Prophet, and yeah, that is definitely catch. So
You need it. You need that on her. Maybe a Doom buys Shivas eventually as well. You need these items. It's just when your draft doesn't allow you to have catch, like, you just have to itemize for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
bot lane's been a little bit silent over the past couple of minutes, just with all the action we've had top. It looks like Collapse 700 net worth over the low Slark, who will be itemizing to the Mage Slayer as well. So, see the timing that he's going to be able to get of this, of course, should be coming up pretty shortly, and then maybe close to that Echo, or whatever it be, Echo Diffusal. But they are wanting to try and put their own pressure onto a tier 1 tower. Of course, Radiant will be able to respond. You've got Exo up in 30 seconds. Bark as well as got Doom at the ready. Tower's already lost a lot of health though.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Just taking away the enemy side of the map, maybe a bit of mid tower. Let's see what they opt to go for. Atos will be completed soon on Ori, so maybe another item that you'd like to
Bottom tower has
wait out. FY is giving a lot of vision on Bristle and Poshka's whereabouts. Going for that Orchid, by the way, the same build he did the last time he played. It can come in handy. Like it's a pretty good build.
Unfortunately for Yatoro though, they have 0 ancient stacks. Even on the far east side of the map where the ancients are as well. There's no stacks there too, so he's not really going to be able to get that quick catch up towards a Scepter.
Radiant's middle
Oh, he's
tower
slowly making his way there. Collapse down bottom. I think he got a glimpse of Ori tipping in. Atos into the pounce. He's probably going to be fine.
Well,
I see that actually. Never mind. What?
Well, you
What
said
happened
it.
to the- Oh, Lao popped the haste. I thought Collapse used the haste.
Radiant's middle
You said he's probably gonna be fine, and that was correct. They had that Atos, but he was too far. Like, Ori was too far to deal any damage through the Atos and then Lu.
Dire's
But
structures
Pounds,
are fortified.
it's just not enough. Relocate mid.
Onto Lao they go. Hoshka's playing behind him with a Hand of God, but not a factor now with the Doom out early on. It's a pretty good bramble though from Mirror. It's going to intercept them from running down into the river. Relocate out in a couple seconds, but they will not be
Do you
able
really
to
want
get
to
it.
fight this?
Maybe Ori can though. He's pretty goddamn strong. Another Spirit Siphon at the ready. With the Cursed Crown. And they're able to split away. They break the link. And with that, his potential of being able to stay alive is gone as well. So Spirit, they've lost Lyle to start the fight, but a good response from them.
Oh, very good response, yeah. Nice Bramble Maze by Mira. Also just nicely splitting up the fight, killing off the IO first, good focus. And also Doom was used, so you can pretty easily take objectives now. You're not really worried about Doom, not really worried about Exorcism. Good position to be in.
If you don't have your own stacks, I guess you can take some.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They are starting to come over though. It does look like there is a potential for them to contest it.
I am not sure. No Doom, no Exo. How do you fight this right now? You're literally useless on your cores.
Top tower is under attack.
Maybe versus some other heroes you could, but these guys are just so damn tanky, have so much utility already. Drums on Shen completed. Like, you just don't have the catch or the spells.
How do you look at something like drums over mech for a Chen in this game?
I'm not even sure, honestly. It buffs you up a bit. It's good. It's good for the creeps. And look at what he's even like. Look, it's all about movement speed and some purge. Like, he understands very well what the state of the game is. I think that's why. He understands there is no way for them to catch him. Or his teammates. Maybe a purge on FY. Yeah, he's gone. He's just gone.
I'm missing this.
Dude, he's literally all in movement speed and purge so that he can get rid of ATOS and these kind of things that might catch them. Because there's no real catch on Azure Ray. And this Chen, this is something else. Plus, if you're moving about with level 1 creeps or whatever they are, like level 2, it's not like Doom will like devouring them.
No, not very yummy for the Doom. Also, just want to keep tabs on the Ancients. Collapse actually might farm this himself. Yep, he's gonna quad, I think. Stack for Mr. Collapse, so gets him closer to the BKB. Mirror is now pushed a little bit too far out of the lane. They are wanting to punish him.
He's fine. By the way, Mira as well has a full vessel completed, so a little bit less of that healing from IO, from DP. FY.
How is that? Yeah, what's he looking at?
He's fine.
Pretty close to the Orchid.
Rosh.
With
This is
what
Rosh.
you're seeing
Dire's
out of Azure in regards to like their itemization at the moment, do we feel like they are going to be able to contest this push that's gonna... Whoa, low? Hang on a second. Probably
He
a bit
moved in
difficult with the
straight up.
nighttime.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire
Maybe they're Converge. Okay. Yeah, so back to my question. Do you feel like Azure are going to be able to contest Team Spirit very shortly in the next 5 minutes? Because their timings are coming up. Do we lack the items that they're opting for to try and combat this?
Maybe with some outplay you can. But overall, I still feel the Team Spirit are stronger at the moment. They have some nice things, at least on Azure. You have this Doom with the Blink. The Mage Slayer Slark is still forced to run away from Larl, and Rosh will be taken, by the way, just with the Shen and the Bristle. That's all they need. So, yeah, right now, I don't think, even with all these items, maybe with perfect play, with some outplay, they can take the fight, but just the nature of the heroes on Team Spirit makes it so damn difficult.
Radiant are scanning.
First will go down.
Dire's bottom
See if they give the Aegis to Lalo Yator. Looks like Yator is going to take it. You have Ori and Tianming farming together at the Ancients. Moving a couple heroes down. Meanwhile, top lane as well, though. Mira will run into low and FI. Orchid reveal. And a kill. So let's see. You've got a couple minutes left of nighttime to work with. And maybe with this Slark and the Clinch, you're going to be able to get some pickoffs across the map if Spirits split away and don't group as 5.
I think that's probably their best bet, just split pushing and waiting for that stage of the game in which Stark becomes an actual issue, because at the moment he's not. The way I see it though, it's not that simple to split against this team, but you can maybe get a couple of these. You know, you're splitting and then you're assassinating, let's say, a Mira or someone who tries to defend with Orchid and Slark. The only problem is one-on-one pushing, like, Team Spirit is miles ahead. Even with Exorcism, they're just much, much faster. You can't contest that.
They've got their lanes in a relatively good position where they're going to be able to put some pressure onto the tower. We do see Low and FI already responding with their own siege up top.
radiant structures
They will look to try and put as much damage into the tower as they possibly can.
is under attack.
Not really committing, which is a bit interesting. You even have this Chen with a shard, big bad
Radiant's middle
black
tower is
dragon.
under attack.
But they only committed with Edict.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Okay, slow and steady, that's the game. They take down the tier 2 mid, I believe the triangle now will be...
Hello? We're running to my
Yeah,
push
that's why.
guard. They're very split. Exo's going to be committed as well. Ori's going to charge into the middle. Atos will stop Yutora from getting into the river. And
got
Spirit is starting to bring their
Aegis.
members over. They won't be able to protect him on the first life. Missed on the high ground. Okay. They'll be
Doom
able
is
to kill him
there.
off in the end. Now but the Doom's going to come into play as well. Collapse will protect himself with the BKB. He can run away. Now low. He should be free inside the team
Another
fight
one?
without having to worry about the BKB. So without having to worry about the Doom. It is now expired. And Collapse is wanting a bit of revenge, but maybe they are happy with that. I mean, Exo Doom expended. You get the kill on the Chen, you get the Aegis, but you might be able to walk it down now.
You should be able. Like, if you're Team Spirit, you should be able to push now. At the same time, I don't think that you're very sad about that fight on Azure Ray. That was it. They pounced the right target. They found the right opportunity to kill off the Chen. Without using even Hand of God, he dies with that Orchid and Silence, I believe, from DP in the end. They open up the map a little bit. You know, the triangle doesn't get taken. I think that's very important. The triangle is not warded up. Collapse didn't just push in the top and connect with his teammates. Instead, he had to run away from top lane. You're still in a position in which you have to dodge them now until the next Doom and Exo. But it's a better position than the one you were in before the fight. No Aegis.
They may high ground siege with daytime in the ultimate's cooldown.
With some Edict. Yeah, it's possible.
That's it, they'll force her. Radiant have one glyph, of course they'll have a secondary one when the tier 3 drops.
They're not even fully committing on the defense. You can see Slark still top. To be expected, really. Nothing Lu could have done here, so...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice silence.
I think it's just a bait to go on Ori too. Yatora's fallen pretty low
Collapse.
though. Clap's gonna charge in, but I think just trying to give some space to Yatora to get away.
Relocate,
Oh, that-
steal the Wisdom Rune.
Well done.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah. Super annoying. But overall, from Azure, top lane tier 2 taken by low. Bottom
Yeah.
lane defended. Like, you don't even lose the half of the tower. And the Wisdom Rune stolen. Like, plus now you have your spells up. That's
Dire's top tower
pretty
is
much
under
perfect.
attack.
All you could have wished for. Very nice defense.
I was very concerned this game at this stage of the game would be 6-7k lead and just like your classic Chen where objectives are gone and they're just balling up and there's nothing you can do across the map. But very impressive, Zuri, with what they've been able to do, split it up. I mean, you've even got like FY's really farmed. A lot of this I think is because he got the shard from the Tormentor, so that's probably where he's got like hidden net worth from that. But the the Burning Barrage isn't too bad on this Clinks with Orchid into Bloodthorn. He's going to get scouted out though, but Mirror's going to soon see that Bark is here as well. So he's
And
going to
Stark
try
is
and TP out.
rotating
Is the
in,
Shadow
yeah.
Realm going to be able to count? Ooh, almost.
I don't know, one thing that I'm seeing is the resources are lacking on Team Spirit. Like when they're pushing, they lose HP way too fast, even without the big spells. And that makes me rethink the build on Chen with the drums. You're not buying the Mech Greaves, I guess, into the Doom, right? Because of Doom. At the same time, it would be kind of nice to have it in these pushes. When he doesn't have Doom, then it could be a bit useful.
Tori's
They
going
do
to
have
farm
lads,
underneath
though.
this cliff ward that was placed previously with the Wisdom, and they're coming out with the smoke.
Shiva Smoke Doom, the two of them can kill him.
And yep, they're going to be able to showcase that. The percent damage from Bark is enough for him to tick out.
Dire's middle tower
Azure.
is under attack.
80% you meant for them, right? That's
Yes.
the team you were talking about. Yeah, of
Yes,
course.
yes,
I see.
100%. Meant 80 for 0, no doubt.
I see. And honestly, right now it's looking maybe not 80, but it's looking pretty comfortable for them. Io? Will die. Didn't even try. He could have tried maybe tethering and TPing through the tether, but no, he's dead. Is that a full BKB? Yeah, it is. I'm looking at this Lark, I'm like, there's no way that he's this poor. So BKB just flew out.
You got big issues right now. I don't know, you've definitely dodged the scariest part of this game, I feel like. And you've got nighttime now coming up in a minute. Okay.
No Doom in a minute as well, so you can pretty much just chill, wait for that Bloodthorn on the Clinks, BKB, Blink Shiva's on the Doom. Like, everything you need is more or less there. The Death Prophet as well with her own BKB, of course, used once already. Ah, all the items that they needed have arrived.
Probability 73% for Spirit, even with a 1,000 lead. Maybe even Gaben believes in me as well, in my estimation of this.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe
I
Bristleback
don't believe-
surprises all of us, yeah.
Oh, look, yeah. What has he gone? Bloodstone into Eternal Shroud. Yatora's got queued up at the moment, so
I think
see what he's going to be able to do.
the way you still have to play top lane, they have Doom, remember. I still feel if you're Team Spirit, bait out the Doom, pop drums, pop everything you can on this Bristle and just run. And after the Doom is done, if you can kite it out, I feel the fight should be a bit easier.
Smoke up from AR. Fuck, is he going to be able to find that angle in that is desiring key for the Doom? Smoke's going to pop. Shiva's for the information. Not wanting to try and Doom up Collapse. Would prefer it on a juicy target to the backline. Low early assassination of the Dark Blue, but the Hand of God's going to do nothing. Now, Ori feeling like he doesn't have to mind about charging to the middle. What's he got to be concerned about?
Oh,
Doom to try and protect him with the last second. It's not really great, though. So Lyle doesn't have much to worry about. He also doesn't have a lot of mana on the left track, which is going to be concerned. Meanwhile, Yatoris is dying as well with the damage from AR. Catch him off guard, but Collapse charges him, disrupts the combo. And now Spirit, they can reinitiate if they see an angle. Collapse is still in trouble inside the lane. FY, this Burning Barrage is really starting to add up the damage. And Ori as well, Max Exo. It is now expired. And in the end, there was a lot of back and forth, the posturing from either side. It's going to be in zero there. I mean, a 1 for 2. FY is trying to even out the trade. Looking for a solo kill. Is going to be able to get it. FY, your support Clinks. Able to assassinate the last track low.
Will die.
Going down in a heartbeat. Now
Bach
Yatoro as well. Baki actually jumped in. I mean, Bach, is he going to be able to TP a wave? They got the damage, they got the stuns, they don't have any.
No stuns, no creeps with the stun. Bramble already used. Okay, so a fight that in the end, how would you call it? Is it even? I'd say it's pretty even the way it went. Bristleback does live through all of that, so he's a big winner, of course. Clinks on the other side showcasing that he's eventually going to turn into a core that will be difficult to deal with. The Doom on Collapse looked a little bit off to me, but considering how much he did post-Doom, I understand it now. Like, he's the X Factor that's putting that 70% win rate on Team Spirit. Rosh, it's gonna fall too fast, right?
Seems like it. It's starting to bring their forces up to top, but Rosh will go down. You've got all the ultimates up though. You might be able to take a fight.
Doom up in 10. It's possible. And he has BKB on Doom now, flying up.
Oh, Lyle. And Yatoro's also TPing away as well. So this is a fight where they don't have the numbers. Maybe FY... Ooh, didn't Bloodthorn?
Yeah, he didn't Bloodthorn.
Backline collapse?
They're all out.
They're all out? Okay.
I mean, that was a mistake, right? Like the Bloodthorn. It wasn't on cooldown as much as I'm aware. He doesn't use it on Dark. He's 100% dead if he gets torned. Gotta go back defend mid though. It's being pushed in. Oh, let's see. But comfortable position once again for Azure Ray. You have all your big ultis up. BKBs are up as well. You can play into Aegis Cheese. You'd rather not, probably. You'd rather just split. One thing needs to be said though. This Slark dies like a... I don't know. It's too easy to take him down in fights. Relocate.
Looking for the reload. Oh, damn, he didn't get it? I guess because the Shadow Dance? And Low's going to be fine though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gonna get him on the return. So 45 seconds. Top lane is shoved in though. You don't have the Slark. I mean, Slark doesn't really do that much damage to objectives, but maybe with Ori here as well, with the two of them, they might be able to at least make Team Spirit hesitate.
Yep. But this is, if he pops, okay, he's popping Exo. This is two sides for one though, right?
Are fortified.
How fast do you push on Team Spirit? That's the question. Let's see.
They're going
Do
back.
they even push?
They're going back. They're going back. So Bark and BKB TP out. Orikin as well. I mean, Clap's only going to be able to stop one. Pulverize gets cancelled instantly. Now do they have the damage to get rid of Bark? They don't. And now Ori's gone too. And now mid lane, FY. Oh, he's ran into Maposhka and... Oh, this time he will activate the Bloodthorn with the Nemesis Curse. Maposhka will die.
What's up with that? I thought he lives. Like, if he uses Hand of God, he lives. And he has Ogre Seal Totem. He didn't use one or the other. I felt like they definitely had an opportunity to live. But okay, Azure really playing them a bit. Like this top lane push with Exo. Okay, you need to answer the Exo. At the same time, there's no tier 2
Bottom
bot.
lane? Collapse? Okay.
Throws the rock at them. Out of spite, you know, just throws the rock back. They're still mid though. Let's see. I guess now. There's no exorcism. This fight will be maybe even easier, so
yeah,
no need
no
to...
Collapse, nor Chen. They're going to try and force the issue on Azure. F5 with the force up to the high ground. Low wants to deal with the support. Mirror's in trouble, but the Shadow Realm on cooldown. It's just another freebie. No one there to be able to protect the supports. Bark's going to try and jump into the middle as well. The big difference here is the ultimates being on cooldown for Azure. It's not going to be easy for them at all. As the sun connects, Pulverize as well. Down goes Bark, 50 seconds without the Doom.
Buyback on Mira, he's coming back. FY will try to rat the creeps. Ori?
BKB up in a couple seconds. Maybe the Spirit Siphon's going to get in close enough to be able to utilize it. It looks like he will get back towards the base. Low's almost dying as well to the AoE. Yatoro, he goes in. Yatoro! They're on the other side! I mean, oh, now they're not. Now they're not. Oh my god.
Nothing wrong here. Nothing wrong with this. It's completely normal. Absolutely nothing wrong with Bristleback standing in the fountain with Bloodstone taking no damage. Dude, he turned the fountain against them. Like, they couldn't kill the DP without that fountain. The fountain is actually what allows it to happen. It's the sheer damage. And now they go for the bottom tier 2 as well. Tier 3, sorry. There is Doom available. FY is back as well.
And buyback Exo. Man, look how much damage he does to Yatoro. Alright, there's the buyback. They get a pretty big kill into FY. Memo Collapse is committed in. Cheese is going to do nothing here for the Primal Beast. And this is a fight where Azure... Are they still going to be able to win this in the end? I mean, Yatoro's playing with the Aegis. Low's going to be able to assassinate the 10 on top of the backline. They want to turn to Ori. Ori's in trouble. Down goes Ori. That's a dieback on the Death Prophet.
That might be game even. They have Slark, Doom, but how do you fight into this Aegis? Aegis is running out though, 1 second. Did he feed the cheese to someone, by the way? I heard it being used. He fed it to someone, I guess.
Hopefully he didn't eat it with Doom on him.
I hope so, yeah. in any case, tier 2 is still standing on top lane, so they can't get mega creeps. The question is, are they feeling strong enough to go for throne? They aren't. They're moving back. So, okay, Azure will still have at least one more fight in them.
Maybe a couple more.
Yeah, I just want to see what... Maybe a couple more, exactly. But at least one. At least one. I want to see what happened to that cheese. What did he spoon
Please.
feed the cheese to?
Production. We have a replay.
Maybe.
If
Double
we
damage
ask
on the
usually.
lash.
Maybe if you ask. If I've been asking, we don't get replays. If you ask,
Yeah,
sometimes we do.
Let's just let's just look at the game.
Low?
It's fine.
He may be in trouble.
It's got ulti.
Can't really beat TP. Maybe he can ulti, but I guess it's not easy. This is not an easy escape. Oh, he's stuck on the high ground. Can they get vision? Oh, the stun's there from Lol anyway. What just happened?
Space, team, I got this. Don't worry.
Dire's bottom tower
That's all he was doing, just creating space. Klinks is at least doing that. He's trying to bot lane. He's pushing in, waiting for that 35-minute wisdom rune.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
They do have buyback on Slark, but you really would rather not commit it here. You might have to
Got the
work.
reap. So I was going to say, we got the reap. Oh, jump in, FY. Alright, there's the buyback and there's the doom. This time Bark's going to turn his attention, use the ultimate onto the Bristleback. Let's see if it's going to pay off in the end with the relocate. Low gets straight to the backline. Bristle's gone, but what can Lal do? Double damage rune on top of the Leshrac. Low, now with the Mage Slayer activated though, there's not much damage that Lal's able to output with the Bloodthorn. Mass burst at the end. Nice hold from Azure Ray. You've got to use some buybacks. Collapse as well is actually looking to stand his ground. Collapse doesn't want to give up too easily here. But with the spells on cooldown with the Bloodthorn once again proving to be an issue. Collapse able to get some distance away. Miposhka unfortunately will not have the same fate with his Natals to hold him down low. Doesn't check the high ground. So will not be
Nice
rewarded
hold.
with the kill onto Collapse.
Very, very nice hold. You did force out a buyback on Slark, which is of course massive for Team Spirit. Gives you a big win condition right there. And if you're Azure, you're not really happy with the respawn timer, or at least not that lucky. You will not know that it will be up only in 2 minutes. So a lot of time for Team Spirit to regroup, fight around that Aegis. One thing needs to be said, like up to this point, every single Doom was on Collapse. And I didn't want to question it, you know, it's Fate Beyond after all. But the Doom on Bristle seemed game-winning.
Much better. Yep.
Yeah, in this fight at least, it looked game-winning. Literally, Doom, the Bristle, and everyone else kind of falls apart afterwards.
Is he... Well, Barker 4,900 gold, so let's see actually what he wants to go for next. Wait, low? Okay. Pops out through the portal.
Oh, did that rock?
Oh, the... What?
He
No
pounced on
way.
it.
Are they gonna get him again? This will be a dieback! Are you serious? He pounced on the... No way,
He pounced on the rock.
Oh
He
my
pounced on the
god.
fucking rock.
Oh, collapse. What is that?
That's high ground push right there. You have Doom, you have Exo in 15, but man, that's ultra unfortunate for him. Also Collapse, of course. Nice hand, man. Nice right hand.
Are scanning.
Yeah, dude's got an arm on him.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see again, though, importantly. Yeah, what we saw previously in the other fight. Bark using the Doom onto Yutoro. Maybe
Another
Yutoro
one.
might position a little bit more defensively. Not a bad shot for a siege too, lol.
Doom is in. Nice
Oh, that's
stun.
not a bad storm. And there's the Doom once again onto the Bristleback, but this time without the Slark. They're going to have some difficulty with actually staying onto Yutoro. FY and Ori's going to charge in the middle. They want to try and take Miposhka out of the team fight, but La will go uncontested, and that is
GG.
that. That is all she wrote. Team Spirit, they're going to be able to take it in the end, and their last series, a bit of a moral victory for them in the end. They'll get a 2-0 over Azure.
Yeah, a little bit of a moral win for them when there's literally nothing on the line. They win versus a team that looked like one of the favorites. Of course, a little bit, like you said, morale win, just showcasing what this team can actually do versus the best teams. Like they won now versus Azure Ray 2-0. They evened out versus Falcons, and then all these other teams that they lost to perhaps aren't really considered as strong. But yeah, in any case, a win that doesn't really mean a lot for Team Spirit. That could have meant a ton for Azure because they'd feel very safe after the series if they went 2-0. Now they're still in this position in which they might drop out, if I'm correct, right? So they're not secured. But
This is Azure, sorry.
Yeah, Azure.
Yeah.
In any case, very nicely done by Team Spirit. Adapted a little bit with the drafts as well. Like, went for something completely different, like win condition on Larl in game 1 with the sniper, Yatoro playing a bit more active on the Wind Ranger, taking a little bit out of... Who did they lose to? Was it Quest? I believe they played the Wind Ranger against them, so snatching that up. Bristleback, though, this play here seems a bit broken, doesn't he? I love Ori, how he went in front, trying to like, yeah, I'm gonna damage you from the front. I won't hit you in the back, and then just dies before he can even enter the fountain. This game was broken down on Stark, though. Him dying once in the jungle, and Lu dying again, getting that rock throw on him. Sometimes these things happen, but very, like, super unfortunate to die on Stark like that. Hero that's not easily and very usually caught that way.
Well, yeah, Spirit. Good to see. Good to see you saw in that last series they're able to come out, have a good performance, and get a 2-0. You may be in some spite of Azure as well to slow down their chances at making into the playoffs, which now means the last series of the day with OG up against Azure is incredibly exciting because that's really a must win now. Like Azure, yeah, I think if you lose that, you're not eliminated, but there are potential tiebreakers. So we'll see. There's a lot of permutations that we can look at when our second series is over, which is going to be OG versus Heroic. But yeah, importantly, Azure, at the start of the day, they needed to get 2 out of 4 wins, and then they would have been guaranteed upper bracket. Unfortunately, they just lost 2. So yeah, this doesn't give you much of a leeway now in your final series. But with that being said, first series done. We're going to send it to a quick little break. When we do come back, though, we will get a interview with one of the lads on Team Spirit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break. Quick break. We are ready to go. We've got our interview set up. It's going to be Collapse from Team Spirit joining us, so we'll be able to ask him a couple of questions. Firstly, Collapse, of course. Congratulations on the 2-0. I know, unfortunately, you guys are knocked out of the tournament, but heading to that series, like, what is? Are there some things you guys are looking to improve on, or like, what are the thoughts in a series like that where it doesn't mean too much? Are you guys just trying to have some fun? Like, what is it for you guys?
Hello. We just wanted to play like the other series we played, so it's not like any fun, but probably at the first map we thought after we made the Mega Creeps, we thought we can just make a game that never's gonna end. So they just will death creeps for 1 hour or 2 hours, but we decided like, nah, let's go just on the second map. So we decided to end.
Okay, so it was a little bit of mercy from you guys.
Yeah, but to be honest, we just wanted to play the game like the other series, in the other series.
Sure. Okay. And I know you guys, of course, have Birmingham coming up in a week and a half. What are the plans for you guys? Are you going to take a couple of days off and then boot camp, or what's that going to look like in preparation to Birmingham?
Probably we'll boot camp in the 3 or 4 days to prepare for the Birmingham and just to be ready for patch, I think. But for now we have some 2 days, maybe, I don't know, to be honest. But yeah, we just need to prepare for the new patch and for the next tournament.
Okay, cool. Listen.
Yeah, congrats once again on the win. A bit of a hard tournament for you guys. What do you think was the problem? Is it motivation, or are the teams just good? Because you guys won versus Falcons, you won now versus Azure Ray. You can take the games off of the best teams, of course, but you dropped a lot of series.
I don't really know what the problem is, to be honest. Maybe the main reason we are playing too bad right now, I think. We can take a few maps if we, I don't know, we'll be focused on the game. Just, I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I get it. Sorry, continue.
No, I just want to say I don't really know what the problem is. The main reason, of course, we are playing too bad right now, but don't know how to fix it.
Maybe you guys are waiting for the new patch. Is there something you're expecting to see in it? Like some big changes that you want to see?
I don't know, I just want to refresh this game, to be honest. I just want the new patch. I'm tired of playing on the same heroes I've been playing for 3 or 2 months. So I need new heroes.
I get it. Thank you for the interview. Ice Frog, give us the new patch. There,
yeah, sure.
Thank you, Claps.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you joining us. Congratulations. Good luck at Birmingham as well.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. First series done and dusted. Now we get to look towards our second series. I don't know if I'm misremembering, but I feel like we don't get too many Collapse interviews. Usually Lal does a couple, Maposhka does, Yutoru does. I know they all do, but I feel like I don't know if I've seen many Collapse interviews. I don't know if I'm just like missing a couple. So good to hear from him. Good to hear from him. Hopefully he's able to. I imagine it's quite difficult when a tournament's going on to just sit down and decompress, but also talk as a team and let everything out and be able to discuss like all the issues they feel like is going on and brainstorm and work it over. I imagine now, with the time they have before Birmingham, they're definitely going to have a lot of discussions to be able to fix it. But we did see some signs of life for Spirit, and very excited to see how they're going to perform it at the upcoming tournament in Birmingham, because they won't be one of the favorites without a doubt. Still they're going to be, a lot of people will have their eyes on them, but with their recent performance, it's not going to be like there is this pressure of like first or second place.
Yeah, We'll see. We'll see. He was probably very honest with how he called out that he doesn't know what's the issue, right? What the problem is. They can take maps off of anyone, and that's what they proved today. Are they going to be favorites? Possibly, probably not, right? Going into the tournament, they have to face against big giants such as OG that made a really clean run qualifier recently to Birmingham.
What are you
But
trying to do right now?
I'm trying to throw us into the next series because I believe, my friend, after the break we have OG playing.
Well, how dare I interrupt you from that incredible transition? Because you are correct, my friend. We do have OG in our next series, so they're getting ready to go, and we're going to be able to cover them next. We can take a look at the schedule as well. So yeah, OG up against Heroic. Unfortunately, another series where one of the teams we're covering are already eliminated, but yeah, we will get to see the boys on OG play.
Yeah, maybe another series in which Heroic for me are the same. They're like this wild card, a team that pretty much can win and take games off of anyone, and then just loses. Either takes a series 2-0 or just loses, drops out very quickly. They've had some pretty nice strategies as well. I think their Kotl is on a different level. When they play the map fast, there aren't many teams that can play it on that level, and they just outnumber you at every portion of the game. But we'll see. OG, for me, definitely didn't look that great recently, something that Ari in the interview said as well, 40%. We'll see if that 40% can become a little bit higher in order to qualify, and in order to qualify for the playoffs, and in order to win versus Heroic.
Yeah, let's see what the performance is going to be like for OG, because we've had some good games. They were, I think, the only team that even 2-0'd Falcon. So, we've seen them have some good performances so far, and we've seen them fall a little bit short. But what will it be for them today? Because they've got a double series day as well. So still a lot of Dota action for them. At least when we spoke to BZM, he said, and the boys, they weren't too eager for an early series. At least they get the second series of the day, so they were able to wake up a little bit later, maybe get a pub in and see if they are prepared. But with that being said, we need to look towards our next series. We're going to send to a break. When we come back, OG taking on Heroic. Two new opponents for our second series of the day. We got OG taking on Heroic, a series that isn't as important for Heroic, but for OG, on the other hand, a very, very important series, considering they are still yet to be determined on whether they are eliminated or placed in the lower bracket or the upper bracket.
100%. Yeah, we'll see though. If Heroic will be playing the same way that Team Spirit has been playing after being eliminated, and that's on a different level completely to what they performed, on to how they performed before. I do believe that Heroic are also a team that, might not take this series too easily, might take it as training grounds, some more proving grounds as well for themselves, to other teams and to themselves, because something that Analog has said, I believe we interviewed him, he's like, yeah, we can win versus anyone if we're in the right mood, in the right setup, in the right mindset. OG, at the same time, looking at them, like they're sitting at 5 wins, 5 losses, 2-1-2. They've had some really rough losses, but also some really good wins. Like they won versus Team Falcons. You mentioned it, right? Like the last series they had was versus Falcons.
Yeah, they're trying to see. We'll see how they're going to be able to compete now against this one, though. So I mean, I don't know if they played another series beforehand. Actually, no, that was their loss. Okay, yeah.
That was the They had like 2 insane series in one day. On OG, they played Spirit, they lost 0-2, and then they switched it 180 and they played versus Falcons, and then they 2-0'd Falcons. So, and the drafts were night and day, by the way, absolutely different drafts from OG in the first series and in the second. Like when you look at the heroes, I don't think a single one was repeated. Maybe a bat or something. Bat. But in any case, they're just showcasing how flexible they are, how versatile they are with their heroes, with their drafts, and they did cook something versus Falcons, something a bit different. They had this nice little trio of Dawnbreaker, Puck, and Marcy going, like something that other teams have tried experimenting with, like some core Marcy on offlane, safe lane, whatever. Puck Dawnbreaker as well, like a good old school combo. So yeah, we'll see how it goes for OG and what the drafts are going to be like. But we might see heroes that we haven't really seen today yet. Something a bit different.
That'll be exciting because I mean, in the previous series and the previous game, right? We got a lot of heroes that we had not seen previously. We got a Bristle, we got a Dark Willow. It's always good to see. There was a Slark as well, right? So we haven't seen a Slark in a while. So yeah, let's see. We've spoken a lot about Heroic. We're the only people that have casted a victory for Heroic. So I know coming to the tournament, we were seeing a lot of their praises, but then how much does it really mean if they're able to beat Spirit when Spirit already eliminated? So I do think Heroic are going to Birmingham as well. So this is going to be, of course, they're going to get a bit of a break beforehand. I imagine they'll probably still stick around in Europe and continue boot camping. But this will be a nice little test for them, just to continue to try and improve and look towards Birmingham. But we do have our draft underway, so let's get into that one.
Fair enough. You just continued practicing, right? Birmingham is around the corner. Elite League as well for you didn't go that well. Another really big tournament that you weren't too successful in, but you can at least use this last series as the training ground. Is it their last series, by the way? Why am I saying it's last? Maybe they have
Heroic or OG?
For Heroic.
Heroic, they should be done.
They're done anyway. I mean, yeah. This is their last series, and then OG have one last one today. Okay. In any case, let's see if Heroic play something different. If they maybe, take this last series as a testing grounds as well for some new strats. But one thing that Collapse was talking about, there's a new patch around the corner, mid-April, right? Like I saw on Reddit as well. Look at this camera. What is this angle, Ari?
We get some interesting angles from everyone. So
Good camera. Good camera. We had the Skitter portrait mode. We get Ari now as well. With some very artsy angles.
yeah, sometimes we get a forehead, sometimes we don't get a face. We get the roof.
I really like the haircut only, you know, when the camera is only showing the hair.
Dire team
Yes, a classic.
One thing that I have to though say, if you're playing and you have a camera in front of you, it must make you. It's like, of course, they're pro players. They've had so many games, but at the beginning, like if you're upcoming a new player, it must make you a little bit self-conscious, right? Just having that camera
remaining.
in your face and you know everyone is watching.
5 seconds.
Because Dota players are shy, man. I don't know if you noticed, but there are some real shy people in the pro scene. I mean, gamers in general are a little bit more, to themselves. So
Yeah, people just want to hang out, play some games. They don't want to be talking to no people. This is not what gets the games going. It's just, them sitting in a dark room.
exactly. Don't watch me while I'm getting my boogers out of my nose, or cleaning my ears or something. It's like,
Yeah, I know. Come on, come on.
exactly.
Let me clean myself in peace.
That's a fresh cut right there. Fresh washed as well. Washed his face, washed his hair, ready to go. Whisper has been on point so far for OG, and let's see what they can get for him. Interestingly enough, Timbersaw went through, not picked, not banned as well, but they decided not to go for it. We have seen that response of Disruptor and Luna crush him, and Disruptor is already picked up, so maybe that's the reason why they didn't go for it. With the Lifestealer ban and the Scent ban, they snatch up the Primal for themselves. Would you say this is a Whisper Primal Beast?
I think more than likely, but I know Bazian does play it as well. Which,
Yeah.
to also add, I know Disruptor can be a little bit frustrating for Primal Beast in the early game. Usually Disruptor doesn't like people getting on top of you, but just the kinetic field and glimpse is not too enjoyable for Dino to play into. It's very different with BKB, and maybe it would be like a second item BKB, especially if it's an offlaner, but it can be a bit frustrating.
Yeah, you're basically waiting for that big item. Once you get the BKB, you're completely... It's like Disruptor is good against you, then when you get the BKB, you're good against him, and then when he gets Aghanims, he's again good against you. It's all about the power spikes, and we'll see how it goes throughout the game. But DP and Tiny, okay. Snatching a little bit of this... these heroes that were playing in the last series, I said maybe we won't see them, but actually we're seeing everything. Primal, Bat, DP, Tiny... Not sure if Bat was played in game number 1, so a lot of heroes being repeated here. Full on meta picks, actually. Nothing extraordinary. Give us a sniper, OG, come on. Where's that? Mid lane into DP sniper. Versus Disruptor versus Tiny, though, would be a little bit sus, a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, and especially when Heroic still will have a response with 18th pick in the second phase. Chen gets let through the pool, though. Okay, I didn't even notice that. So Chen's going to be picked up for OG in the second phase. Did he sneeze?
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
kind
the
of.
sneeze. Sneezing is one of the best things in this world, man. I know people... I can't understand the people that hide it. And I mean, okay, hiding it, sure. But like...
I feel like, I don't know, my friend. I think there are a lot...
Look, you have to cover your face. And of course, you're not going to sneeze into someone. But the feeling of that sneeze itself, like the feeling when you sneeze, is just good. You don't agree? Like it's...
Yeah, but you said the best thing, or one of the best things. I think there are a lot more that I could come up with.
I can maybe think of one or two, and
No,
that's it.
you can't. No, you
But
can't.
in any case, we have a Luna Chan, man. Go away from my sneezes. Leave it alone. It's amazing. You don't know what you just don't respect it, because if it was gone, you'd miss it. You just you're spoiled. You're sneeze spoiled. Anyway, Chen and Luna, like, we have some really nice thing going on for them here. They can push. They can take fights very early on. This Luna is in an amazing spot right now. Can she be countered? What are the picks for Heroic? What can they get here? What's the Morphling banned out? Life Stealer banned out, even though I don't know if he's even considered that great against her any longer. Void in the pool, sure, why not? But it is Hector playing on the other side, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Abaddon or something funky like that from him. What about Gyro? Like, we've seen this matchup yesterday, and like the last couple of days, it's being picked.
It's banned.
It's banned. Never mind. Yeah.
So,
I love how, I'm sorry, but I just love how Gyro, the hero that has been ignored for 3 months in this meta, unless it's a support, just suddenly became a good carry, like suddenly everyone is picking him. But yeah, what do you think about the Void? You called for it.
Well, I'm happy to say on the Gyro real quick. I think it's Io being back in the meta is probably a big thing. And also Heroic, it's probably team specific, right, with the flex. I mean, we've seen KJ and Schofield have some really good games as well with the gyrocopter. So, but yes, with the Faceless Void, I mean, I just see time dilation into Batrider and Primal Beast, and also like Time Walk to be able to get away from the Primal Beast in the lane. It's quite nice. But I do have some worries about the Chen rotating through the portal, and still, this is very similar to how a Beastmaster will play in the offlane, where you just like run down your towers. So, that is something that could be a bit of an issue for K1 with having a Chen up in his face early on. But I think it's a pretty good game overall for the Faceless Void.
No, I see that. I see that. What if you played the Primal Beast into DP? Do you think that's doable for OG?
5 seconds
Like
remaining.
BZM Primal, does he play it? It doesn't strike me like.
He does play
check,
it.
actually. He does.
Yeah.
Into DP, it's not a great matchup. But I'm thinking if they put it mid, and you can see the Doom ban from Heroic. That was my next point. Like, you could get one of these offlaners that are really good into Void.
Entire team back.
Doom comes to mind. Also, there is something like an Enigma as well. That comes to mind that could crush him, and then you get this Enigma with utility, Chen bringing some different kind, and you're just collapsing on the map very early on. That's something that I'm worried about for Heroic. They're cooldown reliant on Void, on DP.
Remaining.
They have some play potential between the supports, so at least that's nice. Like, Tiny can blow anyone up if they get good early game on KJ and Schofield. They can do a lot of work in the mid game. Let's see. All offlaners being banned out so far, but I think that Heroic might even think about some mid. What would you ban into this DP Void? Like, okay, Pango.
So what they had success with, they went into the Coddle. Yes, quite. So,
Okay.
what have we? Conker's banned, DK.
This is all
there-
bad into him.
Remaining.
This is all bad into him. I wouldn't like it.
That's
I
true.
don't
That's
like-
true.
I
Never
don't
mind.
I don't like the tanky boys into him. I want something that can jump him. I want something that breaches backlines, or I want something that completely counters him and his Illuminate Blast. Like, there are heroes that can't dodge it. That's why the TA is banned out as well earlier. Like, TA just doesn't care, at least about the Illuminate. Let's see. Okay, so Primal is still mid. This is your not really the greatest counter, but he plays very well into Void, like always has. So Puck was another option, of course, but I think this this rounds the draft more in we will push and end the game very fast, kind of a way. Or we don't have to win it very fast, but we will take full map control, and our Luna will come online before your Void does. I still feel that Kotal might be an unanswered problem for them. Like, they have a very good draft when it comes to making the Chun work, but I'm worried about the Kotal. I feel that OG left that hero unaddressed.
Which is a bit difficult for them to do, though, considering they only had one pick to be able to fix that issue. So they obviously feel like this tempo is going to be enough from them. I mean, you have such a ridiculous amount of auras with Chen and Beastmaster. Tower's going to go down. Roche is going to go down early. And this is something you were saying about Heroic, right? Is where you felt like they were a bit cooldown reliant. Definitely the Coddle changes that, though. But it's still how much value you're going to be able to get out of the Faceless Void Chronos early game. What's a build from Divine Llama? And really, Disruptor doesn't do a whole lot when the enemy team is like grouping up and running at you. Like when you're the one actually playing aggressive. So I don't know if we're going to get that much value out of the Disruptor as well than what they were originally hoping. So let's see. We're both like pretty big fans of this Beastmaster currently, because I think we casted like 2 secret games in the Swiss stage where Boom looked really good on this hero, and then because Secret got eliminated, no one's really picking the Beastmaster. And I do kind of wonder, like, if Secret actually got through into the groups and, you know, then they had, what, like 14, 15 games to be able to play, then they would have played the Beast a little bit more, then maybe other teams would have caught on. But I'm very surprised we have not seen other teams played it, because we thought this hero looked very good in Boom's hands in the games we've seen from it so far.
For sure. I like the Beast. He has been picked a couple of times with different builds and different success. Varied success, I should say. I want to touch on something else, though. 10-man smoke, we can go into the fight, but this Divine Llama here, for me, is the biggest question mark. Like, we've seen DP in the last game. It wasn't any glimpsers. Ari? Gonna get glimpsed?
There is a glimpser. Unfortunately... Oh, I mean, if he kept running down to the south, he would have been fine, but due to his pathing, he's going to give up first blood, and Divine Llama, well, the person you were potentially questioning on how he was going to perform, he gets a little bit of bonus gold.
So let me go more into that. I'm not questioning the player. I'm not questioning the hero itself. The offlane DP is okay with the task, and Divine Llama is also okay as a, like, really good at the moment. I just would rather see something different with the Kotal mid. Like something that can catch and then Kotal TPs in with travels, uses Vessel, you know, just blows the target up. Another glimpse. This time around, nothing really happens. Divine Llama. Can they go on him, actually? Nice avalanche.
Zim still wants to try and charge in the middle. Divine Llama will go down. Ari doesn't have Flame Break leveled up, of course, but it might not matter in the end. With the Blood Grenade slow, he's going to be able to get in front of the Tiny. Bounty Rune gets yoinked as well as a second kill.
Okay, so you get the first blood on Divine Llama, but he dies afterwards. It's still okay for him because he spent the gold, right? Like he got the gold. A little bit of tips.
I think because K1 yoinked a couple of bounties. To go back on your Death Prophet point, can we see... I know we saw the Atos last game for the DP. Is this something that we could be looking at to help out with some of that, like that catch into Bo2 travel TP?
I think you just leave the catching to Schofield and Disruptor instead then. Like make sure that this Tiny gets an early blink and that's it. I don't think that you can afford to do that just because of your mid laner as well. You need to be frontlining. I would even like to see maybe something like Greaves coming from this DP. Not even the Yules. I think Yules is also really good, but some utility, some sustain is needed for them. That's how I'm seeing the game. And also, I want to see how this mid lane goes. Like, I do believe Kotal should have an easy time into Primal, but maybe I'm wrong.
You were saying you had some concerns about like the tanky heroes into the Kotal. How do we feel like? Yeah. So, what about the Primal? Is it? I mean, you're still Kotal's going to break through him, but at least Primal is able to get on top of the keep of the line, and potentially with +1s, then they can get some kills.
Exactly. That's the big difference between like Kotal, Kunkka, and DK. Sorry, Primal Beast, Kunkka, and DK. Like Primal can move in. Then again, Solar Bind will make that difficult. Until he has a BKB, Keeper of the Light should still come out on top. That Vessel build will dish out a ton of damage to him as well. So overall, I still wouldn't mind playing Keeper of the Light in this game. It feels good.
Dire's
And 2 out of 3 victories has been off the back of Analog and his Coddle though, so they play very well around it, and he plays very well on the hero as well.
This top lane for OG though should be completely in Whisper's favor. This is a lane in which Beastmaster should not be losing. Faceless Void hates playing into all of these dots. Like any hero with a dot usually does well against Faceless Void, and Beastmaster on top of that hits harder, looks better, is more swole. Like Faceless Void feels small around him.
Just a lot of negatives I'm hearing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sucks to be K1.
Sucks to be this Faceless Void. You know, you see this. You've been working out, using your time chamber to work out and go back in time, and still this Beastmaster who's just some wildling. He comes in and he's like, "Yeah, bro. Well, what are those tiny muscles?"
Yeah, and then you have a
Oh,
Disrupt
he
the-
actually messed up. K1 messed up. He will be fine, but Wand was
will be a
forced
lot of
out him.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have a support who doesn't deal with the boars, and in fact really suffers against a lot of the summon spam. So let's see how Disruptor's going to be able to play. KJ is actually even thinking about going through the portal down bottom. It is daytime, so they will be able to see this soon.
He has a smoke. He has a smoke if he wants to use it, but they should be able, like you said, to scout it. Yeah, bro, you're not, you're not invincible.
I mean, I guess maybe... Look, I don't know. They're stopping them from farming this creep wave. I don't know if it's him being here like that.
They are
There's
stopping them, but
some
so
sort.
is Faceless Void. Faceless Void also is
Mid
alone.
lane,
and they know
Analog
it.
might get a solo kill onto him. BZM now might be able to turn around. Even KJ is going to try and TP in as well. So double supports are required to keep Analog alive. With the glimpse back, KJ is going to be able to get the kill.
Yeah, and that's
Got him,
some
Dalai Lama. Oh my god, can I get the crypt off? No,
Got him.
couple of seconds still short, and they're able to catch him. Nice use of the Ghost for the Vision. Tomato snipes him with the beam, and we see the result of the dive mid. Like, yes, you do lose the Primal Beast, but you get a pretty nice kill onto the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, as well, K1 had no support inside his lane, so Whisper
Seb?
continuing to free farm. Seb, okay. BZM, another kill.
another kill for
Stomp, stomp.
Well, the first kill for BZM, right? Like he gets that one, Schofield gets Seb. If you're tiny, you're happy with it. If you're BZM, you're even happier. You just died, you TP'd in, instantly got a kill. The lane wasn't even lost. Ari is trying to snatch some creeps away, but he will not. So overall, a pretty even state of affairs right now. A lot of things happened across the map, but Whisper top lane. There is a Kotl TPing in, and there's a glimpse, so this should be the first kill on the beast.
And it's a huge one. It is a very big rotation. Whatever you can do to try and protect K1 and just slow down this Helm Dom. The more it's delayed is maybe an extra wave or two that he can play in the lane. Divine Llama bottom though. Again, we're seeing the pressure they're able to put on this Chen Luna. Incredibly strong
Some
against the
beams there.
Death Prophet by the looks of it. Divine Llama trying to juke through the trees, but they'll snuff him out. And meanwhile, Ari runs too deep into Heroic's territory, so with the protection of the jungle,
He's
Heroic,
dead.
they'll bring a couple members. KJ is going to get it. So a lot of experience as well for the supports, which is going to be nice. It also gets Analog closer towards the Spirit Vessel.
I'm not sure you're happy with this if you're heroic though anymore. Like you're getting some kills on this mid lane, but your DP is... It's not a hero that you want to leave stranded this early on. I feel like this is one of those that you just have to support throughout the lane. Make sure that she has a nice and early exorcism, takes objectives. It looks like their rune will be snatched by BZM. They are TPing everyone in. Go away, beast.
Middle tower
Go away from my rune.
Top lane K1 will be dive surely. Seb's setting up. And
They can
even
dive.
with the time walk away, but the purge is going to be there. They will without a doubt dive. Nothing that
It's got
OG
Lotus.
has to worry about.
Still that, yeah.
And this is level 6 in Helm Dome getting delivered. That's a catapult timing as well. So a still alive 2 minutes after the spawn. So a good movement out of Seb. And yeah, this tower's gone. You cannot re-enter the lane.
is under
There's no TP on analog, so Keeper of the Light. Does you smoke though? Let's go top. Let's try and defend it with Kotl. Oh, never mind. It just runs into a bat. Like, look, he's one of the best heroes. BZM. Just glimpsed.
Maybe dead though. Look at the
Maybe
vessel.
dead, yeah.
Oh, analog. Oh, the vessel's about to expire. Can they get another charge? They will. Analog cast is there at the last second. Seb's TP is going to be cut short as well. Schofield was still holding the toss. So will be some more vessel charges for Analog to work with.
It's another kill, I feel like.
Whispers nearby. Let's see what the Beastmaster is going to be able to do. You still without
Maybe
a doubt
Vitari?
will lose Seb. They're going to try and turn to deal with Analog. Glimp's going to be able to send the Beastmaster away.
feel like Ari
K1's
dies
even got
too.
the threat of the Chronosphere. They're going to clump up and... Alright, K1 did not have a good lane, but he's still showcasing he can get involved early on with the ultimates.
Bro, just ban this Keeper of the Light if you're playing into Heroic. Like, what is this? This man just soloed the whole fight. Of course, he had some assistance by Schofield, by the... Nice little... nice illusion snatch. Can they go on?
Oh.
They don't have Solar Bind.
No way. Oh, a little bit awkward with him getting out of the field.
Still
Is it
dead.
going to matter? Oh my god.
They're just... Yeah, this is a disaster for OG in the last couple of minutes. They need to regroup, resettle, let this Beastmaster farm. That's what the hero does best at the moment. Pushing in and farming on his own. No reason to make these crazy moves. Your Primal doesn't have Eternal Shroud, doesn't have Blade Mail, doesn't have a single item after the phases. Gotta chill a bit.
Ooh, interesting. The White Llama used Exo for, I think, only a double stack, so this just showcases how rough his lane has been with 3 deaths.
He's literally
know.
solo laning the whole time, so makes
Yeah.
sense, right?
I must say I really don't hate it, because you're not going to use the Exo for any towers, right? That with all the pressure they've been putting on top and around mid, your teammates are not going to have any free time to come use that ultimate. So just use it to farm. It's kind of a cool
think-
adaptation.
I think there was one thing that was unnecessary, that's showing the Exo as it was running out
Radiant's
on the lane.
middle tower
Sure.
is under attack.
Maybe he could have hit it, but besides that, yeah, I completely agree. I think it's good. Top rune, BZM. They're gonna Solar Bind him once again. Avalanche is there. Oh, too late. Too late by Schofield this time.
Do Coddles always go for the 404 build? Are there any instances where you can go for the Blinding Light? I know he
think
gets
there
it now
are.
at 10.
I think there are, but if you're playing mid, you're just going 404.
Sure, okay.
It's just like Blinding Light is good if they're jumping you and if you're afraid of heroes that might go on you, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
he's just completely free here. Travels to the top lane. They caught someone.
Comes back, here they go,
Yeah.
Whisper. Another big kill, slowing down that Helm of the Overlord. They will try and respond on Radiant. BZM's going to be able to get on top of Analog. Tomato through the portal. That
They
is
have
a
Chronos soon.
big target. Analog will go down. Chrono, oh, it's going to be stopped short. Avalanche will actually be able to cover K1, but this is a defensive Chrono just to get the hell out.
Zoning Chrono and he's away bot lane. They TP in the bed just to defend. Okay. And overall, pretty damn good for OG. I didn't expect them to have that fight as cleanly as they did.
Under attack.
Keeper of the Light just died a little bit too fast. There was no Chrono. Chrono was on cooldown, by the way, for 3 extra seconds, so he couldn't save the Kotl. If he had it just a little bit earlier, everything is different. They overlapped their stuns on Void, so he survives, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, Polarize and Lasso was used at the same time, so a little bit awkward.
BZM's going to be able to farm up. Looks like you need another use of the spells. Top lane, Whisper again. And KJ is going to be careful about the summons. Tomato's actually going to come through the portal. No Eclipse for them to work with. Okay, Mr. with the Avalanche. I was going to say, is Tomato just dead? But he's fine. Is he? 1 second?
He is. They heal up as well from the Scuttle. Another good thing that he brings to the table, right? The Illuminate Blasts. Healing whenever. And you can pressure this finally now with the Vailama. He's got Exo, so maybe a tower that you can take. There is Roar, though. And it looks like OG will not let this go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And not a bad read. I mean, Heroic obviously feel like this is not a fight they're willing to take. So they bring all of OG down to bottom. And they will disperse after.
Do you think that, like, late game, you're happy if you're Heroic that you can just stall this game out? Like, right now, you're in a pretty good spot. Your Faceless Void is farming. You're happy about that. But overall, I'm not so sure. This Helm of Overlord will be there in 1,000 gold for Beastmaster.
For me, it's really hard to calculate how much value, how much they're going to be able to buff up the Luna with double Aura heroes with the Beast and the Chen. That's kind of the difficult thing for me, because usually late game you say like Faceless Void is like the ultimate carry, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is going to be a Luna that has a ridiculous amount of buffs compared to the Faceless Void that has none. But then you will be playing with like Scepter Static Storm. You're going to be playing with Reposition on Tiny. I don't know. I feel like both sides like have a lot of positives going into the later stages.
I think the build on Luna as well is what might make a significant difference. Like the Kanda build into Kotl. Like you just zap him from distance with level 4 Lucent Beam with some, I don't know, crit on that Kanda, and he loses half his HP. So you don't have to commit truly with the Luna to deal with the position 2, which is also nice. Same goes versus that Prophet, like very nice. And Void, of course. A lot of utility against them. Let's see, they could go Rush, even. What do they see?
Yeah, I'd like to see them force. I was going to say, they do see Chen. They're trying to smoke towards K1. They'd like a more valuable target. I guess you're going to be able to get the creeps at least, so that'll be a positive as well.
And him as well.
And a gorgeous.
Yep.
So I did want to say that K1 is really farmed on a Faceless Void in a lane where we did see, like, I think he died the once, he lost the tower very early, 7 minutes in, but he's 3-1 and 3. And this is probably a bit of a concern considering you pick these heroes to really shut him down in the early game, which you have not done. So, you know, this is definitely going to play into the draft on now there's going to be a lot more value that K1 will bring them than what usually does in a Beastmaster game.
Well, I would say that okay, they shut him down a bit in the CS, and then he got a couple of kills. But overall, Roar is good throughout the game against him. It's not only the mid lane Lasso, Blink.
It's a big kill if they're going to be able to get Analog. Eclipse, Tomato's not going to be able to enter the fight, but the Avalanche actually covers the escape from Analog, and now Divine Llama's going to TP in as well. K1 should be able to bring down BZM.
Divine Llama on the low ground.
And now as well, Divine Llama, no hesitation, just charging to the river. K1's going to be able to protect him. It's a little too late with the Kona, but it's still good.
Bash.
Connects onto 2. Has he got the damage? Or K1 tickling Whisper. He'll turn to Tomato instead, who is completely alone, isolated for the team.
Glimpse.
Tomato had no one to play with. Now they're going to glimpse back Whisper as well with a Spirit Vessel out. He was tanky beforehand against the solo Faceless Void, but this will not be the case when there are multiple heroes on top of him.
Ari, there's a glimpse in 2 seconds, he should be fine. Yeah, a pretty convincing win there by Heroic. They just waited for all of that. Nice attempt by OG to bait the glimpse and then go in with Primal Beast as well with Pulverize, but you can't do it without a BKB, you can't do it into Static Storm. Analog just survives, and off of that the fight is nice and easy. Flame Break does take the Dead Prophet down into the river, and yeah, sure, you kill her, but it took you so much time that it didn't matter in the end. Nicely done, nicely done. Most on the back of KJ, really, and then the Static Storm that was on point. It won them the whole fight. Literally won them the whole fight.
Top lane, they're coming through the portal though. Ari last will open in a couple of seconds. Probably not going to need it for KJ. Yeah, they definitely won't.
Tower is under attack.
Is this Roche?
They're really good at taking Roche. Like, they have this Luna Chen beast, so they can take it whenever, but it's too early. Like, you can farm up. No need to waste your time doing it. A lot of tier 1s still standing on the map to be taken. Octarine core now on Coddle. Man, this guy is rich. That's 10k net worth, 17 minutes
wow.
in. Yeah,
Dire are
big
scanning.
boy.
Would
Dire's top tower is
do you think he needs a defensive item this game?
Dire's structures are falling.
Let's see,
Okay.
Lasso.
Let's go field. K1's going to TP him, but no chrono. Is this a fight they really want to take? I guess BZM's going to be in a lot of trouble. Freshly
Manta.
completed Eternal Shroud, but it just does not matter in the end. Analog and Co will shred him apart. KJ's hunting for a +1. He's going to be able to get the glimpse onto Ari. Just out of range? Yes, just out of range.
Yep. Static Storm kinda wasted. Maybe you can think about fighting now. You have DD on Luna as well. No Roar though. Let's see, Timado is sticking
Sure.
around. Maybe Roche
This-
with the DD?
Yeah. But you will be fighting to still Chrono Exo, level 2 Exo, Schofield Blink. I think this is a fight you can maybe look to take, but they
they
didn't have
react.
everyone nearby. And yeah, if they react, and it's going to go down too fast anyway. So Aegis will be claimed by OG.
Helps them out versus Chrono, right? It's always nice to have it. This DD makes it fast enough as well. You have, of course, Inner Beast from the Beastmaster to work with. But this game is looking kinda rough for OG. They need these BKBs. Like, they just need the BKBs. The fights are impossible. You're playing... Like, some argue, I'm playing into Faceless Void, why do I need a BKB? Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, sure, but... This Scotland...
Yeah, sure, but shut up.
Let's shut up, exactly. Just buy it. Just buy it, you need
No,
it.
100%. 100%. I mean, especially this primal base. I mean, would you see like BZM 5 deaths, and this was something you were concerned about. Like, yeah, it's a hero that's able to get on top of the Coddle, but if you really have no other stuns to hold him into place and he just repositions and you get stunned once, all of a sudden, you're really going to feel the pressure, the Coddle burst, and that is what we've been seeing. And I like this from Analog. So he's going to go Lincolns. This will be a bit of a defensive item, and something I was kind of considering when I was bringing that question up before the fight, because you've got Raw, you've got Lasso, and you've got Pulverize. So these are some really big single target ultimates that you are going to be able to nullify with the Lincolns.
Even using that Lincoln's on DP, you know, and putting her up front is a good play. Making sure that she will be that pushing hero for you, so having that Exo running with the Lincolns on top of her will be quite nice.
Dire's bottom tower
And Keeper of the Light in this game, like, he could have went for Dagon as well, I guess, but it's not that necessary. Smoke coming from OG though,
Dire's bottom
and
tower
this is
has
smoke
fallen.
into Chrono.
K1, Smoke's going to pop.
Dire's bottom tower
K1 doesn't react. I guess he's got the Avalanche to be able to cover the Pulverize.
And these initiations from
Lasso's going to be
BZM.
there though, so Schofield will be dragged back, and yeah, K1's just going to try and reposition over to the left side. You do have Analog cutting mid as well, so there's going to be no creeps to work with. They'll look for bottom instead, Tormentor and Wisdom, so a great timing for them to be down here.
middle tower is
Yeah,
under
shielded rune on Luna,
Dire's bottom tower
straight into the tier 2, just because of that one little kill. A big kill, he's got a blink on the Tiny. Still a small Tiny, but with a big heart, so... Tormentor will be stolen as well.
Dire's bottom
Unfortunate, the Ari gets it.
Oh, they're coming. Wait, everyone, they just TP'd away. Two heroes just TP'd away.
Timado?
And Tomato's just going to run straight into them. Eclipse is going to be used straight away. But look how fast he dies. And now they didn't need the Chronosphere on the first life. Whisper's still
they need
sticking
it
out, but
now?
he probably has to run with the Raw.
You don't even need
There-
it. Where did he go? What happened to that
this-
Luna?
Is that just a really cool read for Heroic to recognize that after OG get T2 Town Tormentor that some people are going to TP away? Because that timing of the smoke was great.
It was, yeah, it was amazing.
Now BZM?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another one.
Oh, the blast missed. Is it going to matter though? Oh, how many more? They've still got another vessel charge. Radiant is starting
They
to
have
converge
Chrono.
to the area.
Oh, he tried to go through statics, through kinetic field.
Ain't gonna work, unfortunately for BZM. Try and pulverize K1 into the ground, but it looks like it's another kill where they will not need the Chronosphere, and this Aegis advantage for OG's completely shut down, and now the Helm of the Overlord creep has been burned away as well.
OGing a little bit. This is
What?
I'm not sure. Like looking at the items as well, it makes you think if this Eternal Shroud on Primal Beast was worth it. No, maybe a Blade Mail at least, and you still die no matter what. It is worth it. You are playing into Coddle, of course. Like it's a lot of magic damage. That's all he does. A lot of amp as well. But they just need these BKBs. That's it. They need to dodge these fights, get the BKBs, try on off of that, because right now nothing is working.
I really think there is at least a discussion to be had about him rushing BKB. I know it never feels great, but I definitely think
In hindsight,
this is...
though, in hindsight, right? Like in hindsight,
Of course.
it's easy to say, yeah, you had to, but like when you're playing the game, you want to have that one build-up item. You don't want to straight rush the BKB. It just feels bad, and you're always hoping, okay, if I get this one in between item, I'll be able to maybe take a couple of good fights off of that. We'll be able to get the BKB, and then everything is fine. BZM. They're tipping in the Keeper of the Light. Traveled in.
Unfortunately, he didn't go to the other wave. And he's gone. So, BZM, 7 deaths and a further delay. It's also going to be a kill where they will not need the BKB. Nice. Does he have his own Lincolns? Okay, he's got his own Lincolns. So, double Lincolns now online.
Top lane.
And they're starting to
tipping in.
TP top as well.
If the vision is there, that he could get glimpsed. Oh, Seb, he's sticking around. He's glimpsed. He's
The vision
got.
is there. KJ might die to the summons. No, KJ. Get him away. Someone also
Shen
needs
is
to kill
still
Seb.
alive, by
Whisper's
the
going
way.
to try and come in.
Top tower is under attack.
Looks like, unfortunately, he will not continue to live with K1 and Analog sweeping over. It does look like KJ didn't die to the summons.
Yeah, the penitence. He doesn't have Solar Crest. If he had a Solar Crest, he would have been dead for sure. And there's that build with Penitence, Drum, Solar Crest maxed out. Like it's stupid. Like the supports just die to creeps. In any case, Seb, I believe, just died for a sentry, but his ward does continue living, which is good. Like they still have some vision in the dire jungle. I don't know. You have this Beastmaster now with the blink, but no way of dealing with the Lincoln spheres, so maybe some blink force from Bat, and you can play off of that.
Yeah, but it's not even about to be Lincolns. You're going to have double Lotus Orb by the looks of it. Like, Disruptor's on his way towards it. Ari? Scofield's not a bad jump. It is a lot of the control.
Analog?
Oh, Analog, though. Lincoln's going to be able to protect him against a lasso, and now with the initiation completely gone, K1 with a backstab as well. He can look for more. Tomato's going to group on Seb. K1's actually going to try and time walk away. He's got to protect the back, because it does get assassinated from BZM.
I still think they can fight
One.
this, right? Oh, the Chrono!
Oh, maybe they want to go in. He wanted to back up, but no, he's got the reinforcements there. And with the Static Storm layered down on top of the Chronosphere, Tomato at least can pop the BKB, but it doesn't matter. They've got too much crap on the ground to be able to tank up the Eclipse. And now Glimpse is up in a couple seconds as well. BZM's going to be dragged back further inside the lane, away from the safety of his base as OG 5-man wiped. Right? Yeah, another Glimpse.
Yep.
Okay, he's gone. Another good fight for Heroic.
Heroic, man. They're cooking. This game is... by the way, when K1, when he used that Chrono, he didn't even have high ground vision. it was just a chrono on the beast, and you could see that he was trying to even maybe go back, afraid of the roar, but just catches trees, followed up by static storm. Easy team fight for Heroic once again. There is not a lot that they can do. Ari. I mean, this feels like one of those games that's gonna be over by the time you finish your BKBs. They're just taking fights. They're taking fights 24/7. Non-stop fights that they cannot win.
Yeah, and well, unfortunately now you're in a position where good luck avoiding fights into a Coddle Boot to travel, Tiny setting up on the map to disrupt the hunting for picks with Glimpse as well. You've got a lot of map control, you know, deep wards to be placed. It will make it very easy for you to be able to find these kills.
Yeah,
I guess
Lotus
you can
Swords to be
split with the
completed as
illusions,
well.
right?
On who? On Luna?
Oh, sorry, the summons, not the illusions, sorry. I mean, just send the summons down the lanes, maybe that'll delay.
A tiny bit. Yeah, you can, of course.
Oh, busy.
Chen can do it on one side, Beastmaster on the other. Like, yeah, you can. You can buy yourself some time.
Radiant are scanning.
Where's
You said
BZM
Lotus
going?
Orbs, sorry?
Sorry, what?
You said Lotus Orbs? Is some done?
I don't think they're done. They're about to be done. One on Disruptor, other on that Prophet. Actually, that Prophet already
Is under attack.
completed.
Oh, how do you actually fight? Lincoln's double Lotus shortly. Rosh up in 5 seconds. And back out.
Rush up. That's it. If you're heroic, you're just basically forcing a fight here. Not a care in this world. Like, if they want to fight you, you'll take the fight. There is a BKB now completed on Primal, and they do know it. Look at that little circle around BZM. But if you know that he's there, this Aegis is free, and so is the cheese. You can give it to Analog or DP. Both are good carriers, maybe DP a bit better. Dude, Keeper of the Light has more HP than DP.
Dire's middle tower
It's kind of
is
funny
under
to see.
attack.
3.2k versus 2.8k. Of course, a lot more armor on the DP.
Octarine gives so much health. 625?
No, he's got Ags on top of that, right? Like, Ari. Miss you, Ari.
Do you reckon Coddle gets first phase banned?
There's a reason why everyone is doing that. I'm not sure what OG...
Is under attack.
I thought they were cooking something against the call and like thinking ahead, but then they got last pick coddled. Yep, I think you just ban it. Seb top, call is maybe gonna hunt him. Yep.
He is indeed hunted. Tomato's gonna show himself for a second. I just can't play on the map. Very easy with the recall.
Radiant's
It runs here in a split
bottom tower is
second.
under attack.
And they're going to sweep across the map. You've got the lanes in a good position as well to start to get some objectives.
You know what they need to do to Coddle? They just need to bring back Mana Leak. Make this hero disgusting again. I loved it.
Radiant's top tower
Make it. Come on. We don't have enough heroes that piss everyone off.
Radiant structures are
Oh,
Tinker-
shut up. Yes, we do. Okay, one.
Chrono.
Chrono's got to clip up to 2, but the Batrider just on the edge as well.
This is
Radiant's top
mid lane.
tower is under attack.
BZM as well. Has got a BKB but doesn't have a TP to work with, so he will not be defending the base. The fortification as well for Analog. And the recall, by the way, on Schofield. Like, this is...
Oh. Oh no, oh no, oh no. A TP, sir.
they have a glimpse.
Looks all the way to the high ground. Glimpse BKB will
too
expire. Sorry,
early.
will last long enough.
Schofield Schofield wanted to go for him, but he got recalled by Analog. He's like, no, sir. We are pushing mid. Chill.
Radiant's top barracks.
Chill, you rock. Come back here. Instead, they will scout BZM
They might get
once
him.
again. Oh no.
Middle tower is under attack.
Seb's out. Lead him away from Seb. Oh, they're just gonna lead him. I mean, he's got no TP. They killed his courier.
Dude is literally homeless. Like, he can't go back into his own base. They're not allowing him.
Schofield. Nobody get the toss back. Lasso's gonna be there. Sleep will kind of stop Ari from getting too much distance there with the lasso, so there's gonna be no follow-up.
That's still 2 minutes on the Aegis. Okay, minute and 40. He's going in, jumping out. He's got Lincolns, he's got Lotus. Seb is dead.
Seb is gone.
This is...
BZM might be dead. BKB on cooldown for 10. See if they're going to be able to find some bashes. Glimpse back. BZM caught inside the kinetic field. Will-O-Wisp combo. He is gone.
Needed 2 seconds for the BKB. I don't know why I said it so emotionally. He was gonna die anyway, but yeah, they lose the mid lane. They will most likely lose bottom. This is very much looking like a game. Chrono is back up. Game.
And the
GG.
game it is.
Yeah, it's just game. It has been game for a really long time. But yeah. You don't ban Coddle, this is what happens to you versus Analog. Plain and simple. They played this hero way too well. He knows the hero inside and out. Enjoyable to watch him. Just traveling from one side to the other, bringing in his allies as well. It was like the pocket Ricky, you know, like he TPs in and he recalls at the same time, so you end up TPing and there's your ally as well, which is what happened to BZM mid. But it's just one of these little funky plays that he made. It's not something that made or break the game. What broke the game are fights without BKBs for OG. That's like, if you look at it really, like they couldn't take these fights without them. Polarize and Lasso both got broken either by Static Storm or Avalanche. So you just couldn't control Hector, couldn't control K1 for long enough to kill him off. Roar was never there because of 2 Lincoln Spheres that were bought fairly early on, and yeah, this Kotl. I was worried about the Kotl plus DP combo. Yeah, I'd rather have, I don't know, like something that initiates, catches targets, and then Kotl TPs in. But they didn't need that because OG was constantly going into Heroic and getting punished for it. And of course Schofield, he had found enough farm on the Tiny, and he was that one initiator that they lacked.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I had my doubts at the start of either it was this tournament or another tournament we did about this Coddle hero. I think it was just a lot of the games I was casting, Coddle wasn't actually winning, or like was doing fine in the early game, then would just have like 3 deaths and then would just lose the game. But I don't know, I see Analog Coddle and I'm a very big believer when he plays this hero. It's not just him, but I think importantly, Heroic really know how to play well with the Coddle. That is like another really big thing. It's not just the play, but it's everyone else like understand its strengths, and they draft really well around it. So you also like, with that being said, like you brought it up, the itemization was pretty spot on. Like Lincoln's Lotus Orb, what are you going to do? Like you already have difficulties with initiating, now you're running into these items. You have a lane that, yeah, Beastmaster has a pretty good time, but Faceless Void with his first rotation lands a double chrono and gets a double kill. And then he, all of a sudden, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, my lane was a little bit mediocre, but I'm just back, and not only back, he's like 3rd net worth and chilling. So, yeah, I don't know. Heroic is, they got good games, they got bad games, I don't know. Apparently when we cast, they look a little bit better.
Yeah. They need us. We give them strength, but yeah, it's just this. Keeper of the Light is a completely different beast in Analog's hands. Like, it's one of my heroes that I loved and enjoyed playing back in the day, like long time ago on mid, but only because I was annoying. I wasn't winning a lot with it. However, this guy makes me want to pick it up again and play it mid. Just super enjoyable to watch. He's showcasing the power of the hero in its extremities and extremes, not extremities. Let's see what they can do to adjust on OG. Maybe ban it out or maybe figure something against it. I think the simple solution is to get the hero out, though.
Yeah, probably is definitely going to be the easy way. Maybe they can craft the strategy to find a way to deal with the Keeper of the Light if it is, of course, picked up in the second game. But 3 out of the 4 victories that Heroic have had so far in the group stage has been off the back of the analog coddle and how they play around it. So let's see if they're going to look to get rid of it, although, of course, all our questions soon to be answered. First, a break. When we come back, we've got Game 2, OG taking on Heroic. Heroic off to a good start in our second series. Let's see if the Coddle is going to be let through in our upcoming draft, or if OG give it the respect that we feel like it deserves. Because again, Heroic 3 out of the 4 games they have won so far in the group stages has been off the back of the Keeper of the Light. And really for OG as well, I mean, these are getting to the stages where you got to get some victories onto the board. They do still have another series later today versus Azure Ray, but you don't want to leave it to where you are potentially playing tiebreakers, and it looks like that might be the case. I mean, at the moment, they're even at the bottom. So if they lose every single map, they are eliminated. They got to get some wins and hope some other teams don't get that many wins.
Yeah, let me just check. So they are 2-1-2 at the moment, 5-6. They're at the bottom, like you said. Out of these, it's OG, G2IG, Entity, and Azure. All of them are basically... I'm not gonna pretend I can do math. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe they win and they go through. Maybe they win and they don't go through because it's out of their hands already. I just know for a fact that 6 losses, 5 wins doesn't look that great. But if they go 6-6, it would even out with G2IG and with Entity. So it would be like a 3-way tiebreaker if it continues going that way, if both of these teams even it out until the end. First and foremost, let's see. Do they need to ban out the Coddle? That was your question. I do believe that Coddle is a big issue, but in that game, it was particularly a big issue because you had no ways of dealing with him. So maybe... It's a good stuck position. It's a good... I like this camera. I'm kind of worried... I'll accept this. I can continue talking. I do believe that it could be dealt with. Like, you can deal with the Coddle.
Oh, those will get banned. Timber's actually going to be banned out this time instead, which we did not see banned in the first phase. It was actually banned last phase overall. How do we like this though from OG with the Shadow Demon? Well, like, something to do with the Coddle? Is this just a different strategy, a weakness they had last game that they want to try and fix?
5 seconds remaining.
I think that overall Shadow Demon is pretty damn good, pretty damn strong. I feel that this hero is underrated at the moment. Like, he started being shown some love and teams started picking him up, and then everyone moved away once more. I do think that Shadow Demon is ridiculously strong. The disruption versus a lot of heroes that are in the meta is pretty good, like versus Aluna. Even with her, I don't care. You buy your little Aghanim's shard and you think you're sorted out, but Shadow Demon is still good. I think this is basically begging for a Lifestealer pick by OG, but also Heroic could do that for K1. Like, they have the next pick as well for themselves. Doing that would open up all kinds of discoveries, like a Slardar on OG, maybe a Razor. So. Probably not. Let's see what happens. A Centaur, usually when you do pick it up, you ban out the Lifestealers just because of the strength of the lane, but you don't have to. See, so far, Wraith King Zeus on one side, Bane. By the way, this Wraith King, holy hell, man, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Collapse talked about his hate about the meta and how he's playing the same heroes all the time. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, the meta is changing, and the heroes that are being drafted right now aren't the heroes that were drafted even a month ago. You know, like, the meta is evolving. This is something that I was actually always a big believer in. I believe that the meta should actually be kept the same for longer. Like, the patches, you don't need a big patch every now and then. Just unless one team is completely dominating with a certain strategy and you are unable to deal with that, and it makes the whole pro scene stale. I think if teams are kind of up and down, you have one team winning then another, and I think just let the meta evolve on its own. You know, let these players find solutions to the problems on their own. You don't have to meddle in all the time.
AKA, what I'm hearing.
Look at that. Just look at that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just look
All right,
at
no,
that.
no. You're
Perfect.
Sure. I'm
Perfect gamer position. Yeah.
I'm leaning back. I'm leaning back too. We're joining. Who was that? Was that Scroff?
I can't. I'm gonna knock over my green screen, but I'll lean back a little bit at least.
All right, hang on.
Yeah. Are you in?
I'm
Are you in
back.
position?
I'm back.
That's the position.
Feet up on the desk. What do we got? We got a gyro. All right, now we can, chill. Maybe do a little bit of a like ASMR. Where we speak
Tell me about
What
tell
am
me
I
about
telling
this
you
gyro, mate. Yeah.
Well, it's a KJ gyro, right? It was banned. Was it first phase? Yeah, it was first phase banned from OG. So they let it through the pool. They get Centaur though. I don't know. I'm a bit anti-Centaur right now. This hero seems kind of poo-poo. What are the stats telling me though? I can back it up with the stats maybe. Let's see.
Seb, of course you're losing. You're showing all your strategies on the whiteboard, man. Hide that shit. Hide that. Not working.
So it's actually 54% win rate. I don't know. I feel like we've seen this hero lose a lot in the games we've been watching. But
I feel you are right, and it's also like the amount of impact that he's had is not the same as before. I think I have to admit it's the same for Dragonite the way I look at it, because these are the heroes that have been top tier picked. They looked impossible to deal with, but they've been picked so often the teams had to study them thoroughly, like inside and out, and now most of them know how to deal with these heroes. Dragonite, is it a way of dealing with the Centaur? Not really, but it is a hero that doesn't care too much about him, especially later on with the Black Dragon form.
do it, analog. Pick up. I mean, they'll have one response pick, but just do it. You're not going to get it in the last phase.
Go for it. I mean, why the hell not? It's kind of sad for OG, but go for it. Just get that Keeper of the Light. Nothing stopping him, really. They have a ton of damage. Like last game, what I liked about their position 4, I'm not sure if this will be a 5 or a 4. Both in all the teams, it's played on 5 and 4, the gyro. If you are playing the Coddle mid, you like to have either a stun or some sort of disposition, or like a Tiny was really good. Even Disruptor was super solid. They have Gyro, who already dishes out the damage, so maybe getting a Lash, something like that, some objective taking is a bit better.
This is another strategy they had as well through the Swiss stage, where they were very often picking analogs Leshrac and actually having a lot of success with it too.
By the way, all things said, I'd still rather see him on Coddle. I feel like even if you're having a bad draft around the Coddle, they just make it work. It's like when your hero is on a different level, just winning games on its own. Doesn't matter what the game state is like. Sumail, Storm Spirit, TI, whatever it was, 5. Perfect example. And I know people are saying the pro teams and these pro players are super close to one another now, and it doesn't matter. Like anyone can win against anything, but certain player on a certain hero just wins the game on its own, even versus counters.
Especially with confidence too. If you're feeling yourself, you got some wins on the board, you're feeling good, pod match has been looking good, and confidence can do a whole world of things. So we'll see what OG are going to try and close out their second phases. We are looking for another call. Let's see if they actually reveal whether DK is going to go, if it's going to be the Whisper or BZM hero. Of course, we've seen in previously some ranged heroes to be able to address the Leshrac, but you are going to be playing into like Tiny Jump and Centaur Jump, so it can make it a little bit more difficult. I
wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it still. Like,
okay.
Let's see though. You still have the Centaur to work against, so can't pick up that Life Stealer. What's left in the pool for that position 1 that's crazy? You have some Morphling, you have some Luna, you have some Faceless Void. A lot of top tier position 1s left in the pool. What were your options for offlane again? What would you go here? Would you go with Marcy or would you put the Marcy on the safe lane? That's the question. Because they played it once already on OG. They played it as a carry. They had like Dawnbreaker off and Puck mid, if I remember correctly.
There was also another game where Ari played it. I know Ari is like Master T or Grandmaster Marcy, but this will be carry Marcy this game.
remaining.
And I do not again, I know Liquid and GG are on stream B. We haven't covered a single Group A game, Group B game, sorry. So I'm not really quite sure if it's only Marcy with Ira, but at least from what I have seen in a majority of games, when Marcy is getting played as a carry, it's pretty much always with Ira. So I am intrigued to see how strong this hero is going to be without it.
Seconds remaining.
I think the game that they
5
played
seconds remaining.
wasn't with Denial though, right?
OG in particular.
Was it? Yeah.
Let me see. No. There was one verse quest where it was Ira Marcy. I don't know if there was another, but at least the one I just saw was Ira Marcy.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. It does activate the hero very nicely, but overall I do think the carry-to-carry matchup isn't that
5
bad.
seconds remaining.
Like, you get the Marcy into gyro,
Dire
jump
team
on
back.
top of the guy and just eliminate him from the fight straight up from 100 to 0. This is something that Marcy does very damn well. Do they have ways of dealing with it? Not really. You have some toss and stampede, but that's about it. In lasso, you can take anyone down, and they don't have if the gyro is even the carry, by the way, which doesn't have to be the case, of course. It can be just a support.
5 seconds
But let's see how they let's see what they last pick here on heroic, and if they give it away completely or not. Like, OG definitely expecting a carry, so not fooled by this early gyro pick. A lot of teams are flexing gyro into a carry, so ooh, an instant, dude, like instant pickup of the PL.
Oh god.
Oh yeah,
Oh
That's it.
god. That's a good PL game.
that's a really good PL game. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, Dwylama is laughing a bit too much. See, this is the thing. Like, this is what some teams like to do. You're eliminated from the event. Even the coach behind them as well is having a bit of a giggle. Like, you're gone from the event, but you want to make life miserable for OG. And this Phantom Lancer last pick will do that. Like, this is such a good PL game.
Yes, it is, sir. Yes, it is. Like, you get this PL into the Morphling just... If he has a very fantastic game, and if he's like getting a Kanda very early on, maybe it's possible, but look at them. OG, yeah, they're not looking happy, are they? BZM still asleep. Like, second game series didn't help him. Not asleep, just looking a bit tired. But let's see. OG, I do think. Are we not chilling?
The camera was coming back. Right, hang on, sorry.
Come on. Gamer's pose. Yeah, that's it. Something.
We're chilling. All
We're
right.
chilling.
So,
Nice.
yeah, so what are we thinking? This is a Whisper Bat Rider, right? So this is a classic, a Whisper Bat Rider, but we've seen one core Bat Rider recently, and it was mid.
And it was bad.
It was bad. It was not very good. They won the game, but they didn't win because of the Bat Rider.
Yep. Nah, like the core bat just feels off right now, but let's see. Maybe they can do something on OG. You can itemize a bit against the PL. Like, I feel like Dragonite should do... It's not amazing, but he should do a little bit of that AoE damage and slow to the PL later on, right? Like, with the black form, it's not too bad. Morphling is bad. If you play the game fast enough and if you get some Kanda, I think that could be a difference maker as well. Just gotta play the game a bit faster and shut down the PL. And I don't know if this lane is as bad for a core bat as it used to be. Like, PL used to be one of the counters to bat long time ago, but ever since the bat changes, the bat was okay into the lane. Nothing really amazing for the PL.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fine. Although, again, I haven't seen Core Bat Rider in a while, but I know a lot of his matchups got very different with the sticky napalm changes and also the fact that you were playing like Firefly in the lane. So I imagine it's going to be fine. It's just like Look, Batrider Master is a pretty cool combo as well. So I wonder what the build's going to be from Whisper. Again, like if we go in the past, there was a lot of the Boots of Bearing. Like I know drums, BKB, but really was the Boots of Bearing build that we were kind of getting from the Batrider. And there was also a stage, keep in mind, where Batrider wasn't even being played at offlane, but Whisper was the only one that was doing it and making it work too. So maybe he can have success with this game.
Okay, let's see what he can do with this first smoke. Straight into... Yeah. Hello, guys. Welcome to our humble home.
And
He tried from the high ground. They have
got an
barrage.
We do have an avalanche. Nicely done from Ari. Is it gonna matter?
Still stuff has done.
Oh, their own blood grenade. Wait, what's going on now? What's actually?
They're actually losing this right now.
What? They went from their own triangle to Dire's jungle, and now KJ's on it. No one's dead yet. How is no one dead? Ari tries to get the toss. K1 stuck on a high ground randomly from a flame break.
Stun him.
BZM's gonna go down. What the fuck is going on? What is this?
Oh man, this is some full divide Dota right now. Imagine if K1 got stunned on that high ground. Like this game would be over for him. Literally, just keep him on that cliff. Did that ever happen? Like a carry gets stuck? I'm sure it. I mean,
I think
not
it
that
has.
easy. I'm just saying, like level 1, it has. I still remember a long time ago there was this squad called Screen Squad. Screen was always a part of it, of course. Sometimes not even. He wasn't even, but most of the time he wasn't. There was this one game. He would always play these Tusks and Tinies. I remember him cliffing his whole team on with the Tusk snowball.
Really?
Yeah. There's a clip somewhere. I'm sad though. Like a lot of clips got deleted by Twitch like a year or two ago. But
yeah, the purge.
The purge. Some nice memories. Like you go on Reddit to find a clip and it's always deleted. Feels bad, man.
Right, we make new memories. It's nice to reminisce sometimes, but we make new memories of maybe a 5-man flame break from Whisper onto the high ground this game. I believe he can do it.
We'll see. Maybe one day. So far, what's going on in these lanes? Lasted twice. What are we watching? Take me somewhere. What lane are we watching?
Well, we got eyes on bottom at the moment. I don't think it's going to be, at the moment, not going to be kill threat. I think maybe level 3 we might see some potential with 2.5 fly. I think until then we don't need to watch bottom, so we'll look at top. Top also, I mean, Centaur quite strong versus the Morphling. Well, I don't want to say quite strong, but usually like early couple waves, Centaur can maybe have a lasted advantage just because of the Morphling not being able to fully agi shift, but now Tomato's level 3, so it's a little bit easier.
I think there's even kill potential here. Like you have this stun toss into another stun, like Eva toss into another stun and double edge. There's just so much burst potential coming from them. So maybe something they can play around. Especially if Seb is the one caught, you know, like they can... So far, nothing like that's happening. Maybe a small skirmish around the Lotus Pool down bottom.
Rebound looked kind of weird. Brewy. It is... BCM's fine, and I don't think this will... I think both mid laners are going to farm, and we don't really see kill threat between them. A lot of it's, I think, the nuance is going to come down to just the rotations from the power runes, and of course BZM is going to be able to put pressure onto the tower, and Lord can usually deal with that pretty easily with the Pulse Nova and kind of the spam of the spells, but yeah, it's kind of boring mid lane too.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what Analog even skills. Like he's got 2 points saved up right now. If he's gonna go for the Edict build or the Stun build, most likely the Edict build, like into a DK, right? If you get a good rotation, maybe a toss back into Edict can just kill him off. Bot lane, so far they are pressuring, and he's the lowest CS score at the moment on K1, so the PL isn't having a blast of a lane.
There's that level 3 from Whisper. And with the doppelganger on cooldown currently for K1, it's looking like it's going to be a kill.
Yep. This lane is much better for bad than it used to be, of course. No sticky napalm on him. So nothing really that you can do with doppelganger. You can dodge a bit of the spell damage and run away, but if you don't have it, you're dead. Mid lane, Schofield is actually rotating in. So
Is
is
this really a kill?
toss back.
31
see.
shot, he's not dying.
Yep. Without Seb TPing in, maybe. Because Edict had a good chunk of it. Like, he could have continued hitting him with it, but nice little TP from Seb.
KJ again now? This dispose back into the Firefly is really proving to be a pretty big issue for the heroes in the lane. He's got to go for a TP out. And that will be stopped about halfway, so OG. Yeah, this
Mid
bottom
lane.
lane. Oh, alright, mid lane we go again. Analog, another
Same
attempt.
thing.
And it looks like this time, maybe, I mean, they got the illusion to take up a little bit of the Edict. Seb will do it now as well.
Nice
Alright.
little blocks. Yeah. Pretty cool lanes. Bot lane, K1, yeah, they attempted a bit, but he has a lot of stacks on that magic wand. And yeah, they attempted a couple of kills on the mid lane, it didn't work. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is doing really nicely, like working really well for OG. This is a horrible lane to be a gyro in. Like when you look at it, he no matter what you go for, I mean they just stick together. SD.
Looks like finally, oh, Ari's probably going to go down as well. So both supports this time much different. They just don't target the Dragonite. Go for everyone else instead. They're the easy kills, and Analog has a haste now.
Maybe go top with it? Or just the bounty rune, let's see. Yeah, just this rotation from OG down mid felt very weird. You want to secure the rune, you have this Dragonite on the mid lane, but they got punished heavily for it. Meanwhile, K1 was still farming bot. He's actually risen up when it comes to CS and networks, so he's feeling completely fine to solo versus the bat.
Just the one thing is Tomato is completely free farming top. Centaur's going to be fine through the... yeah, sorry.
Nah, I don't know how worried I am about that. Seb, body blocks are there.
Is that mainly because you feel like the PL like hard counters the Morphling?
Yep, that's it. It's about the matchup. It's about the matchup. That's what worries me. I'm not sure. Like, do you just activate the Morphling faster this game, or how do you play around it? Like, it can be all right for Morph. Let's see. He's going for Vlad's. He's going to be very active. It's not like the Morbid Mask build. Let's see. Maybe he just goes Morbid Mask. That's what most Morphlings are doing at the moment. Just to be as farmed as possible. You skip the Vlad's, but I like the Vlad's build.
What is even this active build? Like really active, where it's kind of like... hold that, Analog might... yeah, they'll get R inside the river. So, Analog doesn't... I was going to say, it doesn't have that much mana, but... Whisper's actually going to be here. They're wanting to try and jump in onto KJ. Stampede's going to be there to try and offer some assistance. Analog will continue to charge in. It's getting a bit messy now, though. Analog doesn't have the greatest resources. BZM as well is also going to swing over to the river. And yeah, it just took far too long. Very hesitant heroic. They wanted to go away, then they had to go in. Then we saw the rotations from OG being able to protect them. And
one good thing for heroic is BZM's rotation was a bit of a wasted time for him. Time that he could have, of course he didn't know, but if he continued pushing, maybe he could have done more. He's going on Tiny now. He's just gone with the DD. Okay, now you have a DD dragon hitting your tier 1 tower.
and no one can really show. So we're almost dying bottom as well. KJ, is he going to go for it? 3 points barrage. He might dive the tower, and yeah, he's going to be able to get the kill. I mean, that's a lot of experience for the Gyrocopter. You got mid towers issues though.
You don't have mid tower issues.
Or more at least.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is
Maybe you got
under
a dead
attack.
Centaur soon. Less Divine Llama TP's out. They're going to block off
Ari?
every angle. Ari's going to want to jump off though. Or might be able to get in range with the dispose, but not enough movement speed against the phase.
Nice little stun escapes because of its Schofield mid. Yeah, this is perhaps one of the best Tinies in the tournament at the moment. Bot lane, Whisper messing with K1 a bit, but yeah, without Tiny he can't really do a lot, and now Tiny is rotating in together with Gyro. They're not scouted out, but Whisper is, yeah, he's just too experienced. He sees they're missing, goes back, stacks the Ancients instead of pressuring the PL. Look at BZM, by the way. Like,
It's huge.
he's huge and he's just straight up blinking, straight up blink rush. No messing about. Wants to be very active this game.
Radiant's
Mid lane?
bottom tower is under attack.
That's very wise. That's rebound away. Couple of nices indeed. Tomato is going to see that K1 left bottom. And this means his tower is going to go down probably for free. KJ will try and drag the wave. They're actually going to TP Schofield down as well to maybe protect him on mid. What's going on? Analog, ooh, very deep. Okay. Nice TP from Tomato. Seb able to set up to offer that bit of a buffer timing so the TP would come through before he was able to run back to his high ground.
Centaur TPing bot. They want to go on BZM as well. They have the toss back into the stun. This
Big kill.
should be theirs, right? Yeah.
Maybe Whisper as well. They've got the core down if it's required. And yeah, they're going to drop it. These are some gigantic kills. I mean, we were just praising the high net worth of BZM. And then Divide Llama, we were also saying, like, you know, he's struggling a bit. Like, this is a solo morphling you're playing into. You don't really have any support to protect you. You're not really last hitting too well. Divide Llama's 4-0-2. Just got 2 big kills. He's got a blink now. I mean, he's gigantic.
Yeah. He's top of the net worth, by the way. I don't know when he was struggling. It's not this game, though. The blink is there. Like you said, flying out to him. Even faster than BZM completed his. Nice rotations. By the way, that missile, I hate when that happens. You try and save your ally, he dies before the missile connects, and then the missile hits you and you die as well. It's like, you know, you just have this stupid look on your face, like, why did I even do this? Ari? Tossed back. These combos are looking so simple for them.
Yeah, Schofield's doing a bit too much
Radiant's bottom
for my liking this game. I don't know. I mean, you said it. His Tiny's one of the best at the moment. I know. You know, the games we've seen from him, he always seems to have a lot of impact.
Yep. I feel teams usually ban out Tusk, Tiny, and Kotl versus them. These are the heroes that they just shine on. On position 4 and on mid, of course. But he gets to play with the Tiny, and so far Arcane Boots, 800 gold, 12 minutes in, like, living life.
Dire's
They have
bottom
3
tower
smokes on
is
Gyro
under
to
attack.
work with, but seems like they won't use it. One hero that has been a little bit left on his own island, playing for himself, is Analog Slash. Because of that, he got punished pushing mid, but
K1 top lane. Blink reveal's going to be there from BZM.
can you kill him though?
Instant TP's in, and they're not going to commit. Meanwhile, Divide Llama gets a triple stun, and now Schofield's in with a combo. Oh no, the blink reveal from BZM just doesn't go well
Ari
at
is
all.
here, Whisper is here.
Ari's going to try and join the fray with the Unleash used early on. It's not bad.
It's
How
great,
did it go
you
from
killed no
looking
one.
horrible to just perfect, and our Tiny's gone too? What?
You just lost 4 heroes and it was your turn to make. Like, you counterplayed them and you lost 4 heroes. This is absolutely insane. Like, they're just way too tanky, I suppose, with the Shadow Demon as well, saving them with Disruption. PL was already super low, but he got baited in to go back. The Vlads on Morphling actually being super valuable this early on, you know, like, it's at this stage of the game, it's
Radiant's bottom tower has
very
fallen.
nice to have that extra sustain, extra damage.
They want to try and contest the Wisdom, but it will be too late to get there on everyone. OG even smoke as well. This was scouted out. KJ's, I believe he saw.
Yeah, but what do you do? Like, this smoke is kind of a weird one. Like, are you worried? Like, can you? How do you react to it? You can't just. You know, it's too early to set up some position. It's still a laning stage, more or less. You just gonna continue farming. Mid lane?
But then, yeah, jump in.
No lasso yet.
The response is going to be there. Although Ari's still going to be able to close the distance onto Divide Llama. This fight is better. All right. I mean, I don't know what's going on. They started last fight, and then they're able to turn around with the quad kill this time. Yo, it just looks great for Heroic. 4 heroes will die from OG. And it didn't really look that much different. I mean, Morphling wasn't there, I suppose. Maybe Lesh was there as well with a high ground. We'll hopefully get to take a look at that again.
Some things, of course, have been different. First and foremost, of course, no Morphling. But secondly, they initiate on the strongest hero of the enemy's side. They initiate on the Centaur. They don't even have Lasso. And he already used Stampede. So they basically... I think Ari ate the full rocket barrage to the face. Only him. Like, it wasn't spread out around, it was literally only the Marcy that was taking it. The cooldown was great as well. And yeah, overall, just a much better fight. Lashrak making a huge difference when it comes to damage. This is the man you need in your fights.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
And a man that you need when you're pushing, hiding in the trees using Edict.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower.
Best pushing hero this game. Actually, no, that's not true. Definitely Morphling late game is it's a different beast, and DK's fine as well. Regardless, in this scenario, he's going to be nice.
Best
Yeah, sure.
spell to push with, yeah. I don't think there's a... Maybe Exorcism, you could argue, is better. But it's an ultimate. A bit of a different thing.
So there are a couple question marks I have in regards to what the item build is going to be for Tomato if he does go Kanda next, just to be a little bit more active early. I really don't know if there is any different items Morphling needs to go when he's against the PL. So that's also one thing I'm intrigued to see. And also what the build's going to be from Ari. Because we've seen, like, you know, bashes into BKBs. BKB is queued up currently, but we do have a smoke first on Heroic. Whisper seems like he has a pretty good idea this is going on. Pops a smoke. Chucks out a spell. Tomato was still here, though. So obviously he didn't get the idea that something was going on.
Well, if you flame break 2 heroes, I think you should have an idea what's going on, but maybe didn't get the memo. The Divide Llama right now doesn't really fear anything. Morphling is dead. You know they won't be fighting you. He even jumps though. Bad.
Stampede if need be. A little bit hesitant.
No blink on Tiny just yet. It's flying out in the courier, so they couldn't get that jump from Schofield.
Izium's TPing bottom, doesn't have that much mana to use with the combo, enough for a stun and a breathe fire.
Are scanning.
Do they read the high ground though?
Are scanning.
Yeah, through the portal. Ari up to. Tabs on K1 as well. What do we got? Septon to the Yasha still being worked on. So still, I mean, he's second in and wet though. And this is, again, I mean, ultra late game. I think it's just a bit of a giggle with the PL.
I think he's already strong. Like even right now, if you take a fight with this diffusal agonyms, I think he's not of course maxed out, but he still contributes quite a bit to the fights. Morphling does as well. Like you have the Manta Vlads. I feel he can maybe doesn't do as much. Maybe he's not as annoying as K1, and he still needs Kanda to really have that oomph.
BZM. Nice blink. A little bit.
Stampede,
They're still gonna go for him. I mean, this could be an okay fight for OG, but the toss actually sends him further away from Zeb. Banishment's gonna come through. Tomato with a jump. Oh,
nice.
Nothing onto Analog, and they get the Lesh. That is a lot of the damage for Heroic.
And another one.
Now KJ, yep, they're gonna be able to get him. I mean, it was a desperate chase to him to try and catch up to the Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, Whisper as well is hunting Divide Llama, who does not know this currently. He's gonna be able to cancel the blink. We'll look for a TP out. He'll make it.
He moved back to allow for the rebound, but come on, I guess you're used to this from Timado. He's just such a good Morphling player, but that was that was just so nice. You know, he waveforms, turns into Centaur as he's waveforming and stuns the Lesh immediately on top. It's just such a quick, clean play, very nicely done by him. Basically dishes out the majority of the damage in that fight. Without Lesh, of course, BZM survives, and now he's gonna have his Manta in a couple of hundred gold.
And look, again, bottom lane. No one leash. This kill looks a little bit more difficult this time.
They had vision on him, though. They had perfect vision from that ward.
Okay, got an even game though. I do also want to quickly mention, like, late game DK can be an interesting factor against the PL. It really does depend on itemization. Like, if you do go the right click DK, but I know we haven't really been seeing this lately, where it's still like the Octarine build. But you can look at some like so you can look at some like Mjolnir, maybe Bloodthorn. So I don't know. Let's see. That is something to add if he does want to go down that route. And I know Morphling like 20 talent is also not too bad with waveform attacks. So. I don't know. Like, if you stay even, if you take good team fights, I think it could work.
It's not bad. Like, no, this is one thing that we mentioned during the draft as well. Like, he's gonna go BKB Ags, and I completely am down for this. I think it's good. And with that BKB Ags, afterwards you can go for your, what did you call, Mjolnir? I think AC as well is pretty good. You can get your Bet Shivas. These are, you know, like one piece at a time, maybe an Aghanims on Marcy later on, and one piece at a time you get things to you know, go through those illusions.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I do feel like PL, this game, it's like easy for him to execute compared to like Dire, but I feel like if OG play team fights well, which we have seen recently, you know, that they've been able to do that, and if they can continue to do that as the game goes on, then might be able to find the success they're looking for. Whisper and Seb are going to be able to run into Schofield. Importantly, K1 gets out. Tomato is still showing around bottom, so they've got to be cautious. Of course, Tiny will go for free, but looks like they won't be able to get Tomato as well.
Top lane smoke up. We have some movement from Seb, from Whisper. Is this just a twin gate down bot? It seems like it is. But if you're heroic, you're kind of prepared for this, or at least should have an idea. KJ, though, has the TP.
Could Roche maybe if they want.
What's the timer? They have 3 minutes for Radiant Roche. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Nice little ward by KJ. Plans that ward. A little bit in a weird position, but helps you against rats. Top lane Shadow Demon Seb. The smoke is running out, and so is the Glimmer Cape. K1 might... Never mind, he's not gonna go for it.
So yeah, Roche will go down. BZM's not mid, and in fact, they're actually even setting up mid lane. As you look at the start, they might need to stampede him out before Whisper's in, and... the case... Cool attempt though. I mean, you got 2 heroes not needed, so you'll get Roche with Ari and Tomato, and then meanwhile they're setting up on mid. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late there with the extra TP. Do you like this blink on analog? What are your thoughts? It's going for a next item.
I think it's okay. Like, you have another way of enjoying the fights, going in deep. I'm not completely sold on it though. BZM, the mana is gone.
Oh, toss back to the double stun. Schofield. Oh my lord.
Ari needs to twin gate away as well.
All right,
KJ dies.
Bottom.
And that's a nice thing for Morphling, right? Like, he can always turn into Gyro. Click on Gyro in his build, though. Go all in on those attributes, boy. Don't touch Flak Cannon. I mean, it's not that useful for Timado this way. Just a missile. Does he have a shard? He doesn't have a shard on Morph as well.
I am a little concerned that Analog will die in the fight to Unleash plus Morph. I don't know how you itemize versus the Marcy though. I don't know if armor's, I mean, because it's magic, right? Is it? It's magic and physical, no? I don't even.
It is. It's magical. The pulse damage at least, and then you get attack speed as well, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I think maybe something like Shivas would be okay, but Centaur is buying it. Like with the Shivas, you'd be a bit tankier, and you also like that item against Morphling. If he went Yules earlier, I would have liked Yules as well. Just a resetting tool. It's pretty solid, decent. Gives you a setup for Splitter. It gives you a setup to reset. But he didn't. You need that early. And the Wind Waker eventually is always nice, but you are playing into a Shadow Demon, so maybe one of the reasons why he didn't go for it. In any case, he will be buying the Blink. It seems like he's completing it in 10 gold.
They're gonna smoke before the Blink.
I feel like Blink
leading
is...
the charge. They're gonna run into... Oh, Whisper gets the jump away. They don't have all of Radiant though. Heroic taking a fight with a numbers disadvantage, and Dwylama's gonna be able to TP out. Oh my lord, he actually makes it out of the cliff.
Just taunts them a little bit while he's doing it. They do lose Schofield, and that was Heroic initiating, by the way. So, nicely done by OG, well positioned, reading the move. They have some really nice deep wards. Like, look at this ward. Look at... It's under... Why isn't it dewarded, though? Okay, now it will be.
Otter? Okay.
Timado?
They're back. Because they were setting up top onto K1 because they had a lane ward to scout the PL there, so you TP'd BZM and Seb. And I don't know if they know this
still
on
going.
Heroic. Divine Llama's moving out. Gonna be able to get the stun. Of course, the attribute shift is there. Tomato doesn't have more strength to morph into, though. He's kind of at peak at the moment.
DD?
There's a random DD inside the river as well. Let's see how this is going to be able to turn the fight potentially. When he might just go down and lose it instantly. Yeah, that's going to be the case. But OG, they've been able to react in time. Let's see how BZM's going to be able to enter the fight. And if this is even something they want to take without the Aegis, BZM jumps over into the middle. Ara's going to fall as well. All targeting down KJ, but the counter initiation, they're onto BZM with the Dragonite in some danger.
Disruption.
Stampede, Heroic, all get into the middle, but they haven't killed anyone just yet. The damage is currently lacking. They'll chase down Seb. The Phantom Lancer proving to be a bit of an issue for the supports. Back over to the left side, Tomato.
No one is dying.
Completely untouched, and Heroic just don't kill anyone. PL is not at his peak. Schofield will assassinate Whisper onto the backline. Meanwhile, K1, I'm going to see it's a Dragonite left alone, but K1 is only tickling BZM, and meanwhile, Schofield still was killed off, and I mean, no TP on K1. They're going to try and intercept him. We'll be alright.
He will be. Can they take any objectives off of this? Probably not. Tier 2 still standing on top lane. Mid lane is pushed in, but you can't really do a lot about it. But man, Seb, perfect timing right there. Just perfect timing with the disruption. Like, he keeps Dragonite just alive for long enough for Vlad's and everything to kick in, like his Dragon Blood, of course. He heals up, and then when he's out, he has Sidekick and Vlad's on top. So he heals every time he hits, he heals ridiculously. So they couldn't... Did they kill anyone at all besides the Aegis? No
Whisper
one, right?
got.
Whisper. They got Whisper, okay. They did get the bat at least. But very good fight once again for OG. These fights are not easy for them. They're just executing pretty damn well.
Yeah, well, I just watched the replay. Nice save from Seb.
And look at after the save, that Dragonite just pops out with a quarter of his HP, you know, and he was almost dead before it. Sidekick doing some massive work as well.
Yeah, Marcy, SD, got to go. You got to go. Don't even jump anyone else. I mean,
this Marcy has a crit, by the way, going dataless. Like, no basher, no messing around, just go full damage. That's a grandmaster
Whisper
play
top
right
lane.
there. Shivas.
Should be able to get the kill.
Yeah, they're pushing in mid though, and bot with the illusions. They're abusing the Shadow Demon Dragonite combo a little bit for now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
If they see analog, which they will now, do they force stop?
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under
Does he have travels? He doesn't, right? Yeah. No travels on him.
Are scanning.
Like top will still go. Yeah, that'll go down even without. They're not going to force high ground though.
Dire's top
Analog's got to
tower
stay
is
back in the
falling.
base and continue defending.
They are forcing. Look at it. At least with the
Okay,
illusions for
never
now.
mind.
Dire's top tower is
I
under
thought that OG might fight top because they are scouting Lash Rack down bot. But without the Bat Rider, yeah, probably don't want to risk it.
Still, alright, K1's going hard. I don't know if he's still like we need this butterfly on him, or if it was just like. I wonder how different the fight looks though if like SD's actually caught first. Because it seemed like some damage was left to be desired in that previous fight.
But maybe if he's tankier, if his illusions are tankier, the damage will come on its own. You know, sometimes
Okay,
all you need
sure.
is sustain. It's not really about getting the right clicks. If you die, it won't matter. BZM though.
Smoke
He
up.
sees, does he run?
Got the
does
high
he
ground.
jump the right one?
Doppelganger is back up. And the rest of the team are pretty close by to be able to react
broke
as
Lincoln's.
well. Lincoln's going to be able to protect K1. Whisper with the jump in.
Lash.
They're going to try and blow up Analog, and they will. He's gone. A quick and easy kill for them. Now Divine Llama as well under the unleashed damage along with Tomato. OG, a great fight at the front of the base. They can now knock on the high ground.
They have creeps. Actually, the Karti is saved, so he's gonna come back in. They have so many illusions with the Shadow Demon. K1.
K1? Where he might be dead as well. Look at the damage, man. Is this just game?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh my god, OG Schofield's gone. It's a 5-man wipe, 2 team
They're going
fights. What?
They're going thrown 8,000 damage done by Morphling in that fight. Kanda Skadi,
talent.
this man is, yeah, level 20.
Are under attack. Radiant's middle
Enchanted Quiver as well. They need to pop these buybacks if they wanna defend.
Buy back and toss in.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Are we buying back? Are we defending?
We're done.
Are we out? We're out. We're done. We're done. Alright, we're done. Oh, they beat the PL. I thought this was a GG PL pick. But no. Apparently
It was GG, but for the other team. Very nicely done by OG. Like, congratulations to them. They are keeping their hopes and dreams alive for that playoff stage. The group stage suddenly doesn't look that bad for them any longer. They still are not through yet. They have the Azure Ray to play against, but this game very nicely played, very well deserved. The Lashrak mid nowhere nearly as impactful, I need to say though, in comparison to the Cuddle from the game 1. Overall, Heroic had some nice plays. The tiny tossbacks with the Centaur, with the Gyro, so much damage in this early game. They made it work, but then it all fell apart once Marcy came online. I feel like this is the hero that really changed things. Like the BKB on Ari, and he's suddenly just blowing up your heroes, even without the Morphling, even without the Dragonite. And I should say 2 supports, like Seb as well saves this fight here with the disruption, resets, and then they fight. Look at, like, they got no one in the end in this fight, and it looked like it was their fight to take. It's too much damage coming from OG. Bot fight as well when he saved Dragonite, like around the river, that was massive. That Aghanims plus Diffusal Blade just didn't do a lot for PL. Like overall, I expected greater things from K1. This is the fight where they looked good, right? Like, and it wasn't really that long ago. And this is the fight where the Shadow Demon saves the dragon. Like, look at that. Just this play right here. He had no HP.
Oh.
And look how he
Oh.
respawned. Look at that. Whoop. Suddenly I'm back.
Back and you only lose Whisper at the end. I want to see that last fight again if we get to see it. I don't know if it was the Morphling and the Marcy that blew the less shot from 4-0.
Yeah, I think Lasso was on him as well, right? So
yeah, it was, and just Tomato waveform in. I look, this Marcy here seems like in a bit of an interesting position. Because I know when Marcy was like introduced to Captain's Mode, we were getting this hero a lot as a support, and people were like, of course, there were a lot of complaints, and they were well-deserved complaints because all the spells were incredibly broken. But your ability to scale late game as like a support was ridiculous. So we kind of just saw like really in a couple fights what Ari was able to do with BKB, and it was impressive. And I know we're getting a lot of other people at the moment. You played as a carry too, so I'm really excited to see how the meta continues to develop once we get to the playoffs and the two groups clash.
Yeah, I'm both groups have their own style, right? Like we have heroes that are currently played by everyone, and we have heroes that are played only by some teams. Like you have this PL attempt on the Morphling that doesn't work. Like usually versus Morphling, you ban out. Like when you're playing Morphling, you ban out the PL, you ban out the Naga. This time around, the PL does go through. They pick it up, and they still didn't manage to win with it. We'll see if the Marcy will be the flavor of the meta. We've seen some Dawn Breakers as well recently, so it is evolving through the tournament. People are starting to pick up on different things, different ideas, which is something that's really nice. It's kind of stale when you know what you're getting every single game, and the only thing that matters is who plays it better, who plays it a little bit faster. I feel like we're not in that state. At least in this tournament, we're in a state in which all teams have got a little bit of their own flair, and all teams can surprise us with something a little bit different.
Yep, without a doubt, which makes it exciting for us to be able to watch these ideas clash and to see who is able to come on top. Of course, comes down to execution, but we get to see the ideas, going head to head. And at least for OG, they're going to be able to take this all-important second game. Of course, they do have a series later today versus Azure Ray, so they are still in the hunt to be able to make it into the playoffs for Elite League, whether that be through tiebreakers into the lower bracket or upper bracket. That is still yet to be worked out. First, I do believe we're going to get an interview with one of the OG boys. Not quite sure who just yet, so we're going to send to a break. When we come back, interview, stick around. Hopefully some of your questions will be answered, so we'll see if that's going to be the case. But first, a break, and we'll see you guys soon. All right, we are back. We've got an interview set up, ready to go. It's going to be Tomato from OG joining us. So, Tomato, thank you for coming. Congratulations on the second game victory. Intrigued on what your thoughts was and the team thoughts were when you saw the PL pick. It was a pretty instant pick from Heroic. Were you concerned, or did you feel like you guys had some responses to it?
What's up? Not really. Like I guess we were surprised a bit, like because they insta picked the PL, so it felt like they let the morph on purpose, because we will get PL. You know, like we took the trap in a way, but I think we had enough AOE, and we had like very comfortable heroes. So for example, me, I've played this PL morph matchup a million times. I know it's not the easiest for morph. I know like you can lose it, but I also know the power spike, so we weren't particularly like, oh no, you know, the PO came out.
Okay. And it's with the late game as well. Intrigued about how you guys. I mean, the Marcy. I know you can't reveal too much. We're getting some other people playing the Marcy carry. I know you played it as well with the IO. Do you feel like this hero can like only solely be played with the IO at the moment if you're going to put it in the carry role, or are there some other pairings that make it viable?
hmm I mean, it's kind of undiscovered, right? It was like Liquid kind of set the trend with picking this Marcy, and they're also a good IO team, so they put IO Marcy. It's like Marcy on steroids, so you're like wondering how really good is this hero? Is it the IO? Is it the Marcy? I think it's hard for me to say because I'm not like a big Marcy player, you know. I'm not a Marcy enjoyer like my teammate Ari. So we'll see. I mean, I'm on the lookout. I saw some dude playing like I think it was Yuma playing like some Marcy Battle Fury. I'm like, he looks okay. So we'll see. I mean, I'm unable to answer it. I feel like you'll get the answer with time. But she definitely has surprised.
Okay, sure. And just really quickly as well, I know you're going to Birmingham now as well. Of course, all your attention is going to be on Elite League currently with your series later today. But do you guys think you'll be taking like a couple days break and then boot camping for Birmingham, or like what's the prep looking for that event too?
Bro, there's like no break. There's no chill. You know, like I've been, you know, I live in the States. I've been like away from home for like 2 months now. So pretty much it's gonna be like Elite League into Birmingham, and then we have like some other tournament. So no break. I mean, we're like 4-man boot camping right now, and it's like OG boot camp, so it's like chill. But we are like we've been try harding for like the last 2 months non-stop, something like that.
Cool. Okay, thank you, Lizard.
Yeah, congrats on the win. Once again, you have a couple of extra games, so I'm not going to take too much of your time. You're talking about OG Bootcamp. It's probably one of the best things that comes with the team, right? The house in the Portugal. Can you at least go to the sea a little bit or play some table tennis? What do you do in your spare time? Are you at least able to chill afterwards? Like after the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice because we have like days off in this tournament, so it's like play 2 series, day off, play 2 series, days off. So there is a moment to reset. I guess particularly what I've done is like I play a lot of ping pong with my teammates. I play other games. I play some StarCraft. I watch movies. Yesterday I've been watching movies the last 2 days. So it's kind of like a mix of like I wake up, super try hard, watch replay, play Scream, blah 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 blah, play pops, and then there's like some ping pong after in between these things. The weather's really nice in Portugal, so like I have food outside, like we have a table outside, you know, so it's like really really pretty. And yeah, that's pretty casual, nothing too relaxed, but nothing too intense either.
I saw you guys have a pool as well, a gym. Like it's a dream house. One more thing, by the way, you just mentioned StarCraft. I'm an RTS enjoyer. I have this idea, this thought, maybe it might be wrong, it might be right, that RTS games improve you in Dota as well. Like when you play StarCraft, like you get a bit better in Dota when you come back. Did you feel that ever, or is it not the case for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've always played RTS, but sometimes I don't play. And I feel like, how to put it, I feel playing Dota makes your fingers lazy. Unless you're like some Tinker Spammer or like something like that, you know?
Yeah.
And then every time I go into StarCraft, like I haven't played for like 4 or 5 days, and then I feel like I can't play to the speed I want to. And then when I get to the speed I want to, I go to Dota, and it's like, come on, like this is like, where's the challenge, you know?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's more brain.
100% my thoughts. Yeah. Same. It feels like you're training in, like you have that oxygen mask, you know, for sprinters or something. You're playing with higher difficulty, you know. That's it from me. Thank you for the nice answers.
Yeah, it for me as well. Thank you, Tomato, for joining us. Good luck in your latest series.
Good luck.
Thanks, man.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Dude,
Okay,
I
there we
love
go.
This is literally what I've been talking about. I played Warcraft 3 before, and like you go into Warcraft 3, you're not breathing. You know, the game lasts 15 minutes, and you're literally until your face turns red. You're just focused so hard every single second. You know why what I hate about Dota? One thing, it's the downtime. There's too much downtime. Like even in some pro teams, you have players alt tabbing, going on Facebook, you know, chilling, checking what's up. You know, like I've seen that before. Trust me. But in RTS, is like there's no downtime. You're just constantly in, and I feel it could be a nice method of training for a lot of players. Just practicing to play some Warcraft, some StarCraft, using all those units. It opens up your mind to how much is possible, that you can actually do way more than just controlling one unit.
Is this where the Meepo spammer comes out
Exactly.
of you?
No. That's why I played all the micro heroes in Meepo, because I was literally bored with normal heroes. Like that's where it comes from. It's no joke, but I really think it can benefit. Like I know Ice is also a StarCraft player, I believe. There's a lot of players that are good and that have played RTS before.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine there would be a lot of crossover, and it would be nice for Tomato as well to be able to play a little bit of StarCraft and chill and hang out in Portugal with all the boys. So, of course, wishing him and OG the best. I do have one more series as we get to take a look at the standings. Again, I don't think anything really has changed in Group B today, or so far in Group B with the series we've had. So. Actually, no, I do believe Team Liquid with their 2-0. Yeah, they're guaranteed upper bracket. Of course, Blacklist already eliminated. Team Spirit Heroic eliminated out of Group A. And of course, Falcons are through. So this means our last year, like we still have 2 more series, of course, on this stream and the other stream as well. And that means these series are so goddamn exciting because they're pretty much elimination series in a way, or maybe we get tiebreakers, which is possibly even more exciting because tiebreakers just add another whole layer of your complexity and excitement and just everything else to it. So I feel like, guys, buckle in. I know our first 2 series, of course, with Spirit and Heroic, unfortunately they were already eliminated. Azure Ray and OG were still playing for a lot, but these last 2 series now, all the teams are still in, at least on this stream in particular. So the games are going to be really, really fun, and G2IG versus Entity is a great 3rd series.
Yeah, it just looks very likely that we're going to see some tiebreakers, at least from this group. Just looking at the standings, everyone is 6-6, Entity 6-6, G2IG 6-6, OG 6-6. Like, we have 3 teams with the same exact ranking, and they have to play it out for that fourth position. But also OG is playing Azure Ray, so if that goes OG's way, they could take their spot as well. They could go 8-6, right? So we're going to be very interesting. Like this group
you're
stage.
frozen again, my friend. It's okay. It's not a bad pose.
It's a good pose. I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're thinking hard. Well, yeah, no, there's a lot to be determined. So we'll see. We got to get those series. We got to get them going underway, though. All right, you're back. No more good thinking pose. But yeah, we got to get these series going. So next up, G2IG up against Entity on this stream. It's going to be a bit of a break, but it is a all-important 3rd series of the night. When we come back, we'll see you guys with another exciting group stage match to try and close out our final day of groups here for the Elite League. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in the final day of the Elite League group stage. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. We've got some sick games coming up, man. Like, I was looking forward to these on the schedule before we saw how close these teams are in the standings, and now it's just even better. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. We're at that the final day. I can't believe there's been so much buildup of like, ooh, it looks like we could have tiebreakers. I think we're gonna have tiebreakers in Group A. There's a good chance for it, but Group B, the group that has like endless 1-1s, somehow there's a chance there are no tiebreakers, depending how some of these last series play out, which is crazy.
Yeah, we were
Perfect. We got the
expecting, right,
standings.
with how many draws there were in that group. It's like, clearly there's gonna be tiebreakers, right?
There's gonna
Like
be so
3
many
wins
tiebreakers,
separating
yeah.
first and seventh, and now we're just here with, you know, Team Liquid and Extreme already guaranteed in the upper bracket position. Tundra guaranteed in at least third or fourth. And you just have Aurora, Gaming Gladiators, Bet Boom, and Boom all fighting for the last spot, which it can be decided if Gaming Gladiators gets the 2-0. If they get the 2-0, the bracket's over. Like, nothing else matters, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if they go 1-1 with Blacklist Rivalry, then that's where there is at least a tiebreaker between Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, and then if Bet Boom and Boom, they have to play each other. If one of them gets a 2-0, then they could also be part of the tiebreakers for getting that last spot in the qualifier. So that could be pretty fun on that side. Here in Group A, so we're about to watch G2IG versus Entity. If either of them get the 2-0, then that team is qualified, the other team is eliminated, and whoever qualified, whoever got the 2-0, might have to do a tiebreaker. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are, but I'm pretty sure they'll have to do a tiebreaker for the upper bracket spot. If they go 1-1, then I'm pretty sure there are definitely tiebreakers, either for, I think, just straight for qualifying. Like, I think if you go 1-1, they will have to play each other again, but also you might have to throw in OG if OG goes 1-1 in their next series. So tons of potential here for not only games today, but tiebreakers would be tomorrow. So we might get even more Dota than scheduled.
Hey, man, that's what the fans want, you know? That's what I can do. You know, just more and more Dota. It'd be great. I haven't lost my voice at all, so I'm ready to go, you know?
Yeah, my sleep schedule is totally fine. I'm ready for more Dota.
Oh my goodness. Right now, as you mentioned, G2IG versus Entity. This game is going to be so much fun. Both these teams have looked very good. We have seen Entity, and we talked to a few different teams about this. They're one of the teams that actually really like going for the IO Wisp if given the opportunity. They also have some kind of niche picks for, you know, the 5. They play the Bane a lot more than others. And then the big one, the Monkey King draft, which we'll see. It got beaten once, and they didn't go back for it. So we'll see if how they feel about running against G2IG.
Yeah, I'm curious how G2IG feels about it. I feel like I wish we had gotten to talk to Falcons, because I was really curious about how they approached that Monkey King strat, which I don't know how much they'd be willing to share anyways. But I feel like when I see it, it took a lot of work, a lot of talking. And for another team to do it, granted, you now have an example of it. You can go look at Falcons and see what they did and try to imitate it. But it is still a lot of work that maybe you don't want to put in. And maybe it's like, it's just, just press that ban button. It's a lot easier. Coming into the draft here, we might get to see that. Oh, look, we got some smiles from G2IG. That's good. Spirits are up.
Man, I feel like every time we look at this team, they're always having a good time. Like, especially after the 2 interviews we had, right? It's just like, oh, this team's always just big chilling, you know? Between Xnova and JT, they're just high spirits.
Yeah, we got a couple smiles here on Entity 2. That's good. DM, he's just like, ooh, hope I get to play a different hero today. I had one fun yesterday. One fun. Will I get to have another fun today? Or will I be back to the same 2 heroes for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, hard to say. But we've got a draft just hitting underway here, and I will say There are a lot of these heroes left in the pool, but the big notable one, no Wisp, right? No IO. These teams, who was it? It was Noob yesterday, right? I was trying to think of which person in our interview was straight up just like, it's broken. Every team knows it's broken, and no one's going to be letting it through. And it gets banned. The Wisp is not available, so we won't be seeing the IO Marcy. There are some teams that still run Marcy as like a support, but yeah, I think the IO Marcy combination that has looked almost unstoppable. It looks like Aurora was the first team to lose with it earlier today, but it was 7-0 after last night, which is pretty good. Those are pretty good numbers, Zach.
Yeah, at a professional setting, that's quite nice. I mean, you can always say like you need a bigger sample size, which is fair, true, but when you're really approaching that elimination status and there hasn't been that much time to figure it out, pretty good strat to go for, or you don't want to deal with that. So I understand it being banned out, and then looks like we had a Bat Rider first pick. Nothing crazy there. Just for Entity, I think like OG is the only one that flexes it off lane. It's most certainly a position 5 or a position 4 from Entity. I guess that flex potential kind of. I'm sure DM would be down for it. He's like, guys, I haven't even played it. I would love to. I'm not prepared for Bat Rider off lane, but it's not Centaur. It's not Brewmaster. I'll do it. Send it. He's ready for it. But the response is going to be the Dragon Knight. Yeah, right. The response for Dragon Knight, I mean, this could just be the mid hero, which this hero looks pretty stable. Like, he got nerfed. People dropped off from it. And then we're kind of getting back to it because it turns out, very stable laner, late game scaling. I mean, that's pretty good every single game. Just back to locking it in first phase.
All right, so let's talk about the important things here. Monkey King Centaur still in the pool here for Entity. They ban out the Brewmaster, which I think is probably the correct decision, seeing the Bat Rider first, right? That's like the lane combo they love to run with the Bat Rider. But Lifestealer is still in the pool, which we saw as like pretty much the best counter in the lane to the Centaur, and they've actually got an Enchantress as well.
Do it, boys. Lock it in.
Huge amount of damage.
Send it. Monkey King Centaur. Just do it. You know you want to. It's in your hearts. It's calling to you. It's crying out. Pick me.
Dude,
Kill
what if
couriers.
you just grab the Lifestealer instead on Entity?
The issue is I feel like you don't know your lane and there'd be ways to make it kind of miserable. It would protect your potential for like Monkey King Centaur. Like you could pick, for example, Lifestealer Centaur, and it's like, ooh, we might pick Monkey King later at like 18. But I feel like you're revealing a lot by doing that and having to save the Monkey King later. I think if you're going to do it, just like do it, just lock it in. Last time we saw weird looking Monkey King.
Okay.
All right, we're not doing it.
So the Clockwork Earth Spirit we've seen them do before, and I'm a little bit surprised because they have the option to go for the Grimstroke, but because of the Bat Rider that's already picked, I guess they want a little bit more kind of lockdown, something that offers like good kill threat onto the Enchantress as well. Now you could still do some weird stuff, but yeah, Monkey King Centaur not happening this game.
Too bad. That's okay. This is a pretty fun one to watch as well, actually. The Earth Spirit gets online really quickly. We often see like Spirit Vessels picked up or Blade Mail. This game already looks like a great Spirit Vessel game, so that's what I would expect from no one here. And I guess Bat Rider Clock could still be flexed, so I guess we'll just see what the other cores end up being. From G2IG side now, probably your other support, and then either another flexible core, or you pick a mid laner into Earth Spirit because you pretty much know what it is. But if you're feeling good about Dragon Knight versus Earth Spirit, which I think would be fine, I don't think you're killing that Earth Spirit, but you're definitely getting the farm you need as the Dragon Knight, then, I mean, that's fine too.
So my question is, well, that answers where my last question was going to lead. So I'm not even going to ask it now because it would be stupid. There's the Grimstroke I was just mentioning for Entity. I was going to say, if you flex and show the position of the DK, it does leave you open for a Lifestealer on 18. And then you have like Lifestealer versus DK lane, which is kind of rough. But I like this Weaver Grimstroke a lot. It is pretty difficult for Entity to grab this guy. Now, Earth Spirit is at least good at jumping the back line. Grimstroke's Inkswell does give you that hard dispel, so it might allow Weaver just to always reliably time lapse. So we'll see how this ends up playing out, but that's a cool lane, or at least a cool duo. The lane's probably the Enchantress Weaver, but I've seen Grimstroke Weaver quite a bit as well.
What's the response here? I guess you could pick an offlaner good against Weaver. You pretty much know it's Weaver Enchantress at this point. I wonder if there's a world... Well, I feel like Doom might not have the greatest time in the lane, but it kind of looks nice overall. I mean,
Mars
Centaurs...
isn't bad either.
Yeah, I'd be open to that. Centaur still in the pool, you know. Sorry, DM, but you're a pretty good Centaur player. You just run it back.
You
for,
could
like,
still just do the
10th
Darkseer. Like when you're playing against Dragon
open
Knight
to
and
that.
Weaver, Darkseer kind of owns. Like the illusions are great against both of these heroes. So having like Earth Spirit and Clockwork, you could run for a Darkseer as like your last pick here. They pick up the Templar Assassin in the carry role, so if this ends up being an offlane DK, which it usually is, especially into the Earth Spirit mid matchup, I think they'll probably want to put the DK in the offlane. TA should look really good in that role.
At that point, I think you pair it with the Clockwork, which... Actually, I guess you'll need a couple points in Side Blades first, because TA's range is so short. I don't know if she could hit over the cogs at level 1, but after a couple levels, that could be a dangerous combo there. Get a Meld Strike off, Battery Assault, trap them, all of that jazz, right? Grimstroke especially could be at risk there. Dragon Knight himself might have enough armor to be okay, but...
You just always side blade the cogs as well, right? If you're like, I can't get close enough, you just like attack you get 2 attacks off each cog as the TA, right? So
that's fair. That's fair.
And I'm gonna guess they have 0 armor. If I'm gonna, it'd be like side blading off the trap. I'm guessing, right?
I've never actually even thought to check. I'm pretty sure they did.
Imagine it even has an armor value. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but
it's actually just like 5,000 armor, but it still dies to 1 hit.
It's like an attack counts, like the wards. I like the Primal Beast ban. There's the Doom ban as well. Again, that one looks so good just on paper for everything against G2IG. Like dooming up the Weaver would nearly guarantee that you can find those kills in fights, especially when you factor in just Magnetize in an early vessel that Earth Spirits usually like to go for. So yeah, I think that combo is really good. I think that was a very smart ban. I still think it leaves open the potential for a Darkseer. They get the Meepo ban.
Yeah, these two teams actually both play
really
Meepo.
good.
Yeah, we got carry Meepo for Entity on Watson, and then JT plays an offlane Meepo, which is not too common to see, but
kind of good
it would
against
have
TA.
been cool. Yeah, it would have been cool.
Dude, I'm for the Darkseer here. I think Darkseer owns. Like, it gives you everything you want. Like, the ability to fight DK illusions. Weaver's illusion definitely hurts quite a bit as well, because it gets the Geminate attack.
I think the issue is the Enchantress for the Darkseer that has the Dispel.
You're right.
And then there's, like, she could even take a Purge creep. I think that's the risk of the Darkseer. Otherwise, I think it does look like a Darkseer game.
Could you just, like, ignore the Enchantress and...
Oh, heck yeah!
Darkseer?
Let's go, DM. I don't even know if Venomancer's any good, but this is one of my favorite heroes, and I'm pretty sure it's literally unpicked.
It is. It has been unpicked, unbanned the whole tournament. So... Wow, there's a Pango still in this pool. Okay, so last pick Pango. Quite good against Venomancer, I'll be honest. That is an impossible matchup for the Veno. The only thing that's funny is if you get the Shard and he goes for Rolling Thunder and then instantly stuns himself for the first, like, 2 seconds of Rolling Thunder. But that's, like, about the entirety of the matchup that's good for Veno.
Okay, I gotta say, I was really excited to see Veno, but I don't even know how good of a Veno game it is here. I mean, I trust DM with it. He likes Veno a lot. I've watched him play it a bit, but Weaver's kind of annoying for you. Like, of all the heroes to just provide slows against, Weaver is not really the best. And Venomancer's biggest, or one of his biggest weaknesses is like the early levels where he's quite weak. And I feel like Enchantress Weaver are pretty strong there. I guess he'll have a Bat Rider with him, and that's a lot of magic damage for, say, an Enchantress stepping up trying to play aggressive. You Flame Break her back, double slow, run her down with like Firefly.
That's it.
It's a lot of damage. But I feel like this will be a very volatile lane. Like, if they first blood the Venomancer and possibly even get that second kill, like, I think it's just done. I think the laning stage is over.
I feel like Enchantress goes 1 point enchant Blood Grenade and just like sees Venomancer and throws it and then just says, "Go Monet, go kill this, go kill the
Get him,
the little
boy."
slithering snake over there," while he runs away from a Bat Rider, and it's gonna be like who dies first scenario. I think it is a cool pick just because like we haven't seen it. I don't think it's that great this game. You're into Dragon Knight, who just does not care about this hero at all. Weaver and Pango also are kind of just like, well, I have time lapse, and Pango has, spell immunity for entirety of team fights. So I'm unsure. I think it could give them a really good pace to play around. Like, that's why I was kind of thinking the Dark Share is like, oh, we have the ability to like up the tempo and, run around with this Earth Spirit initiation. The Venomancer is similar, right? It is supposed to just shut down lanes. But you can't go max Gale here. And that is typically how you would like crush a lane, is just like finding kill after kill or making the lane impossible for the enemy supports by just Gale spamming. But you can't do that against an Enchantress. That being said, he goes first point Gale. So what do I know? We'll see how this ends up happening. Welcome everybody. It is game 1 of Entity versus G2IG. Both these teams tied at 6-6, fighting for that playoff position. We'll see how close it ends up going as a deep wrap around here from Entity. I'll walk through the Watcher, but smoke does not get popped. There is a high ground ward, and Fishman might know about this one. Yeah, I think they do. I was like, they guessed that perfectly on the smoke pop from Watson.
No kill, but a D ward for no one.
30 seconds to battle.
Some a little extra gold. I think the Venomous Gale. So I was saying this is really dangerous for Veno. Weaver actually is also quite fragile himself, and he has to be very careful with how he uses Shikuchi, which has a 15-second cooldown at level 1. And without it, this is a pretty slow hero. So if Monet's positioning is a little off and gets flame breaked back, for example, he'll die to like one Venomous Gale.
Oh yeah,
you'll leave it at 1 point because you'll max out the passive, but
okay, well, that was an interesting rune fight there. We'll just continue continue what you were saying. I just like watched everyone run in and no one takes damage and runs out.
Yeah, it was like 8 heroes and like 1 guy takes damage. It's like, okay.
All right, back to the game.
Yeah, I think you want to see what flame breaks you get. A lot is on Kataomi to get that. A good flame break could get them kills on these relatively squishy heroes. Maybe not level 1, but like level 2, level 3, it could definitely come out.
And this is why I'm so unsure about the Gale versus Enchantress, because she just opens Enchant, and you can't really throw the Gale until the Enchant is out, right?
No, she can't use it on her own allies.
I'm stupid.
Am I stupid? I don't think so.
You're right. I don't know why I was thinking like, oh yeah, he'll just remove Gale.
Don't worry, no one plays Enchantress.
First game of the day, I haven't had my coffee hasn't been in my system long enough. It's still early, so yes, okay. I actually like the idea of going like a 2 points in Gale early in this lane. Then I think it's actually really good. I think you go 2 points early. You'll still max out Poison Sting because it's like, what, 800 damage or something? It's insane.
Yeah, it's quite a lot per auto attack. I forget the exact number. Plague Ward, I'd be curious too, because if they do want to play tempo, Plague Ward early is good, but 2 ranged heroes make it pretty easy to kill the Plague Wards, so you'd have to get like at least 2 to 3 points pretty quickly in it. And I think with these squishy heroes...
Go ahead, sorry.
Down here? That's crazy.
Yeah, they just dive the tower with Inkswell Dragon Tail.
All right. Then.
Oh, he was so close to level 2, and that is just pushing that timing absolutely perfect from JT. He was, what, literally like 9 XP away from level 2.
Yeah, he's got it now.
I mean, there's a lot that's happening these side lanes, but I just want you all to know the only thing we're gonna be talking about is Venomancer. So this is welcome to the Venomancer stream, everybody.
This is my favorite hero.
I love Venomancer as well. He's actually one of the coolest heroes in Dota. I also want to say that the people who designed this Venomancer set deserve a raise because it was such a cool like single piece that came out that they ended up just designing an entire set of immortals for this hero that kind of just match the theme, and they're all phenomenal. They're some of the best items in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty
They're
good.
so cool.
All right, quick talk, mid lane, no one doing pretty well here. We've seen him play this hero a bit, and a lot of times what he does is just like kicks away the enemy mid hero and then denies creeps in front of their face. So
It's great.
At first I was surprised by it, but now this seems to just be the norm for no one's Earth Spirit. Like, just pick up an early CS lead.
It also means, like, people who are unfamiliar at playing into the Earth Spirit mid lane also just need to watch their positioning, because the easiest way to avoid that is to not be in front of the creeps he's trying to last hit. Because if you are, he'll kick you, get the last hit on the creep he wants, and then also deny. So you have to be careful not to allow him to kind of get all of those things at the same time. Looking at DM, looks like he did go 2 points. Gale, X-Nova cannot move, and he will be forced to TP immediately back to his tower. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, another Inkswell kill here set up off the Dragon Tail onto that Clockwork. He was deep. He was, like, really deep. Space for Watson.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
that's
is under attack.
space. It's okay.
Oh, they're going for JT. Fishman's back. He's got angry bones right now,
stun.
but Stroke of Fate is out. Blood Grenade is there. Watson trying to
think they've
chase him
got
down.
this.
He's got a Melt Strike in one. I think he's got the damage. That's very nice.
You never could.
Just fatten up the kill for Watson. That's worth more for him now.
Haha, I wanted to die twice.
What? Look at that Cogs!
How did that Cogs connect? Wait, excuse me? Okay. Oh, it was just all a plan from Fishman.
People
All
wide
according to
Cogs
plan.
right there.
Dude,
I cannot
right?
believe how far he pulled that in. That's crazy. That was a vacuum right there.
Top lane,
Top lane,
Katomi.
Katomi.
Oh, he's getting chased down by the Golem. The Hurl Boulder, not available. It's already on cooldown. Can't finish it off. So he'll have to salve up. Good thing that he has one. Otherwise, this lane would be very scary. Mid lane. No one gets to dodge out with a rotation of Bobica. I mean, this is cool. Some action in both of the side lanes already. X-Nova
X-Nova
might be dead this
dead.
time. He does not have a TP, and he could throw the Blood Grenade for fun. He will. Tries to go for the deny. He gets it. That is the one downside of Venomancer. You get the deny. You're not going to lose Katomi. Monet trying to bring down DM. Gale in 4 seconds. Honestly, if he hits the Gale onto Monet here, it'd be pretty good. But they have a really great ward placed here right outside the tower. Oh, okay.
That
He's going to
deny
go
was,
for it.
That deny was really good.
I think the Enchantress, like, sticked just to make sure the last hit, like, wouldn't go to the enemies, right? DM might be dead here.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower is
Monet,
under
careful,
attack.
buddy.
Fishman might be dead.
Okay, Fishman is
Definitely
dead.
dead. Tried to go for the rune. Nothing to say. Gets it anyways. Amplified damage. Didn't even use it for that kill. So he now is level 6 off of that kill. Gonna shove out mid, and we might see him rotate.
They find the ward now. No one came top. He TP top, saw the Weaver immediately Sakuchi's away. So I think they're like, oh, yep, there's a ward here. So first rotation for the Earth Spirit, not great, but nothing to say, having a fantastic time. He's actually really farmed here in this mid lane.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so far, a lot of farm across the board. Like, Dragon Knight does have a good chunk of denies, but all the core is going to be pretty farmed this game.
I will say this, one of the best changes to Venomancer in a while is the fact that
Watson's
he's
gonna
universal.
die.
Watson is definitely dead. Yeah, stuck between two, I don't know, two impossible to deal with heroes, and nothing to say will also be the one that grabs the Wisdom Rune. He's like, this is my game, you guys, all right? I know these supports, you want experience, but not today. It's all mine. Yeah, this, I'll be honest, the offlane not going great for Entity. Not really as good as I think they need it to go.
That's the thing I'm wondering about is what was the logic behind the Venomancer pick? This is not the usual type of hero I would imagine it into, but of course that could be fine. It could be more for a early mid game timing that they're going for. But he's going Sanjin and Kaya, which is not what I thought he would do. Like I thought you'd go like Team Auras or something if that was the plan. So I'm just really curious to see how this hero ends up playing out. I hadn't thought about Kaya Sanj on this hero, but it is pretty good.
It is a lot of damage, right? This hero kind of owns being universal now is one of the best changes to Venomancer that's, you know, existed. So he just actually gets a lot of damage from leveling. You know, 3.8 per level as opposed to the old, like, a little over, like, 2.5, I think is what his agi gain used to be. And allows you to go for, like, double bracer and tank up. Like, he's not, like, this fragile kind of weird support he used to be. It's a very different Venomancer ever since he changed to Universal. They're going to go for an attempt here at the top. Potentially, no. Good ward placement there. We'll scout the Enchantress. Maybe this is the idea? Okay, hold up. I think I figured it out. DM will just start maxing Plague Wards, and he will just be a bot in top lane that they can't push into, and you're going to have a Bat Rider who's giga farmed. That's got to be what it is.
How farmed is he currently?
Not
too
that
farmed, but he has been making stacks.
Yeah, I feel like that's got to be the play, right?
Maybe. Could be. They could be looking to... Well, I don't know. Like, the damage over time is going to be insane between Magnetize and Venomancer. Even, like, Bat Rider. So you got a lot of, like, damage over time that then TA comes to clean up. I don't know, maybe that's some of the idea.
Radiant's top tower is under
Maybe?
attack.
X-Nova also finds a Troll Summoner now, and this one's rough to deal with because your tower's about to die.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, they have to pop the fortification.
Radiant's top tower
They
is
got to
under
start
attack.
dealing with these. Pango is kind of scouting the triangle with an illusion, which is nice. But 2k gold lead for G2IG, and they're going to smoke to the top lane. I think it makes sense, right? You have a timer on this troll. You want to put it to good use. If you can come through the triangle here and actually bring down this tower, find a kill, it'd be amazing. They're looking for DM. They've got the Inkswell. He is surrounded. No way out. Kill goes to the Pangolier. Katomi slowed up by the Enchantress. That's a double.
Radiant's top tower is under
That will
attack.
be the tower as well. Dude, this is a very sick rotation.
Clean up an early tier 1 tower. You cannot just leave Weaver up here. Like, he was already kind of doing fine versus Venomancer, but a Venomancer who loses his tower is pretty sad because you have no escape, right? So you depend on setting up Plague Wards to defend you and for having towers to, like, fall back to. Now there's, like, so much wraparound potential on DM.
You're gonna go
I get
mid lane
nothing to
here.
say.
That is a level 6 on the Grimstroke, so that Soulbind doing some work as Fishman's in trouble. Rolling Thunder still available for the Pango. They force the objective on the side of Entity and get huge punish. Looking for the Enchantress, doesn't even have the damage. Katomi can't finish off X-Nova, and it's just 3 heroes dead. A 5,000 gold lead all of a sudden. This draft not panning out the way Entity had hoped. They are so strong in all 3 lanes. Like, they have won all 3 lanes handedly.
Yeah, bottom lane I guess kind of went even, but I think that's fine for a Dragon Knight, right? Like, you're not always there to shut it down, especially versus like a TA. You're just gonna push the tempo while she's still farming up. Yeah, this Venomancer pick is not working out.
DM's like, guys, I have played your crap heroes the whole tournament. Let me pick one. Give me one pick, please. And then they're like, all right, bro, last day, you get to pick one hero, and then we're going right back to Centaur and...
It depends how he does. After this, they're like, you're back to Centaur.
No one's just dead, dude. He, like, the amount of damage that they already have on this Weaver is ridiculous.
Yeah, he finds another troll. What is this? How are you doing this, X-Nova?
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, get the Kobold. Dude, this Kobold's got like double damage with his skeletons here. He had plus 12 for a moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, another tower.
Kobold face-off in the mid lane.
Has fallen.
What do you bring? Okay, what do you do on Entity to slow this down? Because you have lost 2 towers. You have Dragon Knight's ult up in 20 seconds with a Mage Slayer, and they can just walk to bottom. Like, how do you stabilize this game?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Precious bounty.
I know I'm supposed to be the analyst, but I've got nothing here. It's a really rough spot to be in. These are not heroes. Like, Venomancer who falls behind kind of sucks. I've griefed many a games with this hero. He's not the best recovery guy.
Dire's bottom tower
You want
is
to win
under
the
attack.
lanes, and I kind of think several of your heroes are like that. Like Clockwork, who's behind, doesn't feel that great. Earth Spirit, who's behind, doesn't feel that great.
I feel like if you wanted to...
Watson's-
Go ahead, sorry.
No, it's like Watson's like kind of doing okay, but TA is also a hero who wants to be relatively ahead to like physically burst people down. At this current rate, she won't be able to burst people, I think, and then they have a good amount of control on G2IG, plus ways to break refraction. Ooh, this melt strike.
Yeah, I was like,
Nope,
there's
never
no
mind,
way
they
he
know.
gets out of this one. They saw her here under the tower. They're a little bit too late on the rotation. They do get the hook shot into the Venomancer ult, and it's going to do a significant amount of damage. And the longer this goes on, potentially the better for Entity, but you've got to survive. They've managed to take down the Dragon Knight. Grimstroke is low. He's going to make it out, though.
Radiant's
And
bottom
now
tower
Bo... Like,
Where
no
is
one?
he?
Wait a minute.
He is!
Actually,
Oh
off
my
the
God.
mark. Kick, roll. He's trying to just survive. This is an Arcane Rune. The Magnetize doesn't stick. It ends up being a 4-for-1. If the Magnetize keeps rolling on these heroes, that's how you win these fights, right? They win the long fights always on Entity, but... You're 8,000 behind. You lose your Templar Assassin at the beginning of the fight. If you get multiple kills there, maybe it's worth it, but man, that is another costly fight here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to highlight how at the end of that fight, it was 4-for-1, but you saw on the side of G2IG how everyone was at like a quarter health, right? And that's where this early difference, that's what changes this fight, is the fact that they all have a couple, an extra level or two, they have some extra items, you're missing some spell damage on the side of Entity, you're missing some items to help buff you up, right? And if this is a more even game, or you did win your lanes, then that kind of fight is a 4-for-1 in the other direction. And that's sort of why, like, I see it very hard for Entity going forward here. Like, once these heroes fall behind,
is under attack.
Okay.
it's just such a struggle. What's up?
In that fight, I was like, where the hell was the Magnetize? Did you see what happened to it? That was the saddest Magnetize I'd ever seen. It was so unfortunate. Oh, hold on. We'll bring that back in a moment. We just gotta watch Fishman die. No one
passed. Now it's
pops
up.
the Arcane, rolls in onto the DK, pops the Magnetize. It dies, like Dragon Knight dies within like a second, and it doesn't chain to a single other hero. So the entire
I
fight
see.
was taken without the Magnetize, which is the difference of potentially 3 heroes dying. Blink in, Ink Swell, follow up here onto the Earth Spirit. They've got another, right? Like, with the Venomancer ult and Magnetize ticking around in these fights, that's how you play this out. But they didn't manage to get it, and it really hurts them.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, good
is
catch.
under
I didn't
attack.
notice that. I'm old. I can't see these things. There's so many effects nowadays. Everything's going all over the place.
I didn't catch it initially. It was on the replay. I was like, what the hell happened? Like, the Magnetize should have owned. But yeah, I guess it doesn't own if it doesn't hit any heroes.
Well, it owned the one guy it hit.
It did own JT. Yes, that is correct. So 9,000 gold lead. I guess DM has a Sanj and will just finish up his Yasha. So Yasha, sorry, Kaya. Okay, yeah, we can watch the replay again here if you see. Watch the roll in here onto JT. We'll see it in a second. He's taking a lot of tower damage too. The lasso like pulls him away and it chains to nobody.
I can't believe that Magic Titan hit more people. They were all there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's it didn't chain to the Pangolier somehow, which maybe it can't target him because he's debuff immune.
So he got stunned by the
it's
roll and
supposed to-
couldn't drop a boulder
Yeah.
to scatter it.
Is
Yeah.
that what it was? Maybe that's
guess
what it
so.
was. Yeah, the Rolling Thunder hit him and he couldn't drop the remnant.
The follow-up, yeah. All right, they're going to get a pretty fast Roche on the side of G2IG now. This is very doable thanks to the Enchantress. You just slow down the speed so much. Plus, he somehow has another Troll Summoner. Like, what is the console command for this creep? How is he doing this? How does he keep summoning these into the game?
Good players get good RNG. That is just a fact of life.
So
if you want to
true,
know
so
what's
true.
holding you back, Twitch chat, if you're like, why am I not 11K playing on these teams? You just don't have good enough RNG. If you were good enough, you would also have good RNG, and you would be 11 or 12K.
It's true, it's true.
Just remember
I've never
that.
had a
It's
bad
not
teammate
you.
on my team in my life.
Yeah.
Good RNG.
It's not you. It's them. Haste rune out here from no one. We'll be able to... I mean, he's going to scout a little bit. Nothing to say. They're like, oh, he has a haste rune. We're not killing that guy. Never mind. Hookshot top lane. They're looking for the Dragon Knight. Katomi here as well. I mean, you have the magic damage to kill this guy for sure. The question is, how much do you have to commit? All right, it turns out not much when you bring all 5 heroes. So kill goes to Watson. That's a valuable one.
There's a ward here spawning Watson. They could maybe think about a return kill. Actually, they're looking at no one instead.
Yeah, he did.
This early Aghanims on nothing to say because he's so rich did so much damage right there.
Yeah, and you just so easy to play around, right? Like, you've got the follow-up Grimstroke stun. It's like you swashbuckle in, use the inhibit. He can't really roll away without getting, like, the kick away first. So if his kick is on cooldown or his roll is on cooldown, he's 100% dead.
Yeah, and that time it was the Phantom's Embrace, which our Spear doesn't have the fastest attack speed, so just
Yeah,
can't
even
even do
better.
either.
I guess that's one way to guarantee his spells are not usable. Just silence him, forehead.
Simply silence.
All right, Venomancer is going the Shard, which, like I said, is legitimately good in this game because you're against a Pangolier, right? You throw it on the Pango, he presses Rolling Thunder, it instantly dispels, but then he's stunned for 1.6 seconds. So it is like a kind of a funny little thing you can throw against a Pangolier, but it does nothing if he's already using Rolling Thunder. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. I guess also Grimstroke Shard, now that I think about it. Anytime you hard dispel with Grimstroke Shard, it will stun the hero.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I was trying to think if it's gonna work like Slark's, where it just like immediately removes the stun as well, but I don't think it should.
No, it always
I think it should
applies
just be the
after.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Dispel goes off, and then it triggers the stun and damage. Which, it's a lot of damage, legitimately. It's a 300 damage nuke. They're smoked up onto the backside. They're going to find Dragon Knight. The Blink Lasso reveal here from Katomi. Off the mark with the hook shot. That might give JT, well, I was going to say, a chance to kill Katomi. But no one
what a
actually
roll.
snipes the roll. Gets a
Oh, you
nice
need to die,
silence
baby.
as well.
Never mind, actually. Holy crap. That was a
I
lot of
thought, I
damage.
mean, that was very close. He's got to be careful. Rolling Thunder in from nothing to say. Yeah, you
Oh,
are
he
not
is
getting out of
so
this one.
stuck.
We've seen this before. Oh, boy. The perfect chain stun
What are the odds I get 2 kills in that location?
in the same game, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a single thing like that the entire tournament, and twice this game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Pango. A lot of Pango.
Are you telling me this hero wasn't nerfed?
Not enough. Not enough.
Dude, I love when you accidentally buff a hero in a patch that was supposed to get nerfed. That's the best part. Smoke up from G2IG as they head into the triangle. Katomi here to break the smoke, also has a ward. They will see them. Watson's got to be careful. Hookshot again off the mark. He's going to be able to force staff. Nice save there from the Bat Rider. Silence comes out as well. Instantly dispelled. Here comes DM on the Veno. The roll in from no one. Tries to get on the backside. He pops a BKB. Gets a nice silence into the Magnetize. The damage is rolling, but the dispels from Bobica are there. They managed to just take down the Veno. Enchantress trades and grab the Aegis now on the Weaver. Blink Lasso into... No one currently playing his own team fight, 1v3, and I think he might finally be getting punished for this one. Silenced up, surrounded, the Gleipnir comes out as well, he's dead.
I guess all things considered, that wasn't the worst. That G2IG initiated that, and you trade 2 for 1 and the Aegis. It was your mid hero though, which is getting a little sad.
Yeah, I mean, you
also
lost...
your offlaner, actually.
You lost 2 cores for the Enchantress
and
the Aegis. It's kind of rough. Oh. I mean, it was a nice play from
you're
Katomi.
11k behind, though, right? It's like, well...
Could have been worse.
Could have lost the game there, I guess.
I mean, the Enchantress was worth like 600 gold or something ridiculous.
Pretty rich.
That was a really nice force staff from the Bat Rider. Otherwise, I think Watson might die there to the Inkswell stun. Hookshot in top lane live. We're going to see them go on to JT, and they're trying to finish the job, but the double Dragon Tail actually stunning up Watson long enough. They're trying to get in range for Bobica, but he's not going to get the battery salt in time. Clean disengage.
If you can drag this out long enough to get to Venomancer Ags, you will start doing a lot of damage throughout fights. There's the BKB Dispel on Weaver, the Pango roll-up, like you mentioned. Dragonite has Manta, Grimstroke Shard. I think I saw Enchantress running around with a Purge Creep earlier, but doesn't currently have one. So there'll be ways to proc the Q, and if you can just throw that out while defending your high ground, you can definitely get them whittled down and then eventually commit. The worry is he is an Ags away from an Ags, so it's going to take quite a while. And I don't know if he'll still have his high ground before he picks it up.
You also have to consider there's so like just the amount of dispels that are out now. Like you were talking about them. Bobica nearly has Guardian Greaves, so even the support will be able to start reducing a lot of the damage. You have Manta done, you're just a Pango, BKB, and then of course Guardian Greaves. You might see one of these guys go back for a pipe, and I say that Xnova is already working on it. So their goal is to just reduce this overwhelming magic damage in these fights and try and take the game off of it. Right now, we're going to see them delete the Bat Rider. That didn't take long.
No one scouted out.
Surely. Okay, I was like, surely he gets out right. I'm surprised he didn't just roll and go for the TP. Maybe he didn't know where these heroes were.
I think so. If he knew it was just a Weaver on his own, I think he would have gone for it, but... You'd sure feel silly if you got Blink stunned right after that.
They're looking for Xnova. He might walk into a trap, and he will. The roll in, gets the Force Staff to safety, does manage to kick him back into another trap silence. Okay. Can that be enough? Did he uphill miss twice on Watson? Okay, well, Clockwork now just going to be stunned up by GT, brought down, nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder, continuing the roll-up perfectly placed here to just bring him down. Blank Lasso grabs the Grimstroke. They should be able to pop him. No one has a Magnetize available, wants to be able to get this one going. They also do have the Venomancer ult. There's a great hook shot. Managed to get on top of Xnova. They roll in, Magnetizes out, but the damage to just delete the Earth Spirit. Oh my lord. And they're all just disengaging. Monet pops a time lapse, does get stunned up by the latent toxicity, but they don't have any more chase. They might get him on the ward mid or on the trap, but can they even chase?
If they can get this, would be really big, but it's got Shikuchi again already. That's close. With the Weaver kill, that would have been pretty good.
That's double buyback. Like, I didn't even realize that I had to buy back 2 heroes for this.
Yeah, I didn't notice the Venom one. I think even with that in mind, like, still killing the Weaver there would have been kind of okay. Because I think at this point, you're pretty committed to Watson saving you in terms of damage. So as long as Watson keeps picking up kills and gold and items, like, you still have the damage potential after you just like whittle it down with your various amounts of damage over time.
Well, that is a dieback now on DM on live. But yeah, I looked at it. It looked like TA legitimately high ground missed twice. One of them was the Meld Strike against the Enchantress. So they might have been able to kill her right at the rip if those didn't miss.
Like you said, you gotta just have good RNG.
It's how you win. It's how you win Dota. The roll in here just feels so bad. He's like, boom, magnetize, and gone.
Yeah, I think didn't refresh magnetize at all because of that. Okay, so how would you feel if I told you no one's working on a Radiance?
You know, it wouldn't be my favorite item, but it does kind of do what their game plan is, which is just uncontrollable AoE magic damage. Again, I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Maybe Kaya Sanj would be as much damage as a Radiance, but I feel like he needs to be tanky, and I don't know if evasion is gonna be what makes him tanky this game.
All right, I won't tell you that he's going for Radiance.
Okay, yeah, please don't tell me. Yeah, let it be a surprise.
I will say, hypothetically, if he were working on a Radiance.
Yes, hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically. We are kind of in that stage of the game where maybe you're just like, we just have to creep cut and we can't fight. And maybe the Radiance would help a lot with that, right? You just like roll into the creep wave and they just die.
Okay.
I feel like rolling boulder and boulder smash is also kind of enough to kill a creep wave, but
oh, it is. Especially since you went rolling boulder damage, which no one does this actually. We've seen a lot of mid earth spirits do this over the magnetized duration and damage, which is interesting. But I guess it is one of those things where when you have a substantial bonus amount of damage on rolling boulder, right, from 60 to 170, right, tripling the damage effectively, like that is quite good for farming creep waves.
Yeah, I guess that's the difference, right? 15 is really good upfront damage when you ult, but you're not ulting all the time. And then that 25, it combos really well with Undispellable, but that's a big... That is 10 late game levels, right? It's a long time before you get that. So
yeah.
The farming speed from the rolling boulder damage helps you get to that late game, where Undispellable is still good on its own. We're getting to that late game.
They go for the lasso onto the Enchantress, and okay, she's dead. But that was your Veno ult, so
yeah,
you're missing a lot of damage
there
in the fight now. They just jump in on top of Watson, and he dies before he can do anything. No BKB. He will have a buyback. DM getting walked back to the fountain. Tries to finish him off. They won't get the kill, but now comes in no one. They're going to buy back here on Watson. Try to pop the Weaver. The latent toxicity. Okay. It stuns him. Okay.
One.
That's BKB as well. So they might be able to just pop him twice. That is absolutely huge. The rack still defended, and now the chase continues. JT trying to get out of here. He's going to make it. You lose the Grimstroke. I guess when you don't play against a Venomancer ever, you have to consider that BKB is a stun.
There's a gem on the ground, guys. There's a gem.
Double damage.
Where? Oh, there is a gem on the ground.
Someone pick it up. I think Watson pinged it.
Looking at this fight, it was interesting going for the Enchantress first. It works. It gives you the the team fight advantage, but it does cost you Watson's buyback still.
Yeah, I think they just got baited in here, though. I think after the Watson kill, you just immediately go back to barracks. They were trying to make use of the rest of their like rolling thunder and all that, but it baited them too close to the fountain, which is what allowed that to happen. Fishman died again, by the way.
Yeah, both supports just got owned. I don't even know what happened there.
I think they were going for the rune, maybe? I don't know.
They have not noticed this gem, and they are going to go get it back. They're just going to recover it on G2IG.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, here we go. Couriers on the way. All three at once. That's
yeah, wait, why are every courier is just like, it's mine?
Ignore it for like 2 minutes and then everyone bolt for it.
That was definitely like
I
a
think-
shared
well,
unit control thing or something.
I think
like,
Watson pinged it earlier, so he probably assumed someone got it, and then he was probably like, "Hey, did anyone get the gem?" And everyone was like, "The gem!"
All right. I will point out, no one does have a completed Kaya Sanj, so I feel validated now.
Good thing I didn't tell you to get radiance. I
No,
was
you said
foolish.
it was hypothetically. So
Yeah, it was a hypothetical radiance.
yeah. So that's good.
Technically,
No one-
whatever's in your quick buy, it's just a hypothetical build, right? Until you actually do it.
It's true.
It's not real. It's not real until you commit. Hypothetically, I buy a Midas every single game.
Radiant are scanning.
It's my sticky buy, actually. Smoke up here from Entity as they need to find themselves a big fight. And, I mean, at the end of the triangle now, getting Pango would be great, but you're also going to be running into, like, 4 heroes on G2IG. You are 500 gold away from the Ags on the Venomancer, and I have to wonder, is it worth fighting before you have that?
Yeah, I missed where they smoked as well, but they actually missed an observer in their base because the gem got picked up by a courier. Otherwise, I think you naturally walk into this observer in a lot of situations. Goodbye, Kataomi. I guess that's not too bad. That was IG's own smoke, just killing the Bat Rider. So better than losing one of your cores, I suppose. Maybe it's enough time for the Venomancer Ags. Yes, indeed. Who's got the gem? Who's actually holding it?
It's just sitting in the base, like literally on the ground in the fountain. No one's holding the gem. Which you
Well,
think
I
they might want to
recommend-
start scouting their base for, but
Yeah, I kind of think instead of an aggressive smoke, or like you still do that, but someone has to bring the gem and you're just dewarding your own base.
Veno,
Uh-oh. That is
he
a
cannot
recently
afford to
bought out
die here.
Axe.
There's going to be the jump out, the swashbuckle in. JT's going to get a lot of damage in, and it finishes him off, and now they just continue the aggression. They heal off it all. They pop the Guardian Greaves. JT still got a cheese. That's huge. I mean, Monet loses his courier, and not really the end of the world. This all set up literally off of that ward we've just been talking about. Like, this kill does not happen if they scout this ward. And I think he's pinging it now. He's like, guys, they might have a ward here.
The sad thing is, like, by the time they get to this, it might be about to die naturally. So you get the full value out of that observer. Oh, sick courier snipe, no one. Let's go. That was the
That's
basher.
2 courier snipes. He got
I
the
didn't even notice
Chrysalis
that.
as well on Monet.
Yo, those are some valuable courier snipes. Wait, one more. There's an AC. Go back, no one. Get this Dragonite AC. That's like 10,000 gold you deny at that point.
No one's got a shield rune. Thinking of rolling in. Katomi gets a lasso, finds the Grimstroke. Not a bad opening. There's going to be the Magnetize. No, he holds it for now. Will start to drop it. Hits the Weaver. Going to start taking that damage on through. They get on top of the Venomancer once again. DM just dies without being able to throw anything. Watson now walked back to the base with his BKB. You were 6 seconds away from Noxious Plague.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He used Venomous Gale on the Grimstroke who died, and it activated Poison Nova, but no one was nearby. And then Veno dies surrounded by 4 heroes, which could have been a sick Poison Nova to
Oh, the
allow a
Dragon
fight.
Tail. Oh, that's really rough. No one's going to go down here. And now, I mean, Watson's laying into JT, pops the Manta to get on out of this. Double buybacks coming through. Katomi cannot stand his ground. If they can finish off the Pango, this would be an amazing catch, but they've got the numbers. Another Dragon Tail. We've seen this before. No one trying to get away. Does get the roll out, but the chase continues. Nothing to say, just pops the cheese, gets it handed over mid-fight. And he's going to be topped off now. Fishman on the run back to the fountain. He's going to die. Double kill now as they finish off the Weaver. He can time-lapse back into this if he wants. But for now, it's just going to be the Rolling Thunder from the Pangolier just to try and zone them out as JT and X-Nova focus up on this last lane of barracks. That's every buyback on the Radiant, basically.
Simply don't die anymore. I don't think we've seen a good Poison Nova connection. Just the way all these fights break out. Like, that last one was close, but it was still on cooldown when Venomancer died, so it didn't actually activate again. But it's a lot of damage versus these heroes if it can actually connect. Like a JT just not pressing Manta.
Remember I
Doesn't
said
do that.
earlier where like Venomancer doesn't really do anything to a DK? Oh, Katomi goes in, tries to go for the Blink Lasso. It finally connects, but it takes a while. He pulls Bobica in, gets a great Soulbind. Inkswell's out. He's just healing through so much of this damage. He dies, but it costs you everything. The GG is there, and G2IG with a very crisp game 1 and an interesting draft from Entity.
Dire victory.
Yeah, I can't say they don't even look that happy about it. Guys, you won. You won, guys. They're focused, guys. They're zoned in. They'll smile after game. Oh, the coach is happy. The coach is so relieved.
He's like,
I
he's just
hear
chuckling.
Yeah, I hear this a lot. And actually, when I've like watched friends play, I get more stressed watching the people play than playing myself, right? So he's relieved. He's like, "Oh, guys, I was stressed. I was worried. I drafted that for you, but I was worried it was bad when they last picked that Venomancer. And like, did they have a surprise? Oh, they didn't. Woo, we're good." I think that Venomancer pick just did not pan out. I don't know exactly what the plan was. If it had done well in the laning stage, I could see the potential there, where even when they were really behind, we kind of saw when Magnetize and Venomous Gale, Poison Nova, like all that stuff came out. There was a good chunk of damage that Watson could then go through and clean up. But you got to get to that point. And from the laning stage, Veno was last hitting pretty decently, but just did not have a good enough lane, I feel like. And I think you knew you were playing into Weaver Enchantress. Like, I don't think there was some weird flex potential there. Pretty sure you knew that was your lane.
Yeah, there was no mystery, right? This is a 24 pick Veno. Like, you know everything on the side of G2IG. Like, there is no... Right? This was 24 pick. Am I wrong?
I'm pretty sure. It was 23 or 24.
Yeah, so, like, either way, it's like, you know what you're playing into. Oh, no, Pango was last pick, maybe. But either way,
right.
it's like, you see Weaver Dragon Knight with an Enchantress, like... I don't think you do anything to these heroes. Like, maybe the lane's different if no one's first gank actually pans out, right? He comes top at 6, but TP's right into a ward, and it was unfortunate, like they didn't know about that one. And maybe that changes the dynamic of the lane because they were so far behind, and it gives DM some space to kind of recover.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like, I feels like that is not what you want to play for, right? Like playing for like, all right, if my mid rotates, we can draw the lane or like maybe pull it back. But
yeah,
that's not like the idea behind it.
I'll also say they traded for an Enchantress kill that got denied. And that's like another huge pain point of this hero, which is you're not a burst hero. It takes time to get the kills, and you can then just have it completely denied from you, and you just wasted time and health and all that trying to get a hero that just got denied. And it can really screw over your laning stage, which I don't know if I can throw up this entire lane to that one instance, but maybe to a degree we can, because I mean, before that happened, he was matching the last hits on Weaver. They were trading pretty decently, right? Like it was kind of doing better than I thought it would. But right after that happened, I feel like that lane just fell apart. They just started like diving the Venomancer. They killed him like behind his tier 2 tower with a rotation, took that tower instantly, which is something we were worried about that would happen.
Yeah. And Veno is not known for being a highly mobile hero, right? This is a slither around very slowly, and anyone who comes near me, is the ones who are supposed to be, threatened. But not when you're this tanky, right? Pango is just an absurd hero, and you have a Dragon Knight, and then of course, what does the Weaver care about? He has BKB and a time lapse, so it's there was the fun cheeky play one time where they actually catch the Weaver on the BKB active next to the throne, or next to the the fountain, and you're kind of allowed to have those types of errors if you're just this far ahead. Like, it doesn't fundamentally change the game.
Yeah, I will say actually for G2IG, I feel like we've watched them play a bit. They generally have pretty good laning stages and like good early games. There's usually like one of those per game. Every time we've watched them, where like we dive too far into the base, we overcommit to something. And in this case, it didn't matter. But I feel like, especially if they do make it on, because it's not fully guaranteed yet, but I think with this one win, they're in a pretty good spot to at least get to play tiebreakers to continue to be qualified. But as they want to keep going and into the like top teams, one throw like that's kind of it, you know, you completely toss away the lead. So I think it's still something they need to tone back. But besides that, in this game, the lanes looked good, the draft was pretty solid, right? I don't really have many complaints besides that.
Yeah, I don't either. It was a really solid game 1 from G2IG. We'll see what happens as we're going to go to a short break before game 2 of these two teams. So stay tuned, everyone, for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with Game 2 of G2IG versus Entity. My name is Cryptic. Here with Z Quixotics, of course. I don't want any spoilers, Zach, but, what are we expecting here for game number 2?
I think game number 2 is going to open up looking a lot like game number 1.
You think so, huh?
Overall, I just think that last pick Venomancer, I am not able to see what the plan for it was. Like, we came up with some ideas, but I think there's a lot more straightforward heroes who are in a stronger spot right now. And I think the window for mistakes was extremely small for Entity for that draft to work. And I think it started with a deny in the laning stage, and that was kind of the window over, and then it was just really rough from there. That's kind of the place Venomancer's at right now, having played him a good bit myself in the off lane this patch. As soon as you fall behind, it's really rough. At least with the draft they had.
I'd say a lot of the same bans, a lot of the same drafts so far. The only change, literally the only change, is the Enchantress ban here from Entity in Phase 2. Everything else is identical, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe
Razor Timber SD.
So. Yeah, and it looks like Faceless Void was the one that they replaced with the Enchantress. So they're going to go for the Enchantress, or sorry, instead of the Enchantress, they're going to go for the Techies now, which that's pretty good with Dragonite. If you put that in the off lane, stun into Blast Off, it's a lot of damage.
Okay.
All right, you had your fun. Back to Centaur, DM. Back to
yeah,
Centaur.
I will say X Nova is the one who almost always plays Techies as well for G2IG. They love this in the 5 position as opposed to the 4, which is a little bit different from, the way other teams run this hero. I would be surprised if it's not going to be the 5 position Techies. So this does still give them potentially the ability to go for a greedy 4. They take the Grimstroke away, which we've seen Entity actually have a lot of success on in the past. And you can still go back for the 18 pick Earth Spirit, which is amazing with the Grimstroke. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming out. The Chaos Knight, which we've seen a little bit of. I think its win rate is close to 50%. It has not gotten a lot of picks, but let me see. I lied. It is 4-1 at the apparently.
All right, they've won. They've done it.
Not a big sample size, but still, apparently a decent win rate. There's gonna be the Hoodwink, so that's in position 4.
Pretty tanky hero with good physical damage, so I imagine it could lane pretty well into the Centaur. You've even got the follow-up from the Techies, which you're right, you could call I imagine it's a position 5 Techies. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't. Now that the Naga comes out, or with the Hoodwink in their pick, now the Naga comes out, and CK's not actually good at killing illusions. He's an illusion hero himself, but
he's all single target.
Yeah, so if Naga gets farmed, I could see that being good for them. CK comes online faster. So that is the question mark a little bit of, can he hit? I'm not exactly sure on the CK build right now, but like Armlet, BKB, stuff like that, right? Like if that comes online and you're just like running it down before Naga still like, hold on, I don't have 3 items yet, I can't do anything, right? Then maybe you just outpace him.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I am curious to see how fast they can get online with the CK here. I think our JT's Magnus would have been very good here with the Chaos Knight and Dragon Knight. They get rid of the Earth Spirit. That one's a no-brainer. That's definitely the pick they would go for an Entity here if it gets through. So, makes sense to me. I gotta ask, with the Naga Siren playing into the CK, is this going to be like the first like Radiance Naga Siren we've seen in a long time, or do you still just go like the standard build, do you think?
I guess I wouldn't mind it, but it does feel slow, which leans more into the usual, or the worry of CK running it down, especially because could be an off lane, could be a mid pick here. I think JT played a pretty good DK. I'd be okay sticking it back in. But I will say the annoying thing about Naga, later on, Dragon Knight really good versus Naga once you have the Aghanims, which is why it's a little surprising they got the Naga, but maybe still favoring it over the CK in the late game. But in the early game, Dragon Knight wants to kind of like shove the lane in and then hit the tower with his ultimate. But it's actually pretty hard to do into a Naga, especially one with the Grimstroke, because she has really good natural wave clear by like level 3, level 5. and Dragonite just does not. So it's actually pretty hard to stop her from just shoving at the lane and then going to jungle, unless of course you get that rotation from mids or supports. Then you get one kill potentially, or like you shove it in together, you take the tower, then like that's fine. But without that rotation, it can be annoying.
Oh, how is Kunkka still in the pool? This is like the worst hero for Chaos Knight to play into. This is the one game Chaos Knight lost. We were covering, and it was because of a Kunkka.
Can you dumpster Kunkka with a final pick here? Can you like Huskar him or something?
I don't even think Kunkka loses to Huskar.
I don't think so either. There's got to be something though. I don't know. He is a very stable laner.
All right, let me.
Primal Beast is still in actually, although I guess there's a Grimstroke, which is pretty annoying. Pango got banned out.
You could go for a sniper, maybe. Yeah, maybe you just go sniper.
I'm sort of open to it. I'm also sort of scared of being stampeded on.
Yeah, but you do just have Chaos. The thing is like your Chaos Knight's not doing any damage in fights now. You need a damage dealer from your mid lane who also beats Kunkka. So either you go for a spell damage builder, something like Queen of Pain.
Mid-dazzle.
Mid-dazzle, huh? That would be interesting.
I'm pretty sure you beat Kunkka, and then the Shard would wreck Naga illusions.
It is a really rough lane for the Kunkka, I'll give you that. Dude, mid-dazzle would be such
bit
a
out of the
cracked
meta.
call if you get it.
Dang!
Okay, Zeus. Yeah, it's like you either go like a magic damage builder that like beats the Kunkka lane, or sniper. Yeah, Zeus works. I think this is okay. It doesn't really win the lane, but it farms and it gives you the damage you're going to need, because your Chaos Knight will not bring damage in the mid late game. It's just not possible now.
Well, we'll talk about the drafts more. Just to set the stage, guys, Entity has to win this. If they lose this game, they are eliminated.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And G2IG will be qualified. I think they'll have to do tiebreakers for the upper bracket, but at least they'll be either upper or lower bracket, which is, you know, much better than being eliminated. If Entity wins this, they're not even fully guaranteed. I'm pretty sure they'll then have to play tiebreakers to stay qualified, but at least you're not out. So this is a must-win game for them.
Yeah, no matter what, 7 wins forces tiebreakers among these teams. So if Entity draws this series, we will have tiebreakers in Group A no matter what. There's no way to avoid them. If G2IG wins, Entity is out, regardless of what happens with Azure Ray and OG, because that will put them at 8 wins, and Entity can't get to the 7th win, which would be necessary to stay in the bracket. So a lot on the line for these teams, right? A lot on the line. Entity, I think this is a much more standard draft from them. This one makes sense. This is everything that we've been seeing from them throughout the whole tournament. G2IG with the last pick, Zeus. We'll see if it's able to do what it needs to do. This game is, here we go. Game number 2 now underway. If you're just joining us, welcome to the mainstream. As a very important series for both of these teams. We get some nice PMA, good friendly competition here coming out as everyone hitting the GLHF.
Got a smoke out from both teams. G2IG's together, though. They are more likely to find a kill. They see the Kunkka. Smoke broke. So both teams kind of know.
Yeah, I think both teams are probably guessing there's a ward there. Smoke breaks on the top side, too, to stop the Centaur Grimstroke rotation. So now I have to wonder, like, who's going to potentially de-ward the mid lane here? You could just wait on Zeus until you have level 2. Or like a casual point in Lightning Bolt and go for the D-ward, which you probably don't pick up until level 4, but you could still do it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk because you're not 100% sure, and I think it hurts your laning stage if you go for Lightning Bolt and then you do not get a D-ward. So
Yeah. No, you definitely can't go at level 1. It's like
Yeah.
you don't even pick a lightning bolt in minimum until level 4. So
yeah.
The battle begins.
anything before that, you're griefing your lane. We're going to see DM take away the top rune. That will be 3 going their way now. Katomi comes in with a blood grenade. DM might just be dead, actually. Okay, no,
They'll
they
pay
don't
a
want to
hefty
do the
price
chase.
at the least.
I thought they would just chase with Chaos Bolt, because that's coming off cooldown, but we'll just head to the lane.
That's enough out of
Yeah,
you.
hefty price indeed. Oh, almost half his over half his HP pool. Katomi's just going to be force feeding him cabbage until he gets back to a healthy position. Centaur does have a lot of HP regen at least, right? That is the saving grace for this hero. But
Yeah.
we'll just continue to take a beating here in this top lane.
They're gonna have to be careful if G2IG hits level 2 first. I'm pretty sure they could just kill Centaur since he's pretty low. The Tangos are still on their way. Just about to get here, but I mean, earlier we saw them take him down to the last quarter of health. So if he's not full health, it's pretty risky. Especially if they hit level 2 first.
This mid lane is tense. I'll tell you what. It's very close. But it'll end up being early regen coming out for the Kunkka. Has his casual bracer. We'll go back for the bottle. I have to wonder if he can stall this out long enough to get to the bottle, because, well, I guess Zeus is running out of mana. You're just gonna click him a few times.
Oh, this is scary.
Yeah, this is why you have to go Heavenly Jump at level 2. This is exactly why. And, I mean, with that, extra 50 mana, it ends up costing him 2 last hits near his tower. Can't go for the Arc Lightning use. And Bottle's out now for him, though, so he'll be just fine. Lane's full reset. Nicely done. This mid lane's going to be fun. A lot of action there. We haven't really talked about bottom lane at all. We have the Bat Rider and, of course, the Naga Siren versus the Hoodwink Dragon Knight. Now, how... I wonder, like, can you even do anything to the DK in this lane? Because doesn't he just breathe fire every time you pop Mirror Image? And then he just also has tons of armor. So I feel like JT should never have an issue in this lane.
Yeah, you're not really going to kill the Dragon Knight. You might be able to kill Baboka with the Firefly damage, and Naga does a decent amount herself in the early game, but otherwise, probably our most farm-oriented lane down there.
Oh, top lane. Okay, a lot of the same, a lot of the same. That being said, 3-minute Lotus is coming up, and Monet with another Chaos Bolt still up. They're not going to risk it. You have to be very careful in these side lanes, because as soon as we get close to that 6-minute mark, this Zeus will definitely have Thunder God's Wrath, right? So if you are not topped off on top lane, and they're able to go for like a Chaos Bolt into Reality Rift Blast Off, like that will kill anyone with the help of the Thunder God's Wrath. Monet actually the one in trouble, maybe coming a little bit too far forward. Blood Grenade is out, but no mana here for the Inkswell. We'll get a good amount of right click and harassment damage out though off this Grimstroke. That's a very nice grab from DM.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fort in the mid lane here to try and put some extra damage here into the Zeus, allow him to get some more denies. Oh, he denies the water rune. Dude, okay, so that fort ends up doing way more damage for that. Does he have a bottle coming out? He does, okay. I was like, where's no one's bottle?
That fortified delayed Zeus because he didn't want to miss the last hits and XP at least. But without the water rune, I don't know if he can stay here. Yeah, it looks like he's choosing to walk back. It's pretty painful. It's a daytime walk back.
Yeah, that is really rough. This means you're going to be delayed to your level 6. No one's will be up here very quickly because you're going to miss a full creep wave.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he literally misses an entire creep wave in XP and maybe a couple more in terms of denies if no one. He's just going to obviously sit here to deny the wave. Yeah, this is really rough for the Zeus. So, a half level advantage now for the Kunkka, which when he gets closer to level 6, we might see rotations coming through. And what, Boat plus like a single Inkswell from Grimstroke should be enough. Speaking of Inkswell, we'll see the Muse at top lane here onto the techies. X-Nova with the disarm, but there it is, baby. The first blood finally coming through here at the 5-minute mark. There's a reason this team picks the Centaur all the time.
He plays really well around it, even if he's bored of it. Kunkka's getting really close to 6. Nothing to say that half health.
He's pinging mid. He's like, someone get here now.
He doesn't have enough mana. Oh, he has 12 wand charges, actually. I think he could.
Yeah, both
He's got
supports
that.
coming mid.
Courier has been
And
killed.
X-Nova's Courier actually dying. That is unfortunate. We'll get a bottle refill on the Zeus. Try and fight for these 6-minute power runes, but you're fighting into Boat, which is spooky. Okay, Zeus gets level 6. He clears the way fast. Oh, it's a regen. Dang. That hurts.
GG. Just be lucky, guys.
Remember what I said about RNG in the last game?
Just gotta be lucky. There's no skill in Dota.
The only thing holding you back is good RNG, chat.
Alright, going into the late game here. At first, I was favoring Naga over CK, but with Dragonite and Zeus, I don't know. I feel like G2IG's late game's pretty good. What do you think?
Yeah, I think their late game's good. I honestly will never understand this Naga Siren pick, to be honest, because I get that it's decent against the CK, and if you're going Radiance, maybe that's the idea behind it, but it loses lane, like, heavily to a Dragon Knight. So that's the part about this I do not understand. But you're basically telling JT, yeah, have the free lane on DK, CS as much as you want. ID, you know, I don't care.
He's at 39 and 21.
Yeah,
on
it's
JT.
an impossible lane for a Naga Siren. I actually just don't understand this matchup, or like the pick for that reason, because he can't be pushed out of lane at all. Like, Naga Siren having minus armor means nothing to a Dragon Knight with 15 armor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But we'll see. Maybe the Naga Siren gets like a really quick item timing that turns the game around, but your tower is going to be gone as soon as Dragon Knight's ult is up, because he can't defend the lane on the Naga Siren. And speaking of which, a rotation bottom here from Bobica. Watson in trouble. It's going to force a double TP, as no one is here on the Kunkka. They need vision to go for the X-Boat. Instead, they're going to settle for the Hoodwink. Silence out for the Grimstroke as well. Thunder God's Wrath nearly kills the Naga Siren. As on the backside of the fight, Batrider is here trying to find the DK. Do they have a TP out? Inkswell to instantly cancel. Very nicely done. But can they even bring down JT is the question. Fishman's trying to stack up these sticky napalms. Torrent off the mark. A nice cleave should do it. That is how you salvage the lane.
Much needed kills for Entity, because I agree with your points on, like, the early game seems weird, like the laning stage for Naga. The late game seems like a little dicey, but there is a really good mid timing. Like, if you help her in through this lane with such rotations, she farms really fast, faster than a Chaos Knight. She will get to her like triple item timing possibly before the DK 18 ags is out. And maybe that's your window to just go down with this unkillable Naga who just does a bunch of damage. I think is like where I'm imagining this game for Entity. So I do think you need those types of rotations. Fishman's doing tons of farming, so his blink will be at a pretty decent timing, I feel like. And, you know, maybe they can keep that going.
Stun 1, stun 2, goes for the Stampede, trying to get away. Does have the raindrops, but it's already been procced and nothing to say. We'll clean up the kill. Very good rotation in from the Zeus. And again, the same ward that we saw last game right outside this top tier tower has actually paid off quite a bit.
I think it shifted over to the right just a little bit more this time.
Yeah.
They'll never expect it, guys.
They're smoked up here. Finding Chaos Knight would be amazing. I don't know if they scouted him, but instead they're looking for the Zeus in the mid lane. Obviously, he has no way out of the X marks, but yeah, he's gonna get scouted. Silence out from Katomi, the perfect follow-up. Chain
So
stun.
dead.
Yeah. That's a great kill. You need to get active with this Kunkka early. He also finds the amplify damage rune at 10 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Kunkka's doing very well. 5.2k net worth.
Your bottom tower is about to die. Kunkka has to come help. Like, I was mentioning, like, right, as soon as Dragon Knight's ult is out, your bottom tower is gonna die. And, well, they're bringing techies through the portal, and that is it. You're just gonna give it up. All right. Well, big wins from G2IG here in the bottom lane, as Watson's the lowest net worth core by a pretty decent amount. I mean, he's 1,000 gold behind the Chaos Knight already. Now, this hero can recover for sure, but not a hero that gets a lot of experience, and that's one of the big differences as well. Like, you can get gold, but you typically start to fall behind in XP.
Yeah, that's true. His CS looks okay, but it's a lot of like small camp CS since Dragon Knight got the lane back and then just held it there.
Alright, another smoke this one into the bottom lane. Looks like they might guess for the triangle. Finding Hoodwink wouldn't be the best, but... Okay, yeah, it looks like they are going to head north into the triangle. A scan does come through. JT would be a great kill. As Kunkka will pop the amplify damage. Oh, nice.
Can he get
Just
X?
so... Such a good position there on the Dragon Knight. Just able to barely dodge that out. Just a little bit lucky. And he also just has a massive set of Ancients to stack as well. There's no way he kills the Ancients, right? Am I crazy? You need the level 2 ult for this.
You can do it very, very slowly.
Can you?
I
I don't think he's winning this.
One at a time, you get there. Level 3 X marks. I think with the 4th level, they might have enough range to catch JT there. And maybe they could have ink swelled up as well. Maybe that bonus move speed could have done it. But
yeah, I think when the smoke pops, right, you ink swell the Kunkka and send him in. Hope he finds the kill, because he's also got phase boots, right? So, ooh, nice little scout there from Kunkka. Does find nothing to say, hiding in the trees. They're gonna go ahead and defend this mid lane tower. Fortification was popped as well, so makes sense. Naga Siren's recovering. This is what she does. She has gone from 1,000 gold behind to only 700, as she is now closing the gap on her enemies. I guess that has to be what his idea was. He's like, yeah, I'll lose the lane, I don't care, but I'll eventually recover. That also
I sure hope it was, because that's what happened.
Doing some good stuff.
getting to that point, I will say no one's been like very active. He's got 3 kills, and they've all been pretty significant ones too. I feel like. Okay, wait, one was it on Hoodwink, I think, but like another was Zeus, one was JT, I think. So those are some pretty solid kills. Monet is getting kind of scary, although Kunkka's up here. Maybe it's time to add another core to the list.
I mean, you have Stampede if you want. He does force some TPs, pops the Blade Mail. DM is here. Okay, no one, just kind of instilling the fear into G2IG's. Like, by the way, I can kill you if I want, you know.
Maybe it's right now.
Never know.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, any rotations you get away from the Naga, it's just more Naga space, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean, this is what you want. You have to start stalling the game to get to your Naga Sirens item timings. Kunkka is the literal best counter to the CK. So if CK is the only one that's gonna be able to like fight early, then you're in a really good spot.
Yeah.
Zeus and Dragon Knight are farming though, so We'll see where those end up going. And Nothing to Say is going to go for the Spicy Fingers build, so...
It's good versus Naga.
Yeah.
It's also good, like, even if you go back for Spellcaster, I think it's pretty solid, especially in a pro match where vision matters so much. You get the Shard, the Manta, and then you can split push without really showing your real hero, which is especially useful versus a Naga Siren. So that gives you an advantage of, like, you kind of know Zeus's bottom lane, for example, because you know the illusions are there, but, like, is he still there? Is he jungling? Has he rotated? You don't know. And that's really good at this high level of Dota play where just a few seconds surprise can make a massive difference in a team fight. And after that, you can still commit to the right-click build, or you can just go back for spell casting.
So they tried to find a smoke rotation with Fishman's Blink reveal here. I don't know if G2IG have seen this or if they're aware of it. They might have barely seen it on the mid lane here, but yeah, they do. So they see it now. So they know that there is a Blink on the Bat Rider.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Teki shows top into the Centaur, immediate TP mid.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try
They're
to make
bringing
a play
everybody in the mid lane. They see the Bat Rider positioning. They're like, all right, they want to force a kill here. But X out, playing for the 16-minute power rune. Kunkka does not get lucky. It's going to spawn top, and that is a great rune for the Zeus. And Arcane goes right into the bottle. But this 5-hero rotation mid does mean that Watson's still farming. He just doesn't get pressured out. He's chilling. He's going to be scouting out the triangle.
Got item number 1, Manta. Working on item number 2, Orchid.
Okay,
and then
it
this
is just a
game,
standard build then.
do you think Eternal Shroud or Heart? A lot of people have moved back to Heart, but there is like Zeus techies.
Yeah, I
even
think
like
you go
Hoodwink
Eternal Shroud.
Maelstrom.
Yeah, it's too good of an Eternal Shroud game to not pick it up. A Heart is nice, but you're not dying to the DK or to the Chaos Knight this game on the Naga Siren. Like that's just not possible. So the only way your illusions die are going to be to Zeus just with the Aghanim Shard and, like you said, all of the magic damage from like Techies or Hoodwink or even like Breathe Fire. I think Eternal Shroud's the way to go. I mean, DM's actually queued one up himself already, so he's working towards his own Eternal Shroud.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, we are in for the long haul. I can already feel it.
It's a relatively
I feel
slow
like we're
game.
just farming. It is 4-1 at 17 and a half minutes into this game.
Well,
and what do you play for? What's the first item timing we're trying to make a play on? Because I thought it would be the Blink Dagger on Fishman, but G2IG have just dodged out any rotation. Well,
yeah,
maybe.
see, I just think it's... Oh, well, not this one.
There it is. Yeah. Well, Bobica, he's going to get X'd back. You have to boat for this kill now. Wait.
A
What?
rare miss. A rare miss on the timing, I think.
The Flame Break, like, pushed him out of range. That was so bizarre. This rotation now from G2IG gets scouted from Watson as he's here. You don't have boat for this. That is a Torrent Storm pickup, though, on no one as they get on top of the Zeus. He doesn't have a Soulbind target trying to get away, but he gets pulled right back in. DM onto the backside, does get on top of X-Nova. He's in trouble. They will find themselves 2 kills as Bobica trying to get to safety. Looks like he will, unless you get a really good Torrent. No, he's fine.
Step 1. Miss the first boat we've seen him miss in all his Kunkka games. Bait the enemy in. Step 2, immediately kill Zeus. Genius plan. I mean, that's a great turn of events. They'll get the mid tower fortified to buy themselves a little bit of time here, but don't think they're going to be able to save this without the Zeus. There it goes. All right, that's a pretty nice. I was about to say, I think Entity is just chilling for that really strong mid-game timing.
But maybe you have the
not.
Torrent Storm now. That's
Yeah,
the
with-
one you need.
Yeah, with that Torrent Storm, I think they can start pushing 4 of them together. Because I think this is Blink on DM2 that came just before that fight. Like, you start making plays around this. Uh-oh, Kunkka maybe the
Looking
one
for the
found this
Kunkka
time.
mid. Does get dispelled by the Grimstroke, but they've brought 5. There's not
It's our
enough
turn to get
dispels
the
in the world
mid-tower.
there.
Radiant's middle tower.
Okay,
has
I mean,
fallen.
that's blink reveal from JT, and that's a very value one.
All right, we got item number 3 or item number 2 from Naga. She's got her Orchid. Cues up the Eternal Shroud.
Middle tower is under attack.
Looks like she's gonna just miss the heroes of G2IG coming in here. Just kidding, I'm back. Haha.
Radiant's top tower.
Or are
They're
they
like,
illusions?
is this rare one? You don't
never
know.
know.
Radiant's middle tower
He has Orchid, so he actually has kill threat onto the supports like Bobica and X Nova.
Mhm.
If you don't respect the Orchid, he will just definitely kill you in a single ensnare. So
I think
speaking of
BKB 's
Bobica,
almost
he's
done for
scaling,
Naga.
baby. He's got that Maelstrom.
Yeah.
He's going Gleipnir. He knows what he must do.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good hoodwink game. Just keep throwing
yeah.
in the acorn shots. Occasionally bushwhack like 4 of Naga's illusions.
Smoke in the mid lane.
I like this a lot from Entity. They're all working on Eternal Shroud. This is going to be their timing. When this third, all of them finish this, they gotta go. They gotta start making things happen. I
Fishman.
have nothing to say here.
Ooh, a little bit of miscommunication. I mean, that Stampede was a definite kill, but a little bit short on the blink. Fishman backs away. Katomi also turned around right before that fight when they thought they weren't going to get it. If you're there with the Inkswell, also really easy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that would have been a good kill for them, but I think it's okay as well, so long as you're not losing anything. Because it is just like them trying to be active with their cooldowns, but not commit that hard, since they really are just waiting for Eternal Shroud.
Eternal Shrouds. Yeah.
But you do have to be careful now that Stampede's down. You just got to make sure you don't give G2IG a fight.
DM sets up for a Monet here. They're just trying to force the BK beat. There's going to be the Torrent. They won't get anything else. Okay. I mean, we'll see what this Chaos Knight can do. He is surprisingly farmed for being a CK. The fact that he is almost on par with a Naga Siren is wild to me. And yeah, a little bit behind in XP just because Watson did get essentially like 10 full minutes of uncontested space top lane. Inkswell here, looking to go for JT. Silence out from Watson will hold back the Hoodwink. But with the help of the rest of the team, they'll grab themselves a very nice Dragon Knight. But here comes Monet, grabs Fishman, just pops him. Can you look for more? You do have Song of the Siren. You have the Blink, the Stomp, the Inkswell. They've just isolated the real CK. There's the Stampede on forward. Now looking for X Nova. Another Ensnare is out. The Silence to hold down the Techie's a great bushwhack, but it's not going to be enough. Triple kill for Watson's Naga Siren. Yeah, you are very much overestimating your your CK's strength in these fights right now.
This is looking really good. I know it's only like a 2k gold difference, so it seems like a pretty even game, but I mean, I could be wrong on it, but my read on these heroes is that Entity's really strong right now with these item timings. The Eternal Shroud just finished on Naga. She's also now going to go for a Butterfly, so the Eternal Shroud will protect her from the magic damage. Butterfly versus the CK. It's going to be so hard to kill this Naga until the Dragon Knight Ags comes out, and he is currently working on his Manta, only level 14. So that counter isn't going to come online for, I don't know, like another 10 minutes. And in that time, Entity could definitely clear out these towers, get Aegis, and work on tier 3s.
I will say, like, the chain stun potential that they have off, Centaur plus Grimstroke is just something that I think a lot of people underestimate how much stun it actually is. Like, in that last fight, he gets a Blink Hoof Stomp and then a full duration Inkswell stun as well. He's just stunned for like 5.5 seconds. Like, that is brutal. They do find the Centaur here onto the bottom side. A great Blink Dragon Tail out. He was already kind of low on HP going into that one. Looks like Fishman and Katomi going to try and disengage. Atos will grab him. Wait.
He still goes through!
Okay. Yeah,
Rift doesn't stop you from channeling the Twin Gate, and I guess the Reality Rift doesn't interrupt either. So he's just channeling from further away. That's really funny.
Wait a minute. No one gets scouted here by the Lotus Pool. He's dead. That's double mine as well. Okay. I mean, Torrent Storm just kills techies, maybe. Oh, the mech.
That's close.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, that's a much better kill than the Grimstroke.
Way better kill. You're happy about that one. He didn't have TP. He was on cooldown for another 10 seconds.
Yeah. Did he grab a Lotus? Is that what happened?
No, I think just Bo2 was walking up to grab the Lotuses and
I
just
see.
happens to get
Happened to
vision of
speed.
him really quickly. Oh, great fight breaking out here. It is, however, looking really good for the side of G2IG. BKB out, trying to bring down DM on the Centaur, but Stampede is out. Zeus coming through. No Thunder God's Wrath left. Watson just trying to hold him at bay. Blink Dragon Tail actually catches him. Nicely done. And now G2IG, I mean, they're just catching him on staggered death timers. They're now going to try and chase for Katomi. He's going to be able to try and TP on out, but no chance. They've got him another kill, and the gold swings in favor of the Dire, and they are now in full control.
These are really good finds from G2IG. I don't think Entity was trying to fight earlier, at least when they lost to Kunkka. Like, that was a bit unfortunate. They were trying to get out, and they just got found. But getting caught here in their own jungle, I think, is a bit... I think you just need full retreat mode, because Kunkka is a few hundred away from Eternal Shroud, and then you're all really strong when you're together. But like you said, we're just getting these staggered deaths. Like, first we lost Kunkka, and then we stuck around too long. Now we're losing the Centaur and Grimstroke. Everyone is up now. Wait this Eternal Shroud, and then go. Okay, it's online, so just get the cooldowns together. Go together. I think they're really strong.
Slay together?
Yes.
I'm sure I just upset half of Twitch chat with that quote. Yeah, it's those series events are massive. You were sitting at about 3 to 4K gold lead on the side of Entity. Now 2,000 in favor of G2IG. Now 4,000 as they finish up their Tormentor, and it goes to the techies, which is very nice actually. Great shard against the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
So
Working
triple
on the
Eternal
Roche.
Shrouds now. You have Roshan under siege. It's going to be a slow Roche.
Yeah, it's actually so slow. Doesn't have the Bloodthorn on Naga, which does make this much faster.
Yeah, that's the big difference. All right, they say screw. We don't want to take the Roche. Smoke on smoke. All 5 heroes. The smoke will pop. Thunder God's Wrath, the advantage. The Blink Dragon Tail's caught 2 supports. Song of the Siren from Watson to get him to safety. Katomi gets the Soulbind off. Jump in. Techies is gone. Fishman with a double lasso, baby. The Torrent Storm doing work. The BKB protecting Monet. But they're going to get the Dragon Knight. Maybe a nice heal up. Is it going to be enough? The Torrent does it. 3v2 now. They're going to buy back on this Batrider, try and get back into the fight, but they've isolated Watson, and it's too much damage. They don't have it, and another big fight for IG.
I was a little scared when they started that, because Dragon Knight is so close to 18 and pretty close to his Ags. I thought maybe you should just give it up, let him get the Roche, but you get the counter to the Naga for the late game, right? But they smoke in, they find a great backline initiation. Song looked pretty good, but I think maybe canceled a little early. I feel like they didn't have the chain stun quite ready, and then these tanky heroes just live long enough that they just turn it from there.
This
They
is
can't
Zeus,
actually
man.
kill them. Yeah, Zeus
Zeus
just did
with the
so much
shard.
damage there.
It's enough to deal with the Naga Siren illusions, and Monet just gets to sit on a target. So you are now 6,000 behind. The Aegis will go into the hands of G2IG. You need a lot more on this Kunkka. He needs a Bloodstone. He needs a refresher. You win the late game most likely on an Entity, assuming you don't fall too far behind. But you're now at a point where your supports are starved for gold. And you have really tanky cores now. And JT, like you said, his Ags, he has it now. It is coming out on the courier. He is 40 gold away. It's already set here at the Secret Shop. So level 18 and Aghanim Scepter online for the Dragon Knight. That is the dream always, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, I know we were talking up Entity so long of how like these timings coming together, but I feel like the chain deaths Like the one instance of that into now the failed Roche, that was the like the mid game timing, and I feel like it's missed now. And I think that's what they had to play for, is this like really powerful timing around the Naga. But now that the Dragonite Ags is online, Gleipnir is online, Zeus is online, I think you're gonna need G2IG to make some slip ups here now.
Dude, and the BKBs are the biggest problem for them, right? And the Monet BKB is starting to get low, but check it out, man. Zeus buys a brand new one. This thing, shiny, just out of the shop, hasn't been touched at all. And now you're going to have a really hard time dealing with Zeus because, yeah, you could Torrent Storm, you can X-Boat. He just pops BKB, holds his ground, picks them off, and look, they've actually found the Naga Siren again, the Blink Dragon Tail into the Blast Off. And, oh, he actually dodges Thunder God's Wrath, but comes out into triple mine from X-Nova. Oh, that is a massive death for Entity. You're going to lose potentially Tier 2 Tower. You might lose your Tormentor. Is 60 seconds without the Naga Siren. This game is falling apart and fast for Entity.
I think it's falling apart. I think... Okay, wait. Hold on. Let me walk it back. I think if G2IG plays it around the Dragon Knight, just let him Manta Siege all the buildings, I think they're in a really good spot. G2IG, in all the games we've watched, overextend once every time on pushing the high ground. And I think if you, depending when that happens, because you do have like Naga cutting waves, right? That overextension could happen late enough that there's enough time to run it down and Naga can take building, stuff like that, right? So that's what I'm worried about for G2IG. But if they've been talking about it, trying to like clean that up, and they just play around the very safe Manta spam, I feel like they have this.
It's getting scary because your Hoodwink has passed the Centaur. It has a full Lotus Orb completed for somehow. It has a full Lotus Orb now on the Hoodwink, which will end up getting you out of the Bloodthorn, which eventually is what Watson wants to go for, right? Like, that's the thing you always scale for on a Naga Siren. Monet just jumps right in, gets a stun out onto this Kunkka. He is orking it up, holding his BKB thanks to the Aegis. Wasp on the backside. They will build a scout. Stampede comes through. Oh my goodness, Katomi, goodbye. He's going to buy back into the game. Torrent Storm, everything dropped on top of him. Meanwhile, DM trades his life for the Hoodwink. CK gets the blink out. Lasso's pulling him in deep. He's got a BKB. The chain stomps are there, but can you hold him in place long enough? There's Monet. He's just going to TP out. Song of the Siren will try and catch anything else onto the backside. It looks like it's just going to be a Techies. You double buyback, and you only get the supports and an Aegis. That's economic damage. I will see if they can get anything out of this.
I don't think Zeus was in position for that fight. We're gonna...
It was a little bit awkward for him to enter, I think.
Yeah.
As a DM.
But I think they started it without him, is what I mean. Like, I think he was doing something else. I'm not sure. We might have a replay in a moment, but just lacking a lot of the usual Zeus damage that has won them the previous fights. Like at that Roche fight, because they were all clustered around and Zeus was just hitting. Yeah, we see him, like,
he was at top
further
room.
in the back. Yeah.
Yeah,
So he's
he
like
was at
spending
top
all
room.
this time coming in.
Yeah, I
And
think he was
DM
scouting top rune at 32 minutes when the fight breaks, and
gets
Wow.
the haste. Yeah, he's like back here for a lot of this, and then he like comes to the right side, and then Monet blinks to the left side. So he's like, "Oh, I gotta run over there. Never mind, getting zoned. I gotta run back." Right. So he like barely does anything in this fight. I think they had to be careful about how they approach this. At least they don't kill CK. He does BKB, get out, but this buys a bit of time for Entity.
that was
And they
his
get the
last
Aegis.
good BKB. That was his last, non-min duration. So it's now at 6 seconds. And the longer this goes on, the better it gets for Kunkka in terms of dealing with CK. Like, he did a good job there, phantasming just to kill the Grimstroke, and then immediately his illusions die. And that's kind of what's gonna happen in this game. Like, he's gonna get one opportunity to burst a hero with Phantasm before his illusions get completely controlled up and die to the Kunkka. But we are approaching Bloodstone here on No One. He is very close. He is 300, like 250 gold if he wants to buy it, which I think he's just going to go sell a Bracer and get it, so. Yeah, or he's going to sell his wand. That's what he's doing. Okay, well, what happens next? Let's see. Any big items coming out? Techies almost has his pipe. He is only a couple hundred gold away from that. For the CK, we've seen the heart completed after his blink dagger, going for a bloodthorn of his own. Now, we obviously love to see the bloodthorns on these illusion heroes just because of how much like burst potential it gives you. BKB being built here on DM. Where are we on the Zeus? Lincoln's is done. I feel like that's very good.
Are scanning.
Who has that Lincoln's?
Nothing to say on the Zeus.
Oh yeah, yeah, I do like that. What's he going for next after that? Orchid.
Thundergod's Wrath. They get the jump here onto the Kunkka. Chain stun number 1, chain stun number 2. The burst is there. They get a perfect blast off. Can he even beat? He just can't get out of here. He gets the Bloodstone off. He's trying to heal through it. It's actually working for now. No one is going to be able to escape Fishman. He's going to get pulled back in from Monet. Oh my goodness. The Bloodstone healing just barely keeps him alive. That was so close.
I can't believe that was like 6 seconds of chain stun or more. I can't believe that wasn't enough to kill him. That wasn't even like in the boat buff or anything, right? Starts with a dragon stun, get the bushwhack, then there was blast off. Rooted.
Triple mine.
Yeah, it was so close at the end, but the boat does come just in time. The Eternal Shroud didn't work there. I think Dragon Knight started looking to other heroes.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought his team had the finishing damage, which I guess I would have thought so too, but turns out it was incorrect. If he stayed around, that would have been the Kunkka kill.
There was
you don't lose anyone. You pick up the Bat Rider, so it's not like a total loss or anything, but
yeah,
could have been nicer.
There was like 12,000 damage that came out in the fight, and I think no one tanked like 8,000 or 9,000 of it.
Yeah.
Like, actually ridiculous. That was actually a nice little play there from the Zeus. Blocks the camps. So, alright. Refresher is the next build for the Kunkka, obviously, after the Bloodstone. He's going to grab himself a Timeless Relic, which, I mean, that's a pretty sick item on the Kunkka. More stun duration and damage to help keep these illusions controlled.
Dude, no one, he heard you cast. He's like, just have good RNG. Torrent Storm, Bloodstone. As long as I have good RNG, I'm in this.
They're going to get a Sentry out here. Get the D-Ward. Blink Dragon Tail onto the Centaur. JT needs to be a little bit careful. Monet's going to come in, though. Inkswell to buy him space. There's the Stampede to safety. Monet's going to be forced to BKB as the Ensnare does come through. Song of the Siren. The chase comes out. They find Monet. Do they have the follow-up? The Torrent into the Tidal Wave Torrent Storm. Look at the damage. The Soul Binds into the lassos. They've got Monet. A great find, but can you get out now? Nothing to say, doing a lot of work here on the Zeus. JT as well, trying to stay on top of the Nagasarian. The Bat Rider's going to TP to safety. Nagasarian pops that... I mean, she gets the mirror images out, but JT's there. Great Inkswell to dispel, but they've got him. Double kill goes to Bobica. As no one, he sticks around too long. The Gleipnir comes through, and he's gonna just get picked off. Holy heck. Monet's not the carry anymore. He's just a distraction. It's the Centaur. Or it's the Dragonite. It's this Hoodwink.
Yeah, Centaur's just the, CK's just the bait at this point, which I think G2IG, so they initiate on the Centaur we're about to hear, which I think is a bait of their own. Kind of puts the true carry, the Dragonite carry, at risk. You see those two heroes pop out. Boat actually misses, but with CK getting nothing out of the BKB, they decide to commit. Pretty good song to separate the fight, and then they get the Soulbind, double lasso, all of this stuff out. So this part was good, and I think they probably just should fall back. But Dragonite, true carry, right? Living through all of this, just gets to attack the entire time. And yeah, we see like Naga has no play against that.
Radiant's
Especially once he
bottom tower
BKBs,
is
he's
under
just
attack.
in.
Yeah. And JT got to hold his BKB for so damn long, and nothing to say. He pops his BKB early, just runs at the Naga Siren constantly. She pops Mirror Image. Between a couple of auto attacks and Breathe Fire, the illusions are gone.
Radiant's
So-
bottom tower has fallen.
You're feeling pretty strong. That is DK not only getting Aegis, but completes his Octarine. And now almost level 25. You are 16,000 gold behind, and you can see kind of the scaling net worth of these supports making a big difference. It is a full Bloodthorn actually done on Bo2 now. Which Zeus is almost to a Bloodthorn as well.
Scouting ult. Seeing sure they can catch that Bat Rider. How many Bloodthorns is this? This is the most Bloodthorns I've ever seen in a game. There's
what?
3 on G2 IG, or like in the works, and then 1 on the
Another on
Naga
Watson.
Siren.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great item when you have this many illusions on both teams, right?
That's true. That's true. Monet, he should just accept his life as no longer the carry. He should just go Ags. Get more illusions of Zeus and Dragonite in here.
Yep. Speaking
Force
of...
the BKB out of Fishman. I don't think he's getting out of this.
He has no TP. There's absolutely no way. Yeah, you can't get away from that Dragonite. So... 18,000 behind. I don't see how you outscale the DK now. You are at a point where Naga Siren doesn't win that matchup, especially when he's the same net worth as you and 3 levels higher.
It's got
It
AoE
was-
Dragon Tail now.
Yeah, it's like you pop Mirror Image and it just doesn't matter. Like he just stuns all of you. Or if he just sees multiple like Naga Siren illusions, he'll just throw the Dragon Tail. It doesn't. It's not like he's in danger. He is pretty much or borderline unkillable. He's going to be able to just put some damage here into the Kunkka. Nice stomp out from the Centaur, but he just gets set up, potentially get popped himself. Boat is out. They will be able to stun up the DK4 now, trying to pop the Aegis, but he's flying away. The Tidal Wave to pull them back. Lasso is there onto Bobica. The Hoodwink actually a great kill. She's so farmed. Monet just melts the Bat Rider. That's going to be a dieback. Watson trying to do something with this BKB. Watson, you need to be careful. That's going to expire soon, and JT's on top of you. The Song of the Siren is there. Nothing to say. Just tracing all these backline heroes away. They're too tanky. Net to catch Monet. Jump in. AoE Dragon Tail from JT. Pops the Manta. His BKB is still available. He's just holding the front line. They might lose the Aegis, but you're going to lose the Centaur as the trade. Monet still has cheese. And JT, he does not mind. He's got a Dragon Tail. They're going to buy back onto the Centaur. Can he get the Blink Stomp? He does, but you've got to deal with these heroes. DK is so damn tanky, and DM down to half HP already. Nolan with another great boat does connect. Watson's coming back in, gets disarmed by this Techies once again. Monet able to finish off the Grimstroke. His buyback is available. DM stunned up into the center, trying to get away, but will he be able to? Bloodthorn doing some work here onto the Dragonite, but the disarm comes out. In comes Katomi with the great soul bite, but he's onto the low ground, just playing the cliff. They can't get to the DK. No one isolated. He's gonna fall. His buyback gonna be spent again. Back into the fights we go. Monet's found Watson. That's a nice kill. No one on the front line. 1v4 here. Needs to find a way out, but can he? It's going to be the Torrent Storm to try and make some space. Healing up here with the Bloodstone Inkswell. It expires. They get the stun. They get the silence. Monet finishes the job, and 3 dead now on the side of Entity. Trying to just finish off the game is Watson. He's going to die back as well. That is going to be the game, and G2IG will close out the series, eliminating Entity from the tournament.
It was such a long fight there at the high ground. We've got such tanky heroes here. We got some smile, some relief here from G2IG. Like you said, they are going to be qualified. I think they'll probably have to play a tiebreaker still, but it's for the upper bracket versus lower bracket, which feels much better than tiebreakers for elimination.
Yeah. I mean, this comes back to the draft a little bit with this Naga Siren pick. I was still like, it doesn't make sense into the DK lane. Maybe you feel like you ignore it and just outpace them, but that like one mistake in the mid game where they end up giving up first Roche as a result, they never recover from that. Like it's just all downhill for the side of Entity.
Yeah, similar to game 1, it felt like there is a window where I see the draft working, but if you miss that, if you make a couple mistakes, that's your opportunity gone. In game 1, it was a very early window of like the laning stage, like this has to go well or it's over. This time, I think it was like that mid-game timing, which I thought they looked like they were going to hit. Like I saw the triple Eternal Shroud queued up. I was like, it's looking good. But like you said, that staggered death into losing the Roche feels like, okay, that's the window gone. And from there, I think literally that fight gave Dragon Knight level 18 plus Manta Ags, right? And from there, the Naga's life is so difficult. And Naga is a huge amount of the damage. We saw a lot of control come out of the Centaur AoE Stomps, the Torrent Storm, Soulbind, all of that, right? Tons of control. But in the end, the damage is from the Naga against these tanky heroes. And when she is just constantly slowed up by the Dragon Knight Ags, the damage is gone. And I feel like that's what we saw. Whereas like that final fight lasted so long under their own tier 3, right? They have all the buybacks, but it just takes forever to kill these heroes. I wish we could see like a damage recap of that last fight because it's probably super high.
Yeah, I mean, just damage received in general this game is cracked. Like, it's through the roof. Like, the amount of damage all these heroes are doing is pretty insane. But, I mean, Kunkka is the highest damage hero on his team, just barely behind Zeus in general for the game. And that makes sense, right? We know this last pick Kunkka is going to do a lot of work at controlling up the CK. But you have no damage to deal with this Dragon Knight, and you gave him a free lane. Right? It's one of those things that like you had to hit that timing, like you were talking about, that triple Eternal Shroud, and then take some fights and then progress into your next set of items that will give you the scaling potential to kill these heroes. Like if you get to that Bloodthorn earlier, like say Kunkka gets his Bloodstone earlier, maybe Centaur can go back for his Shivas. These are the tools that you need to actually take the late game, but instead they're playing on the back foot the whole time from then on, and it just costs them way too much.
Yeah, a couple moments here where they were trying to take some fights, but just never quite getting enough out of it. Just an uphill battle, which G2IG... I was a little worried on that last fight. I thought it looked like a little bit of an overextension again, but they had a pretty good read on how tanky and how strong they were, it looks like, and they had just enough firepower to stay there through all those buybacks and close out the game. So big congratulations to them. I think Entity... I'm sure they'll be disappointed being knocked out. I think they had some strong showings, but it feels a little hit or miss, especially around this draft, where some of them are pretty creative, and it's like really cool what they've given themselves. And then other times, like in this, or last game, we saw like the Venomancer, this time the Naga, feels a little harder than it needs to be, you know? But I hope they can take this tournament as some learning experience, try to help figure out like why some drafts work for them, some don't. And if they can... I feel like clean up that drafting stage to give themselves better games, or at least bigger windows of which to, you know, be able to win. I do see like the moments of brilliance from this team that it has been really fun to watch.
Yeah, they were a really enjoyable team this tournament, but yeah, that will unfortunately come to an end for them. And G2IG now securing themselves a guaranteed spot, if I'm not mistaken, in the playoffs with their 8th win. There's no way, well, maybe not guaranteed actually, because it could still be a tiebreaker on 8 wins. So they're not guaranteed, right? Because there is still potential for like OG to get a 2-0, and then you're playing for, you know, second place type of thing. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't think you can be eliminated. I think it'll be tiebreaker for upper or lower bracket, depending how the next series goes.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you're in playoffs. You just don't know if you're in the upper or lower bracket. That's what it is. Okay. So, very good stuff. Yeah, I mean, this was a slow, painful death for Entity in Game 2. Game 1 was a little bit of a miss on the draft, it felt like. But, yeah, G2IG looking very strong as always. I mean, they've had a really good tournament so far.
Yeah, I think, especially this game, I was saying earlier, feels like they're overall strong, but always have like one overextension per game that sometimes costs them. This time, I was worried it was this right here, but it was better than some of their worse blunders in previous series. So I feel like they are identifying it, and from some of the interviews, it does seem they recognize they like slip up on it. So I'm sure it's been in their talks, and when they clean that up, it does look pretty good for them.
Dude, the Techie Shard is actually just winning them these fights. Like, watching this fight over and over again, X-Nova's just throwing it on cooldown onto whatever hero Watson tries, and then they just get AoE disarmed and he can't do anything. It's actually pretty nuts to watch. And yeah, I mean, they have so many answers for the Naga Siren just between like Zeus and Techies, but with how Bobica builds as well on the Hoodwink is wild. Like, he goes the Gleipnir into Lotus Orb, so he's not under kill threat ever from the Naga Siren. Allows him to always kind of get away from this hero, and then goes back for a Bloodthorn. And people might be wondering, like, why are these heroes picking up Bloodthorns? This item is ridiculously good in the late game, especially when BKBs become lower cooldown, because a lot of heroes build one or maybe two types of Dispel, like with a Manta on certain heroes, but Entity, they have BKBs to Dispel. That is it. Once those BKBs are down, Bloodthorn is a death sentence for basically every hero. So it's a really smart pickups and just really cool itemization.
And the amount of attacks you have coming in, right? CK Illusions, Zeus had a Manta, Dragonite had a Manta. They all have good attack speed for it. You got Acorn Shot, and even without that, 2 long-range supports who can also just like throw in the attacks, right? And if this game had gone longer, I would have loved to see a CK Ags. Like, I think that would have been killer. So yeah, just that plus the Bloodthorn. Oh, you dispelled one? It's okay, we got the second. Oh, you dispelled that? We got the third, you know? Like, you'll get it in eventually and then just kill them.
Yeah. This is a sick game, really well played. Monet going 13-2-7 on a CK, and like a pretty heavily countered CK game is also something to shine some light on. But we're going to go to a break for now. We haven't confirmed if we're going to have an interview with G2IG. Hopefully we do, but we'll be back to let you all know. So we'll talk to you soon. We're back, everybody. Surprise. Probably not much of a surprise, actually, but a little bit surprising. We unfortunately don't have an interview with G2IG. They are too busy celebrating, I think, as they are in playoffs now. But we do have some more Dota coming up next. We got one more series left in this group stage, potentially. It could force a tiebreaker scenario, but for right now, we can take a look at some of the groups as Group B is done. I hate to be the spoiler of potentially bad news for whichever team you're rooting for over there. If you are a BetBoom or Boom Esports fan, your series no longer matters because Gaming Gladiators has taken the 2-0 over Blacklist, and that will put them at 8 wins, securing themselves 3rd, 4th for their group.
Yeah, you might get a really fun game there, though, guys, if you're going to watch. Usually those are the type of series where the pros pick the really wacky stuff. That might be a lot of fun to watch, but it is unfortunate that, whether you 2-0 or not, you won't be able to qualify.
Yeah, the way this tournament is shaken up is kind of interesting because the only teams that are left are basically Western Europe, China, and MENA. Every other region is eliminated. It is... Yeah. Eastern Europe, right? We see both Spirit and BetBoom now limited. South America is going to be Heroic and Boom. Southeast Asia, in the terms of Blacklist and Aurora is now out. So, well, I mean, for all 3 of the Chinese teams to be invited and at least have contention, we're not really sure. Group A still has some flexibility. Azure Ray could be eliminated in Group A if OG manages to take the 2-0, and then we have like a 3-way tie at 8-6, which would force some tiebreakers for tomorrow. But we'll have to see. That series is going to be very close. OG has to get the 2-0. They cannot afford to lose even a single game there.
Yeah, 1-1 would get tiebreakers. So 2-0 for OG, tiebreakers. 1-1, tiebreakers, but Azure Ray. 2-0 for Azure Ray, no tiebreakers at all, actually, because they'll be in the upper bracket with 9 wins, and then it won't matter that the other 2 are at 8 because they're just lower bracket. So more Dota, at least one more series, maybe even more tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But coming up next should be the fun game, right? So Azure Ray versus OG, a lot on the lines for both these teams. You will not want to miss it. But for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with the start of that series in just a few minutes, everyone. We'll see you soon. Potentially the final game of this group stage is about to begin. It is Azure Ray versus OG. A must-win series for both of these teams, right? Azure Ray sitting at 7 wins, could get knocked out by OG. OG needs a 2-0, and I mean needs to stay in this tournament. They cannot afford a single loss, so a lot on the line for both these teams. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. Dude, I'm excited for this series. How are you feeling?
I'm excited as well. I think we might get to see some... I don't know if I can even call it a new hero at this point. We're going to see IO probably pretty contested here. OG and Azure Ray. One of the few teams to be playing with IO even before this IO Marcy combo started to come out. They would just pick IO because they like IO. So I would not be surprised to see it banned out pretty quickly or snapped up in the first phase.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm a little bit curious about. I think a lot of teams are just saying there's too many risks for letting the IO through, and we saw that banned out last game, both games. I think both by G2IG. They're like, yeah, I mean, maybe we just ban Marcy, but there's just a couple other IO combos that are also scary, so rather than risk it, let's just ban it. We are back to IO first phase bans, everybody. I hope you're excited for that one, because yeah,
we'll
we're gonna have
see.
a draft
We're not there
developing.
yet.
We'll see if they do it, though. Yeah, like you said, not there yet, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing the IO get removed from the draft. We'll see Batrider as well as the Disruptor as the openers from Azure Ray and Kunkka DK. There's the Marcy.
There's the Marcy.
Okay, so they're going to go the Marcy route instead of the IO route. Interesting.
For OG, Ari likes Marcy, and he's willing to
That's
play
true.
Marcy support even without the IO, even like whatever the other heroes are. So it is a flex pick for them. I think it's something OG either likes or is just conveniently working out in the meta. There's a couple heroes that are good that they're willing to flex in ways that many other teams are not, such as the Marcy. Batrider is another one between their off lane and their 4 or their 5 position, right? A lot of just... It's tough to draft into. You see these heroes and you're like, well, usually that's a support, but I don't know, it could be the off lane, right? It just makes the mind games of the draft so difficult, and they're just banning out quite a few of them. Oh, there's the IO. That means Chen slips through.
Ooh, baby,
Dude.
we got a Chen. I mean,
Now-
this is going to be interesting because, like you said, they actually just ban out the IO. My thought was they would ban the Chen, but this is a cool adaptation.
Yeah, I will say Seb has not played as much Chen as like other people out there. He did I'm gonna say more recent switch to position 5 because he used to be like an offlaner, used to do other stuff. But he has been like he's been working on that position 5 hero pool, I feel like, and I don't think I have gotten to see him play Chen, even though I know he has. So looking forward to see how they play around the hero, because I feel like everyone can have a different style and take on some of these heroes, and especially OG feels like they have their own unique twist for a lot of stuff.
If I know Seb, this guy's going to be farming. I feel like
true.
this guy's going to be going straight auras, get his items, and just, kind of just try to out-farm, outpace the enemy supports. We've seen some teams actually deal with the Chen fairly well. The first pick, Pango, or I guess the response pick of the Pango from Azure Ray, has been one of them. And they get rid of the Clinks as well. That was one of the other heroes that was kind of popping up in either the 4 position or the carry, where Chen, brings creeps over and he's just like, oh, thank you. That's food.
For sure. I'm wondering if... I don't think you want to ban Doom, but he's kind of good versus the Hand of God. He also eats the creeps, and he's been... I feel like he dropped off pretty hard, but as other things have been banned out, people started playing with Doom again a bit more, and they're like, well, actually it's still kind of fine. I'm kind of curious. I don't think Azure Ray would first pick it here, or like in their next first pick here, because that is revealing 2 cores pretty quickly. But I wonder if it's something they have in mind.
All right. Bach Magnus going to be removed. Also has played some crazy good Magnuses this game, or this tournament. I will say I like the Brewmaster ban a lot. It does hit the tempo with Chen quite well, right? By the time Radiance is out, Chen's got like Mech, maybe Drums or Vlad's. They get rid of the Bloodseeker. I was going to mention this. Like, if you do pick like another hero that's also rough into the Bloodseeker matchup, like you could see OG absolutely go for a Bloodseeker pick. Chen's not the greatest like lane partner, but you know, you could eventually leave Bloodseeker alone, or you could run it off lane, which has actually been something that Azure Ray has done multiple times. So they've got their eyes on that hero. They're making sure, you know, not to give up a good pick.
Razor's still in the pool. We've been seeing him banned out so much, but with the adjustment to some of these other support bans like Marcy and Io, he's still in here. I wonder if OG wants to play him.
We could. And the tiny pick's also great at the deny pick, because that's something Ari plays a ton as well. The Primal Beast grabbed here from OG, which
I love a Grimstroke.
Strong. It's the perfect mid lane hero, and I think you're right. I also really like the Grimstroke pairing. So I think what we're seeing here is this will be BZM's Primal Beast. And if you give Ari Grimstroke or Rubik, okay, that's one of his other most played heroes. Could also be Whispers Rubik, right? But not likely.
Have we seen it again since the one time? It was so scarring.
He's
Everyone
done it like
remembers
2 or 3 times. I
Has
think.
he? Okay. I think you want some early wave clear. Pango's got some, but a little bit more just to make sure. Oh, there we go. That's some right there. Oh, and a fast follow-up pick of Crystal Maiden. Another support, really good versus the Chen army. And actually very annoying for Primal Beast as well. The roots and the Crystal Clone just making life miserable. I like this follow-up. It does mean Rubik has some great spells to steal this game. But I feel like you're addressing the Chen and making sure you can at least... You probably can't fully stop the Primal Beast, especially once BKB comes out, right? But you are making his life hard.
I love this pick. I was just thinking about it. I think right here, you see your off lane, you see your mid lane. You can pick your carry, have a pretty stable matchup because you can protect ban for it. You will have to pick your off laner coming out of this phase for OG. I don't think it's a secret where this Primal Beast is going. It should be mid. It is one of the few heroes that does beat a Pangolier. You need to dodge out the Crystal Maiden lane. So I think this makes a lot of sense. They're going to get rid of the Morphling. What other matchups are you like actually worried about for the Faceless Void here?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to...
Wraith King, maybe?
So I'm trying to think about the fact that I think Primal Beast mid does work, but I think you can also just move it off lane, right? So you need to carry who feels fine versus Primal Beast and deals with the Faceless Void.
That's
and
true.
does not get run down by Chen.
Yeah. I feel like I definitely not consider the fact that you can't just pick a bad hero in a Primal Beast, because then they could put the Primal Beast in your lane, and that would be sad. Dude, what if they just last picked a sniper on OG for BZM?
I'm kind of up for it.
Gives you more damage into your Chronos target. Pango has kill threat on him until his BKB comes out. And we actually talked to Noob about this yesterday. He was like, yeah, I shouldn't have gone the Ags. Didn't work for what we wanted to do. I just needed BKB and to click heroes. And against Pango, that's definitely the idea, right? If he's just going to Rolling Thunder on you, you just press BKB and click the Pangolier until he dies. And, all right, they get rid of Templar Assassin. That's also a pretty good one.
Yeah. If we were to see the sniper in this game, I think with Chen and like with the Chronospheres, you would just go right-click damage. The ramp-up period of Ag's Conda would just be kind of wasted with Chen's early game strength, and then don't really need that like single stun when you have like the whole team chronoed, right? You just want to pump the damage. I'm actually kind of up for it if they want to do it. I don't think they have to.
BKB, right?
They could definitely do some other stuff. Yeah. I'd love something like that. It is scary into Pango. Like you can sometimes just get like rolled over. Not in the lane, but like later on, literally just rolling back and forth on the sniper, controlling him up. So it is a bit of a pain, but
Don't mind me sneezing off camera. That's fine. Thank you for production for not putting me in on blast there. They could just very easily put my face on camera while I'm doing that.
The replay.
The instant sneeze replay. All right, 45 seconds. I feel like you're going for an off-lane hero here, but it's not guaranteed. You could pick something that shuts down Pango even more and fits the game. Like we were saying, Sniper's not a bad one. I've got to be missing something else in the mid lane pool.
A little bit more initiation in the early game, I think, would be fine. I know you have Primal, but it is Primal into like Roll, Avalanche, Roots. Okay, gonna go with the Death Prophet. Not initiation, but I like the Silence. The Silence is really good this game.
Yeah, I was just about to say Kunkka, then I remembered he was first phase banned. So I'm glad I didn't say that.
Phew.
I
How about
would've looked really silly.
Gyrocopter for Azure Ray?
It doesn't seem that bad, but it doesn't have a stun for the Primal Beast that's quick. And I think that's the scary thing is like
Fair.
you need a way of preventing the Primal Beast from stunning you, or from just like getting multiple like instances of trample off. Maybe with like the root into the stun, it's okay. But I also don't know if this is Death Prophet mid or off lane, because you could do either.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You could flex it here. That makes your last pick a little tough, right? So we were saying, okay, we got a lane versus Death Prophet or Primal. We got to beat them. We got to be able to deal with Chronosphere. We got to be able to deal with Chet.
What about anti-mage? Is it too slow?
I think it might be too slow.
Because it's like good into Faceless Void and Primal Beast. Okay, they go for the Medusa. I think now you put Primal Beast mid, Death Prophet off lane, because you can just Crypt Swarm spam, and Primal Beast should win the mid lane pretty easily.
It depends if you actually want to kill Medusa, I think, because Spirit Siphon doesn't do much to her. But if you want to just trade farm, it'd be okay. But that sometimes that's a little scary, right? Like trading farm with the Medusa, who's typically very strong mid to late game. Yeah, it looks like they're going to do mid on Death Prophet, and she should be fine versus the Pango. I don't think it's easy for her to kill Pango because the double mobility spells make Spirit Siphon a little tough to use. But both of them should get what they want, and then we can probably see a pretty good early game timing with the Death Prophet ult, the Chen army, which I agree. I think Seb's going to be pretty rich this game. If you see, like, if BZM or Whisper has a rough lane for whatever reason, I would not be surprised to see Seb pass them in the net worth.
I don't feel like BZM's lane is going to be hard, right? Like, BZM should do fine into the Pango mid. I don't think you really offer kill threat into the Pangolier. You do probably just go, like, 1 or 2 early points in Spirit Siphon, then max the Crypt Swarm because, yeah, you just swashbuckles away. As for the Whisper Primal Beast into Medusa, with Crystal Maiden, it makes it a little bit hard to dive and actually get the kills with like Onslaught Trample. I think with Rubik, it could be possible with like a telekinesis, like pull back to like slow him down. Now that your carry doesn't really have a stun, right? You have a slight slow off the Mystic Snake, but if that root or slow is on cooldown from the Crystal Maiden, or if they just decide to go for the Crystal Maiden, she should be pretty easy for Primal Beast and Rubik to bring down.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely need some careful positioning in that lane.
All right. This is it, everybody. The final regular game series of this group stage. It is OG versus Azure Ray. A must-win 2-0. If you... Oh, Seb sees FY. He's like, I know someone's coming up here to block my stuff. I know it. Smoke's going to pop. He has a good defensive ward actually placed here. And this will actually
really
scout...
interesting.
It scouts Crystal Maiden coming through Portal to block as well, I think is why.
Just the funny thing is, though, about it, like, I'm up for that, but the placement it is, like, if the team did move up here and chose to block a camp back here, I feel like you'd get a free D ward. But I guess they're probably blocking the small camp, and they're probably putting in the trees in the back, so I guess that would keep your observer alive. This is some, like, high-level stuff that only works at this pro level.
All right.
The battle begins.
Might see a little bit of a fight for these top runes, but not much. A little bit of harassment damage here into the tiny Timber Saw. And into the lanes we're going to go. So, level 2 on this bottom lane is what we're going to be seeing these people play for. If you get caught out on the Crystal Maiden, and they manage to get level 2 first on OG, she's super dead. You've gone for Crystal Nova at level 1. They can easily onslaught trample you down. So I would be surprised if we don't see OG trying to push this CS and try and get that level 2 out first, but Lowell's going to be able to do a decent amount of right-clicking here on this Medusa. Wait a minute. Top lane. Bach just getting walked down here by the Blood Grenade Penitence, and he's forced all the way back to the tower.
Looks like they're doing some creep dragging stuff, so
yeah,
guess a
Seb's
good
gonna
call.
beat the wave.
Good call from OG to try to punish it with harassing the Timber who's left on their own, and yeah, it looks like it's not going to work out either.
It's a really good play from Sven, or from Seb. I meant to say Seb and Chen and came out with Sven. So, what can you do?
I want to see... So Crystal Maiden has 2 mangoes, and actually even bought a Clarity. I feel like that means she's willing to get Frostbite at level 2, which might be a necessary adjustment to counter the aggression you were talking about.
I think you actually have to. If you don't go Frostbite 2, Whisper can probably kill you with the help of Ahri. They've got a pretty big wave pushing in. She's get just instantly goes Arcane Aura. Okay. I mean, this creep wave is going to be in a really good position for Whisper and Ahri. And once they clear this up, which he actually pulls it into his tower, so it looks like he wants to try and do that as quickly as possible. And then maybe look for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, they gotta
That
be
being said,
careful
Ahri's
here.
not level 2, and they have a lot of denies already. 5 denies on the Medusa.
That's true. He moved around somewhere. I missed where it was. I was watching top, but he like moved behind the tower for a moment and lost some XP because of that.
Should be able to just continue to block the wave here. Nice D-ward from Tianming. There's going to be the onslaught trample here onto the Medusa. She just loses her entire mana pool. Does still have 5 stick charges, a Bassi, and a Crystal Maiden with mangoes, so you have to consider the fact that you can just force feed your Medusa some mangoes for some
That's
very
true,
necessary
actually, yeah.
HP.
That's another way to stop the aggression. As long as you're not the one being gone on, your Arcane Aura is providing more mana, and then the force feeding of mangoes. So it's like your own heal in the early game.
He's going to get the Lotus, too, which I feel like probably one of the more important things to get in this lane. So right now, I mean, things are going really well for Azure Ray. Top lane, kind of even. Faceless Void's farming well. Mid lane is dead even.
Precious bounty.
Pretty even lanes overall. When you like compare the lane to each other, but top lane is farming a little bit better than the bottom lane, which
Makes sense with all the dragging shenanigans, right?
Yeah, no one's contesting each other really. I think that'll favor a Chen though, because I think he'll come online and be able to do more than like Medusa Crystal Maiden, right?
Yeah. He also just gets himself the Vol Assassin. I don't know why he picks that one in particular, but Envenomed Weapon. It slows a little bit of regen, which I guess is kind of funny against reactive armor if he just keeps it on the Timber Saw, but not like an amazing first creep, right?
Looks like his other options were the kobolds, so yeah, probably just going with the Vul since he can't find anything else right now.
Time to farm, baby. I mean, it
Thought I'd
does
do this
bonus
later?
damage to
No.
non-units. Yeah, it's like piercing, so it actually does like a little bit of extra damage to the jungle creeps. Maybe that's the idea. Bach now in trouble. Timber Chain on cooldown. Time dilation, slowing that one up a little bit. And should be able to get away.
Took a decent chunk of damage for that, but got a courier kill, so a bit of money for the team. Deny the stick from Seb for a little bit longer.
That's nice, actually. Because he doesn't even have the wand, right? So it's actually going to slow him down quite a bit. Or I'm stupid. I said that backwards, but you know what I meant.
I know what you meant. Don't worry. I think both teams doing some early stacks. Might be a pretty heavy farming game to start us off. No first blood, 5 minutes in.
I'm trying to think where first blood would be. My gut feeling is it would be the Chen lane, because that's usually what happens. But you also just see Primal Beast in a lane where there's not like a full stun, but it's going to be a rotation mid from Rubik that actually will force out the Pangolier. BZM's going to go ahead and grab that Exorcism, put it to good use first, and they do have a fortification here. They will build slow this one down. The ranged creep gets forted up. If he gets the deny on this creep, yeah, he's actually not going to get level 6 on Pango quite yet either. So this will end up being a decent amount of damage into the tower, as now we've got to look for the 6-minute power rune. Top or bottom? Who wins the 50-50? Looks like BZM's the one with good RNG today. It's a haste rune.
That's pretty nice for a Death Prophet. Doesn't have Exorcism to combo with it unless he wants to hold it for the entire time, but he can still run people down with Spirit Siphon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here comes Seb. He's got a Satyr Banisher now. Uh-oh.
That Kobold's got 3 more damage than it had before. Watch out, Timbersaw.
Wait. Trying to get on top of him. Do they have vision? Blood Grenade is out again. There's going to be the Purge. Timber Chain's away, but very low movement speed. This is a slowest kill in history. Oh, he actually misses the Timber Chain. He's got another Purge. He's going to pop every bit of healing he can. Goes down into the river, and Tomato cannot chase anymore. Meanwhile, Crystal Maiden might actually be able to steal this Wisdom Rune. Ari is not here in time. Will he make it? He's going for the stack. That's actually going to slow him up enough, and Tianming gets it. That is huge.
And then because he used Telekinesis to try to stop the Rune Steal, Tianming just TP's out. It's good. No price paid. So that was 2 Wisdom Runes, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Pretty
that's
nice.
like a huge... It's like almost a full level swing on supports.
Especially because Ari has spent more time roaming, stacking, stuff like that. He's a bit underleveled.
All right, FY is in trouble. Well, maybe not. Yeah, he just tosses him away. He's okay. I feel like we're going to start seeing Seb just jungle at this point. He doesn't... I don't feel like he's getting anything out of this lane into the Timbersaw. That being said, Tomato's not really getting shut down either. So, I feel like it's time for Seb to just hit the gym, get swole.
I feel like he's been jungling. He's been doing it in that back jungle camps. Stacking time?
Smash. So good.
It's stacking time.
Dude, how is there this many stacks in the triangle of Azure Ray, actually? I guess FY has just been stacking this whole time. Like, the Timbersaw has relatively been left alone and not pressured. And the Wisdom Rune actually just gives him an XP advantage over the Chen, who's been farming.
Yeah, he's also been doing some creep dragging, which sometimes he was getting the XP while Timber was, like, off doing other stuff, so... FY's game...
Thunder committed mid. This is an Exorcism with Amplify damage. We might see them try to commit for the mid lane here. Now, you've got to get the Pango back here as fast as possible, or he's got to bottle up in TP to try and push back this wave. Otherwise, yeah, he's going to do exactly that. Chrono in the top lane. Do they have the damage for FY? They're close, but finally, First Blood will go into the hands of the Faceless Void. Chrono used
9
immediately.
minutes
Yeah, and they get mid tower, which was inevitable with the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I think it's a great call to play aggressive top, though. Like, not only because he just got the ability, but it prevents...
Steal the stacks.
Oh, man, this is such a good series of events, actually. It also prevents any rotations, which is what was going to be necessary to protect that mid tower. Maybe he stuck around too long. It is going to get healed up.
He shouldn't... Oh, FY's here. Cancel his TP. Wait, the toss back onto the wrong hero. He's still got another Spirit Siphon. Avalanche is there. Bach with plenty of damage now on the Timbersaw. Has ran out of mana, but they will eventually bring down BZM. If he didn't try to TP and just walked away, he probably gets out, but doesn't know the Tiny's coming.
Yeah, I think so. He did get most of the stack, I think, right? Or did Pango manage to steal some with Swashbuckle?
I think Pango only got one of them. I think the majority did go to the Death Prophet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Speaking of stacking, Ari doing the exact same thing. He's busy.
There's 5 stack Ancients. This is going to be a pretty rich Medusa. She's been last hitting fine down here, and she's got mega Ancient stacks ready for her.
Okay, he's fine. What's going on bottom here? Pulverizes out onto the Crystal Maiden. Whisper has plenty of damage with the help of BZM to clean it up. Okay, so bottom lane now getting on the board here. Kill goes to the Death Prophet, but I think you actually are okay with that. I think Death Prophet timing and being accelerated is always nice. Who got the power rune? Ori did. It's a shield rune. Okay. Very even game at the moment, though, which is a little bit surprising again with the Chen lineup, right?
Yeah, but we've seen this more and more. I kind of had this... I feel like I've learned this after watching the Chen games that do slip through. We used to see like earlier pushes with Chen, but now it feels like you do just jungle up and pick up 2 aura items and then you go. Drums now finished. Like, you make some early plays, but just not as much as it used to be in the past. Like, he's got the drums, he's working on the Vlads, and then with that timing, I think we'll see them, like, really get going.
Yeah, really nice mana boots there. Whisper, he's in so deep. Gonna get chased down from Ori. The smoke rotation, beautifully done. Avalanche in as well, and they'll pick it up. Goes the way of the Pangolier. I mean, they thought they were gonna get like a freebie here to push the Medusa out. Instead, heavily punished. This is just that threat of Pango at all stages of the game. Rolling Thunder is just a insane ability. Whoa, this ancient stack. BZM's like, can I have?
If BZM
please?
steals this
Ooh.
is huge.
Bach,
1,000 gold.
dude, this is like way more than 1,000 gold. This is like 1,400 gold. Bach's coming through as well. He's gonna get almost everything. And that's one of the benefits of the Timber Saw. Low here as well. BZM with this Exorcism still running. Doing some work. Tomato, he's got a Chrono. It catches, and there's going to be the Spirit Siphons. Everything being dumped onto the Medusa, the Pulverize as well. You get the stack, maybe the majority of it, but it's going to cost you 2 heroes. And now Bach forced the Timber Chain away. He should be safe here. Yeah, he will be. Medusa got a lot of those creeps still.
Yeah, the XP was split, and then you kill the Medusa. I mean, overall, that's a win for OG, even as, like, Azure Ray was supposed to get that stack, right? So, in the...
Oh, no, go ahead. It looks like this fight mostly over. BZM needs to run. Rolling Thunder.
Radiant's top tower.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Continue.
It's supposed to be their stack, right? So even though we can say, like, oh, they secured it, it's like, well, actually, I mean, you were supposed to do that. So the fact that you had to die to get your own stack, kind of a loss for you, right? And your top tower also took a beating during that with all the heroes there. It's still alive, but only 400 health left.
Yeah.
Right back to the jungle for Seb.
Yeah, Seb just goes back to farming. He went drums first, which typically we see the Vlads or the mech right away. But this just shows he actually wants to keep farming in my eyes. Like, there's no mech coming. So he's just building drums. He's building Vlads. He might go back for a mech eventually. But he just wants to be a farmed Chen this game.
I think there's also some extra synergy with Faceless Void, who wants early attack speed for the bashes, compared to getting bonus damage and lifesteal from a Vlad, or like being healed by the mech. But he will go back for the Vlads because it is just such a good item, and wouldn't be surprised to see a mech afterward. I'm trying to see if it's better for something else. Maybe like a Solar Crest could be cool too.
See a Solar Crest. Seems good. He's going to bring the boys to the bottom lane now that this tower is pushing in. Whisper cuts the wave as well. And Seb will just continue farming now on the bottom side of the map, which will take space away from the Medusa, right? Which is kind of nice. That being said, they actually smoke across the map here. Meanwhile, Azure Ray is smoking top, looking for the Faceless Void. No blink yet on FY, but you do have this Diffusal Pango. You have a lot of damage from the Timber Saw. And Chrono Still on cooldown just for a couple of seconds, though. It's almost up. The smoke pops. Did he see him? I think he might have seen him because it was still daytime.
I think
They're looking for low. He's actually scouted by a kobold. Dude,
I'm telling you guys, use your kobolds.
Amazing what you'll find.
the team's turning around. They're like, they might be making a play for the Medusa here. Whisper's got a blink, goes in, goes for the pulverize. The silenced comes out from BZM. It's going to be a nice initiation on the backside from FY to break this one up. Stone Gaze is here, onslaught on through. Whisper trying to just stay on top of Low, and BZM with this exorcism should be able to finish the job. Chrono comes out to grab the Crystal Maiden as well. Low's going to fall, double kill for BZM. Ori with the Rolling Thunder now has to use it to get away. Of Whisper, he's going to come off. A beautiful silence from BZM. They need the bashes. Can they chase him down? Swashbuckles away. The exorcism, it's still going. Whisper just continues to run through. Then they're turning attention on over to Bach. Timber Chains back on through to the other side. Do they have the catch? Blink pulverize in one. The bashes. They take down Bach. FY. Great avalanche. Great toss. Tries to finish off Seb. He gets him with a tower shot. You have to be careful of this Primal Beast. He could still turn, but Ori with a nice pick will take down this Rubik trying to TP out.
That's a good kill to get. He had Avalanche, which is one of the better steals you can get this game.
Yeah.
Tiny did get his blink off of that fight, so overall good for OG. I think only losing support while killing Low, invading the enemy side of the map again. But maybe with this blink, Tiny, you can now get some return kills. Get some momentum going for the side of Azure Ray. I don't think they're in a terrible spot, but they are starting to fall behind a little bit. 3K after the last couple fights that have all been on their own half of the map. They haven't been able to get out to OG side. All their towers still relatively healthy.
Yeah, and Tomato getting active early with these Chronospheres is pretty huge. Right, being able to come in, offer that Chrono, put down the freezing field, and just kill the Crystal Maiden, and he kind of gets to go back to farming afterward. It doesn't really cost him a whole lot of time. Right now, we can kind of see the strength of the Death Prophet though. Like the silence is actually owning. It's only level 2. It lasts longer and longer. The slow will eventually stack more and more. This ability scales incredibly well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any dispels for Pango and Timber yet. So they're gonna have to keep dealing with that silence.
Roshan. Guess what Seb has? Troll Summoner and an Alpha Wolf.
The boys!
Pops the drums, has the Vlad's done. Tomato needs to not be tanking the Roche here. He's even got the Seeds of Serenity. Oh my goodness.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They got an Orb of Destruction on Tomato too for this.
Oh, that's quite nice. So, Aegis should go to the Faceless Void. Give him some space to farm with. Right now, generally, not surprising there's a little bit of a gold lead on OG because of this Chen. Tiny is managing to find a lot of net worth himself. He's actually not that far behind Seb. But the Death Prophet at the top of the net worth is a little scary with boots. Kaya is definitely burstable. Oh, there's going to be the Avalanche, the toss, an immediate kill onto Ari is Tomato. He comes in. He's looking for the Timber Saw. Exorcisms out. The Chrono, it catches 2 onto the backside. He's just going to try and bring down the Crystal Maiden. He's got him low. Now needs to be careful. Aegis still protecting him. Whisper. And then gets stunned up. They did buyback here on Ari. Can they find more? He's got the Pulverize available. Onslaught as well. Will be able to TP to safety. You want to get more out of this Exo, but it's not going to happen. It looks like BZM will just go to the bottom lane. That's not bad for Azure Ray. That's Chrono and a buyback.
Yeah, I think it's on one hand that was like their movement, so I'm sure they would have loved to get a little bit more out of that, but you're right, it is Chrono and the buyback, which is they're a little bit behind. I think it's okay.
Whisper is really far forward. Gets the Blink Pulverize here. Finds Low. Great Avalanche response. Here comes the drums. Here comes the boys. He is in a lot of danger, but Tomato takes a huge damage out from that, Mystic Snake, and now a little bit of an interesting cancel on that freezing field. Maybe thinking he was going to back away, and now low. Oh, a stolen freezing field from Ari, just dumping the damage back in. FY, the Avalanche, the toss Tomato going for a very deep dive. He bursts him down. The Bash Lord himself gets the kill. Whisper back in, chasing FY. This is an insane dive, and it somehow works. Ari doesn't die. You only lose the Aegis.
I feel like the original Crystal Maiden ult. Yeah, we might see in the replay. Did someone cancel it, or was that just a... That should have been a really good ult, I feel like. I feel like that was a misclick.
Yeah, I think it was. Because he was in a really good spot. They didn't see him.
He was in the trees, yeah. Like, you wouldn't have it stolen and everything. He would still be ulting right now in the trees. And this fight would look pretty different. That's a pretty painful misclick to have there.
Maybe he didn't get the Frostbite onto the Faceless Void. I didn't quite see that. Maybe he felt like he needed to get the Frostbite on the Faceless Void instead of the Freezing Field. And so he like canceled Freezing Field to get the Frostbite, hoping that might kill him. I'm not sure. But either way, I mean, that's a big win for OG. That was a great use of your first Aegis. And BZM's got a full BKB completed now with EXO coming back up in a couple of seconds.
Blue Wisdom runes here? Investing, paying off. He's gonna wait for 28 minutes to get them.
I'm sure, surely not, right? Seb's gonna be the one that gives them. They're like, yeah, we want our Chen to get higher level.
It's like, should I invest this one? They never came here for the last one.
Okay, they're gonna give it to Faceless Void. Tormentor will go their way. Getting it on Chen would be absolutely massive, and that's exactly who gets it. So you can now grab yourself some Ancient Creeps. He will grab himself. I don't know if that was a misclick, but maybe he just wants the War Drums aura. It's also good because it gives you accuracy. I don't think there's any evasion, though.
Do you think he meant to use Hand of God there? For a Tormentor?
Probably. They were falling pretty low.
Wonder if it was a misclick, because he just hit 12.
It's a long cooldown, I guess. Whisper. He's going to find low. Does get it with the Diffusal. Onslaught's on forward. Trying to force a reaction. Not going to pop the Pulverize. Try to burn a little bit of that Medusa mana. Ari still has Freezing Field, actually.
That's a good steal. It's a lot of damage. He has Blink, too. He can put himself in a really good position.
Oh, I did not notice that one. They're just trying to slow down low. They're like, yeah, I'm sorry, you want these creeps? You're going to have to work for them. He is still very farmed on the Medusa. He's having a good game. He's got that Manta Diffusal done on his way to an Eye of Scotty. Eventually, a Butterfly is a pretty natural progression. And maybe that's why Seb wants the accuracy creep, thinking like Butterfly could be up. As for now, it's not there. And now he's actually going to have a Granite Golem plus the Black Dragon. So I think he's actually much happier.
What happened to that accuracy creep? I think he sacked
just died. Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe it wasn't.
You can only have 2 Ancient Creeps right now. So
I don't want to play with you anymore. Just drops it.
Yeah. I mean, can you blame him? The Black Dragon is so good at split pushing. He's just soloing this tower. Pops the Boots of Bearing, which he did manage to finish up. So yeah, that is dead tier 2. As Seb is about to catch up to the Timbersaw in terms of net worth. Looks like they're trying to find BZM potentially here in the bottom lane. They have a good ward. But there is a smoke coming back the other way. They see Qian Ming go for the D-ward on the Sentry. And BZM's like, he's probably up here somewhere, right? And you go, Swashbuckle gets scouted, silence off the mark. Ori. Can you go for the blink? He gets the BKB into the Pulverize. That just stops him, and he's dead. One of the reasons you pick the Primal Beast into that Pangolier, your Rolling Thunder gets instantly canceled.
Which is interesting. Not that the hero needs buffs, but do you think he should still just roll after the Pulverize?
Nah, because he's like unraveling you, you know? He's not grabbing the ball. He's like ripping you out of the roll up, you know? Oh wait, Ari has Rolling Thunder. Okay. Finds FY here in the top lane, just trying to keep that Blink Dagger broken. The Blink does come out from himself. Dude, what a quick response, because he was about to get Avatossed. But that 0 cast point Rolling Thunder finds a kill instead.
Dire's
Oh,
courier has been
that's a
killed.
full halberd killed on the courier for Crystal Maiden. She just takes that away from the Primal Beast. That's huge.
Has Crystal Maiden just been here that whole time since her? Oh, she's gonna find Faceless Voids too.
That's a
Mjolnir
full
on it. Oh,
Did it high ground miss?
uphill
It actually
miss.
high ground missed. Wow.
Dude, no RNG. Game sucks.
Timbersaw has found the Primal Beast, but who's found who now? As he's thinking about... Oh! He doesn't Timber Chain to the low ground, and with this one, they might be able to just control a Bach. The Onslaught is there to cancel that Timber Chain back the other way. The damage from this Chen, what is that? They managed to find Tomato's Faceless Void, though. Beautiful catch onto the backside from FY. That is a very good trade.
Was that a toss back? Why was Faceless Void there? Did he
was
did he jump forward and just get crowd controlled?
Yeah, he time walked to the other side and gets Avatos rooted instead. He doesn't have BKB or anything yet.
Yeah, they just full 100 to 0 him. All right, all right. They needed something like that on Azure Ray.
Yeah, that's a massive
Dire's
win.
middle tower is under attack.
The later this
Whisper.
goes, I do like Azure Ray's chances a bit more. Chen creeps will start to matter less and less. Death Prophet becomes like easier to deal with the Scotty, but you
Dude, how
can just
many
chrono
chronos have
her
they
like
lost?
every time.
Oh, Whisper does find the Crystal Maiden and use the Uproar there to dispel. Always a very frustrating thing to deal with once he gets the 15 talent. So, I mean, to be honest, Tian Ming has gotten a lot done in the last like 5 minutes where, you know, he's just been farming in their triangle, kills like 2 massive couriers. So, eventually gets punished for it. Bottom lane. TP in, or did he just get chronoed? He did. He just gets chronoed and dies. Okay, well, that's one way to do it.
I should get them the next Roche if they scout it out, which I imagine Ari's headed over to take a look.
Yeah,
It's up.
full duration chrono with Mjolnir and gets like 2 really good bashes at the end. All right, nicely done.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, next Roche. You don't really need to commit the Exo for this. You've got plenty of damage with the Faceless Void and this Boots of Bearing.
Dire's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
smoking to try and come make this fight happen, but it is dead so fast. And you're going to have Exo for the fight now. Whisper in a decent spot to break the smoke. They're going to Timber Chain on in. Whisper, he jumps in aggressive with the BKB, gets the Pulverize here onto the Medusa. The Telekinetic actually doesn't have a Manta either quite yet. Silenced up, Chain Stun down. Can they burn her mana on time? No, she gets the Stone Gaze. That is big. Now on the run is going to be the Crystal Maiden, but she's not going to be able to make it out for now, and Lowe's out of all his resources. Silenced up, brought down, no problem at all. On the other side of the fight, Whispers scouted Bach here. Great telekinesis to cancel the Timber Chain away. Bach's going to need some help. Onslaught to interrupt the next one. How many times can they get away with this? The silence is there, but he finally just TP's home instead. Beautifully done. Tomato trying to chase for FY is not going to find him. Well, that being said,
Willy.
Whisper might. Great onslaught into the Pulverize. They are all over the map here on OG. 3 huge kills as they push themselves up to a 10,000 gold advantage. That was without
I feel like
Chrono. The whole
Medusa
fight.
would do the damage, but I don't think there's been a fight where she's been able to just attack. Like the one thing was like when they changed on the Void. That was like the one time I saw her attacking. All of these fights, she's the one being jumped and then has to spend the rest of the time running away.
Radiant's middle
I
tower
feel like they
has
needed...
fallen.
Well, Bach did go in first, but Whisper just jumped in the back, found the Medusa, and then everyone just ran at the Medusa.
That was legitimately the difference in the Manta nerf from last patch, right? The first 4 seconds of that fight, he didn't have Manta, so he couldn't get out of the silence and ends up losing like 30% more of his mana, and it delays his Stone Gaze. There is a reason the Manta style was nerfed, and this is one of them, right? It punishes heroes that use this as a split pushing tool, and you can see right here, right? He's still silenced, can't get out of this, still silenced. Finally, Manta into the Stone Gaze, but you've lost 100% of your mana at that point, and you have like 4 stacks of time dilation on you.
Maybe they'll be able to find a more favorable fight on the high ground, but it is going to be dealing with the Chronosphere at that point. Ari gets picked off.
He is really deep there.
I wonder if he was trying to place a ward or something. I missed that. I was watching the replay.
Yeah. Trying to look at what the next big set of items that are coming out is. Tomato's just queued up a BKB. With his Aegis, he doesn't really mind going in and being kind of the face tank for his team, or the faceless tank for his team. See what I did there? Very nice. I'm smart. But once the Aegis is gone, he is going to need a BKB, right?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. And then I've been wondering if he'll even. I thought like Disperser could be good versus the Medusa, right? Burn the mana, but so far it just seems like it absolutely hasn't been necessary. So he may not even end up getting it. But more Dispels is like not bad, especially when dealing with the root from Crystal Maiden.
Well, there's a Chrono up onto the high ground, onto the Medusa. The mana's going down real fast, trying to get away. Tomato, can he chase? Instead, they're just going to back away. Stone Gaze is out, Rolling Thunder in from Ori. Whisper pops the cheese, still has his BKB available. He will finally use it to try and get himself to safety. Tomato with a nice time dilation as well. Bach makes it back to the base, so that's a big commitment from OG, and they don't get anything out of it. A good hold from Azure Ray.
It's pretty close. Maybe they should have waited more together because Ari and BZM were not there for that.
Oh, Avalanche. Toss in. Does he just BKB in time? BZM. He's got a shield root as well into the Exo. Just going to run down the Crystal Maiden. Pulverize holding back the Medusa. BZM's got his first kill. Now looking for the Medusa. You've lost the Aegis there on Tomato. A buyback from the Crystal Maiden. Tomato, he needs to get out of here. Has a Manta. Gets out with a nice time walk. A little bit of damage out from the Exorcism, but you do not want to take that deep of a fight. You got no BKBs left. That's another great find from Azure Ray.
Buyback, but yeah, I think not even the tier 3's barely touched any of that. The longer this goes, I think it gets easier. I don't know if you're guaranteed to win in the late game or anything versus Faceless, but at least compared to where they've been, 10k down in the mid game, that's pretty tough.
They are looking for Tomato. They're actually smoking top. They're going to barely miss him. Oh, he popped the Manta, though. He could get punished if they find him. He's going to be on another creep camp farming. Oh, 2 seconds of the time
They need
walk.
a swashbuckle bash.
He goes in. Avalanche, toss, swashbuckle bash into the root. You ask and you shall receive. That is massive. A huge death for the Faceless Void.
Crystal Maiden got it. Oh, well. Too bad it doesn't go to one of the cores, but it's still a great kill to get. He's out of the fight for 60 seconds. Maybe you can get a tier 2 off of this, but I think you're also okay just buying time. Oh, maybe you're just going to look for more kills.
Nice silence. That catches it. He was about to get a nice Avatos, but a perfect silence from BZM.
I feel like Medusa's not there. I don't know if they should be pushing that hard for extra kills.
Yeah. I agree. It is only the tiny, but still, it's some space now for OG to start getting back out onto the map.
The tiny blink toss avalanche is also a big threat. That's like what catches you off guard the most. I guess blink roll is also a pain, but like it's harder to combo off of that than the avalanche toss. So I feel like with tiny being dead, suddenly everyone feels more comfortable to just like move out on the map.
Yeah. Whisper's going Refresher, which I actually really like this game. If you chain stun your Pulverize into Onslaught, you can just go right into another Pulverize, into another Onslaught. You know, that's a ton of just single target stun onto the Medusa, and they have no way of getting her out of it.
She also doesn't have a BKB, so Refresher Halberd also super value.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know if he has the mana for this many things, but where's he at? Well, 1,000 mana on Primal Beast. Actually, where? Oh, because he's got the Dandelion Amulet. I was like, there's no way this guy's so smart. He's a Primal Beast. Yeah. 1.7 intelligence gain.
And that is a finished Refresher. They're going to smoke up. You have Chrono as well as the Exorcism. I mean, this is OG needing to, I guess maybe feeling obligated to try and get something done with these big cooldowns. You're almost to a...
No way. You're going to find low again?
That's a big one. It's just an immediate... Well, they actually don't overcommit for this. They're trying to get a response instead. Tomato has the Chronosphere, but he's got a Butterfly now, so Tomato's damage is definitely going to be lacking a bit against this Medusa.
Maybe they saw that and decided it's too hard. It's also right
really
in front of the
deep.
tier 3. Yeah. Maybe just seeing what they could bait out with that.
BZM, he's wanting to find this Tiny. He's got a feeling that this Tiny is going to be nearby. Tries to grab him into the trees. Shiva's going to come out. He ends up blinking to the right. Not going to find him. Just TPs to safety. All right. Seb has gone back for the Rumble Hide, so 51% accuracy aura for his team. That will help a lot against this Butterfly.
Seb so farmed. We were saying it earlier. He is close. He's within 1,000 gold of passing Pango, and after that, he's pretty close to Whisper.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, between the Alpha Wolf, his Vlad's aura, and the attack speed aura, like, the amount of damage he just enables his team is ridiculous. They've caught Bach on the backside,
bashes in a
bash into bash. They've also managed to isolate the Medusa. Bach, he's just dead. What are those bashes? The Chrono, is he going to use it? He's going to just BKB. A nice ult here from low, making space. They've managed to find the Pango. Whisper going to try and chase and isolate this hero. Silenced up by the Death Prophet. He's got a refresher. There's your Chronosphere catching the Tiny. He gets all three, actually, onto the high ground they go. Another set of pulverizes, just going to isolate low. Oh my goodness.
Bach just got screwed by RNG right there. Oh
They just
my
GG
God.
out. It's
They
over.
just called it GG. They know they don't have the good luck this game.
Maybe they don't have
Game
any
2
buybacks.
goes.
How do you stop them when they get to your high ground? This
There's no
Chen
way.
alone. Wow.
Yeah, Chen. Wow, what a way to end the game. That was. I mean, we saw it coming. OG felt very in control, but just off such a dominant fight there. Starting with a Timber side, usually not the guy you want to find to begin with, but being able to just completely delete him, and then everyone came in to try to help into that choke point for a massive chrono. Yeah, if you don't win off of that, then you would at least take like 2 sets of barracks, get the Aegis, right? It would end from there.
Yeah, the snowball is too big from OG, and like they see the refresher from the Primal Beast in that fight, and they're like, oh damn, like we can't deal with refresher Primal Beast at all. And it's a really good choice. Like Whisper's build this game is so sick because, like you said, you have double Halberd if you need it, but double BKB Pulverize is so rough for Azure Ray to deal with. The only thing you can do to stop it is the Stone Gaze, and that is it. So they've just got so many tools this game to deal with their heroes.
I feel like Medusa was... I don't know, it felt a little too slow. I guess they were hoping, like, you know what, we'll get through it, and then this will be our late game insurance. Though into Faceless, I don't know how good you feel about that. Maybe they're aiming for a mid-game timing. Lane started okay, but like once people started making plays on OG, it just felt like you didn't have the tools to deal with it. And where I think someone a little more active, like maybe Gyrocopter, could have participated more to help deal with the early Chen, try to prevent OG from taking such a quick lead. You'd have like the Aghanim side gunner for when you get chronoed, unlike this Medusa who we see like here getting controlled up, can't do anything. Then eventually, actually, I don't think they even used chrono this fight on the Medusa.
No,
She was just controlled up from the silence.
Just on
He didn't
cooldown
even have
the whole
chrono.
time.
That's right. Yeah, he didn't even have it here. He actually just walks at her.
Yeah, I think this
Instant
was
bash. Wow.
This was like after he had solo chronoed the Pangolier at the tier 2 or something, and they're just like running him down. It's really rough to play this late game. I will say props to Tomato for playing such an impressive lane stage, because he was ahead of Timbersaw the entire game, and Seb was not, like, he actually had a really good impact in levels 1 and 2, but after that he was kind of just jungling for the most part, and they left, you know, Faceless Void Timbersaw into a 1v1, and he did really well.
Yeah, I think he got him what he needed. Oh yeah, the one who maybe one mistake there
All right,
from
here's the
Tomato.
bashes.
We're all human. Yeah, man, these bash. Azure Ray fans, you
Oh
gotta
my
send.
god.
Look at that, it's disgusting. You gotta send your RNG to Azure Ray for game 2. Because game 1, it was not for them. Draft decide. I think for the most part, like, their draft has a
Dude, what a Chrono.
chance. I don't feel like it was a total out draft, but I do think Medusa just felt a little slow paced. Like, she was pretty farmed. I think she was second on net worth the whole time, if not higher, but just never got to actually attack into all of these heroes.
Yeah, the Death Prophet pick was also pretty sick because it does a lot in those early engagements where we're like, oh, maybe Azure Ray can play around, this Blink Tiny, the Timbersaw, and of course the Pango, but Death Prophet invading the triangle the way that they did and just popping Exorcism, not only stealing stacks, but like they killed low twice in the triangle trying to defend the stacks. And that's all because this Exorcism is too difficult of a spell early on to fight into. And he finishes the game 10-1 and 10. It was cool. The way that they approached this game, I wasn't really sure from the draft. I liked what they were putting together, but this was better than I thought.
Yeah, this game 2, very exciting, guys. OG fans, it's like didn't secure you it. You gotta get another win to get to play tiebreakers. You'll be qualified, but you'll be playing tiebreakers to maybe even get upper bracket.
Yeah.
Azure Ray fans, you need one win for the exact same thing to stay in and maybe get to do tiebreakers for upper bracket. If whoever loses, you guys are out. So this is a very tense game 1 or game 2 coming up here.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I can't wait. We're going to go to a break, everyone, and we'll be back with probably the most important series of this group stage. We'll see you in just a moment. It's the final game of this round robin group stage and a massively important one for both of these teams, OG versus Azure Ray. One of these two teams will advance to play in tiebreakers tomorrow. The loser is out of the tournament, but we will be having a tiebreaker scenario at 8 and 6. The the teams that are already there, right? G2IG and Quest have looked incredibly good. It's good time to see which one of these teams is going to join them, though.
Yeah, man. I don't know. OG fans, Azure Ray fans, send in all the good vibes to your teams. Fans of good Dota, tiebreakers no matter what. Let's go. It'll be a lot of fun tomorrow with the 3 teams in it. But first, we got to get there. These 2 teams, I imagine they're feeling a little bit of pressure. Hopefully not too much. Don't let it affect your play. Draft-wise, looks like it's we're getting a little bit of a mix-up here.
I think, OG don't have first pick this time, so they ban out the Chen and the IO. That's one of the big differences. So Azure Ray have some options here on what they want to open with, because there is still something like the Timbersaw, the Pangolier. We've got the Shadow Demon. They ban out the Morphling first and instantly pick the Razor. This is a cool choice because that's one of the best heroes at dealing with it.
Yeah, and Tomato has looked very good on Morphling. I can't remember if I've seen OG first phase Morphling as a response, so maybe it's I don't know, maybe they could have waited for the second phase for that, but I also kind of get it. Don't try not to give too many comfort heroes when you're, on that elimination game. Shadow Demon. I like that. You can disrupt the Razor. You can ult him, make it a little harder to get the link off. Dragonite is still in the pool of heroes here as well, so you protect yourself from that to a degree, and also maybe set it up for yourself. Maybe Azure Ray feels the need to ban it out.
I think you might be right. I feel like we've seen a lot of teams go for like Shadow Demon DK, but I don't know if you want to play the DK and the Razor. It's one of the few heroes that can
That is
beat it.
true.
Maybe you go for
That's
something
true.
like a Timbersaw to try and burst the Razor instead. And it's decent enough at getting away from the static link. You ban out the Faceless Void, one of the other carries that's really good at dealing with Razor.
You just ban another carry as well?
Yeah, you might need to. Just get rid of the actual dead matchups for the Razor. I'm trying to think what the other ones would be. I mean, Lifestealer is actually pretty rough because even if you static link him, he's still just massive heal against you, and you can't stop the feast damage and heal. So even though you're melee, it's a pretty interesting matchup.
Looks like they go for the Primal Beast though. I think he's also got a pretty decent matchup into Razor because you can onslaught away.
Yeah.
But having your damage stolen is still a pain, but I mean, Whisper looked pretty good on that Primal Beast last game.
Get rid of the Centaurs. I mean, we're looking for something like a Doom or... I mean, in general, Centaur is pretty annoying when you pair that with a Razor.
Tiny is still in the pool. He's been looking pretty strong. I know he lost last game, but...
Ari's been playing it a ton. I think you want to pick a flex here, right? I think you want to get a flex hero that you can kind of conceal the rest of your draft with and not give too much away. And it's got to be a hero that's good against Razor. Man, they do go for the Dragon Knight. I am not 100% on this one.
It's a little scary. I believe we have seen some Razors, especially as you get to that late game, get that refresher, just melt the Dragon Knight. But I mean, the Aghanims still has its effects, right? You can still split push a lot. There's still value to it. And the lane is also relatively okay if they do end up laning into each other, which is not guaranteed right now, but you're sturdy enough that the Razor cannot just solo threaten kill you and deny everything. You have your own counterplay.
Okay, we actually go back for the Elder Titan here for Azure Ray. A hero that they have played probably more than any of these other teams. I think Aurora was one of the other ones that actually played it quite a bit. But Into a Dragon Knight is a little bit strange because he doesn't... Like, he's all bonus armor. He has a lot of bonus armor, so it doesn't really affect him too much. But it does amplify a lot of magic damage. So we'll see. Okay. Which there's some more magic damage. I mean, they are going to have kill threat onto the DK with these 3 heroes for sure.
Makes your Razor kind of scary too in that late game, removing the base armor, then Eye of the Storm removing even more.
That's a good combo. Very neat. Time for the double.
Also,
pick
if you try to use Disruption as a save, right, that's easy setup from the opponent for your own Earth Splitter. So that could be kind of cool. It's also so I don't know. I think we've seen a lot of the games where ET loses, so I didn't have a great impression of this hero. But when I look at the stats, he's got like 56% win rate or something over like 23 games. So yeah, I know, right? That's how I feel. So I guess he's just been doing better in the games we haven't been getting to cast. So I would love to see a good performance from an ET, right? Just to get a feel of that, why teams keep going for it. But you and I happen to have caught a lot of the ones that don't go well.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Elder Titan win. I think all the losses have been us casting that hero. Maybe we're his curse. I'm not sure. But for the double pick here, I honestly don't feel like it's a bad Lifestealer game. But maybe you don't want to pick that quite yet.
Ari told us in an interview he's been more in charge of the drafting. See him, the hamster wheel spinning in there.
I mean, it's also a really good
the winning draft.
Azure Ray could Lifestealer on 18, depending on what OG pick here. And then you just have like a Razor off lane or a Razor mid with a Lifestealer into heroes like Dragon Knight. Well, that's going to block your Lifestealer, so you can't go that route anymore. I liked the Timber Saw. This is what I wanted them to pick in the DK spot, just because I think it gives them great burst damage. But now we're going to see what supports they want to bring to the lane.
Could
What
be
are
a
you feeling?
4 or a 5. See, Disruptors out. I don't mind. Well, I don't know if I want to see Ari on Shadow Demon. I feel like he looks his best on like some of these more powerful heroes.
Does he just go Rubik again? Whoa.
I am caught off guard. Okay, I bet Ari would totally play position 4 Zeus.
I mean, maybe. I'm a little bit confused as well with you. It's like, would OG flex the Zeus? I'm trying to figure out what, like, if their plan is to actually just run this offlane Timber mid Zeus off and like safe lane DK or something. Would you run that as a Tricore?
I've got no idea. The only man who knows for sure is Ari right now.
That's true.
There's no way you pick Zeus here if you're not willing to flex it. Right?
Yeah, you might be right.
OG has last pick, so they will see everything and then get to decide. But
is Zeus 4 good? Like, I know there was a patch when it was like actually pretty annoying, and you max Thunderbolt and just like pop people, and maybe with like a Timber Saw, you're gonna have a ton of burst damage early on, and that's like your answer to this like Razor heroes. You just burst them. Have like an early Blink Dagger or something. I don't know. We'll have to see.
dude, maybe it's just Dragon Knight carry, Zeus
There it
mid, Timber
is.
off, and then Ari as the new drafter. He's just picking himself his last hero. He's like, yeah, I'm just giving myself last pick. Like, duh, I get to have the best game.
Man, I was a little bit worried about the Lifestealer. I think Timbersaw, if you play him in the off lane, is actually really rough for a Lifestealer specifically, but it is a good Lifestealer game, right? As the game goes on, you have plenty of targets to stick on. That's a rough one, I think, for OG to play around. They have to shut him down early. Ooh, the Weaver ban. That would have been a good one.
You don't have that much actual lockdown on Azure Ray right now. You could maybe go for something mobile. Like, is Anti-Mage absolutely cracked? Is that wild? Is that stupid?
I don't think so.
Because I'm trying to think of like who's left that has a good matchup versus Razor, which I guess is a lot of the mobile carries, but many of them have been banned out already.
Yeah, Faceless Void's banned, Morphling's banned, Weaver's banned.
I'm pretty sure we saw them play an anti-mage game. I think it was Tomato, where I was like, I don't know if this is a good enough anti-mage game, but they just ratted their way into finding amazing fights.
Yeah,
which
I
you could do
remember
it. You have the Dragonite Manta spam. You'd have anti-mage running around, a potential Zeus 4 who's just like lightning bolting, removing vision. I think their own lockdown is also a little lacking on OG, so maybe they want to go for it.
Oh, they get the ban. You are right.
Oh.
It would have been pretty good. I think they were going to do it. I think you were right.
I mean, that also makes sense. They last pick Leshrac. You don't want to be running into an anti-mage with that.
Is it time to sniper? I don't know.
I'm actually up for that. How do you get to him? You'd have to build a blink on Razor or Leshrac to deliver the...
Okay.
A similar idea to Sniper.
Yeah, I was like, you need some like ranged heavy hitter, but the thing is like putting it like Sniper only plays mid, and then it's like you're running safe lane DK into Razor, which seems pretty rough. So I like this route. This is actually kind of a cool pick. We'll see how it does though, because I feel like the draft from Azure Ray is much more straightforward. You have a 4-position Zeus, you know, something we don't really see all that often. Maybe Ari's been cooking up something cool. What do you think?
I think... I'm kind of up for it. I'm worried about how these fights will play out. But in my head, if Tomato has a good lane, which I think he should, you then have the Shadow Demon save. You have Zeus removing all the vision to make sure... Well, maybe you can't guarantee it, but like you have really good chances of taking the fights you want to take because you have vision superiority. And you just make it really hard for the enemy to get to the Drow. And she just slowly whittles down everything with 2 tanky heroes, the Dragonite and the Timbersaw, like running in front of her. If we get to the point where OG needs to be getting pickoffs, that's where things are pretty scary for them, because I think you'd only have the Blink Dragonite to work with.
All right. Tense game for both of these teams. If you guys are just getting here, this is probably going to be the sickest game of the tournament. The most important game for both OG and Azure Ray is the winner. We'll move on to play tiebreakers for potentially upper bracket seeding. The loser will be eliminated. That is the stakes. They are incredibly high.
Ari just goes straight no talisman.
I mean, I kind of understand. This item has a lot more mana regen than it used to.
I'm really interested to see what he does.
It has to be Thunderbolt, right? Maybe you go like 1 point arc lightning and then max Thunderbolt. But every support Zeus that I've seen is typically a max lightning bolt.
I think so. Maybe level 1 you could take Arc Lightning and then just shove in the very first wave. Lifestealer can't really like wave clear very quickly, so then you can go do weird pull camps or creepy equilibrium stuff, and then from there I think Max Bolt makes a lot of sense.
This is a decent late smoke here from OG. They see the Watcher. They're in a decent position to find mid, but they are going to get walked right into a ward. They'll walk right into the enemy team. Dianming's going to throw out the Spirit here to try and find any other heroes. And on the top side, Whisper will block off low, grab himself. Well, he's actually... Whisper's like, come near me, I dare you. I'll chop all these trees. Okay. Into the lanes we go. It's going to be a 2-for-2 on the bounty runes. Man, this is going to be a fun game.
I'm just gonna let you know now. I'm gonna miss what happens in other lanes. I'm gonna be watching Zeus a lot.
I mean, that lane's fine to watch anyway, because I'm also curious how the Life Stealer is going to play into the Timbersaw, because Timbersaw should crush this lane. That being said, Ari's just getting walked at by this Elder Titan who has a Blood Grenade.
Oh my
Whisper's
God,
trying to
no,
body block
Ari,
for
this
him.
is not the start.
Oh God,
This
oh
is not
God.
the start. Maybe it is.
The Whirling
Kill
Death
Tail Man.
actually reduced enough of his damage. Oh. That is, Tian Ming, he can pull this the Spirit back. Did full salve. He is reset. Oh my goodness, that is spooky.
Ari does not have a salve. He's got 2 mangoes bought, so if he wants to wait for more regen, he's gotta. Now he's just gonna bring him out. Tries to get the full blocked. Bottom lane. I mean, do you think that feels like a lot of farming after after a few levels come out?
Yeah, I think you actually you can be kind of scary here on the Drow Shadow Demon with like the disruption Frost Arrow stacks, right? Being able to just hold the Lion in place and maybe throw in a bunch of extra damage, but once Lion gets like more levels and once Bach gets more levels here on the Razor, it's going to make those commitments way scarier. So they might just farm. I feel like you're right, or it's like that's where this is inevitably going to go.
There is some good stack potential from both sides. We might see some very large stacks again this time.
So Timbersaw, oh, Drow, dude, how did she get so low? Okay, just got static linked for a split second, but a lot of damage out from FY. All right. Oh, dude, imagine the chain lightning kills him. That would have been really rough. We've seen it happen a couple times.
The so-called neutral creeps.
Alright, does get a pull in the top lane. I mean, Low's free farming for the most part. So is Whisper. All of the cores having a pretty good time. Razor, I guess maybe slightly behind, but not by much. The Shadow Demon just spamming this disruption to try and put some damage into this hero.
Yeah, the thing is, like, for bottom lane, the only real way for Drow to die is to get chain stunned by Lion into, like, the link. But that's what Seb is for. Like, he'll start saving disruption just to make sure that doesn't happen. And then once Drow decides to take a point in Gust, there's just very little aggression. Every time you try to run in with Link, you'll just push him back. So I feel like it'll just end up being a farm fest down there.
Yeah,
right around
lane.
now, actually.
Alright, forced to jump away. ET's in kind of deep now. Gonna take a little bit of damage back. So this is where Heavenly Jump becomes very value. Like, Elder Titan can't make those plays anymore. Like, that little bit of slow. Very good.
A tithe to the impurities.
There
There is a ton of stacks being made. Alright, we'll
This is
block
an
one.
unfortunate observer. It's actually going to be
Right
found
next-
by...
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I actually think he should kind of know about from earlier, because
Yeah.
he plays a sentry and then got killed. Maybe slight oversight.
Yeah. He definitely, like, forgot about that one.
Maybe he thought it was the sentry was placed somewhere else, too. But I think that behind the tree is pretty common. He didn't see one, so I think he should have known.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright. Lane is... I mean, I feel like this is kind of been what we've been seeing in a lot of these games. However, Elder Titan is bottom with an Astral Spirit, looking to maybe dive Tomato here. FY comes in, gets the stun, the Plasma Field, all that magic resistance just burned away from the Natural Order. And just like that, they get themselves first blood here for Tian Ming. TP in from the Zeus, wants to help find a return kill. Blood Grenade is out, gets himself a nice pickoff. Heavenly Jump interrupted there, as now Bach will help chase down Ari. It's a double kill as a 3-for-1 comes out of this bottom lane. A single point Natural Order.
Did the work there. And then a little bit of disruption on the Razor at the same time he went for the multi-shot. So a little bit of a miss there. Maybe one or the other, and then like save disruption for Drow to buy time, like while the enemy team has to be under the tower. Looks like FY is just gonna die to the tier 2 now.
Yeah, that's kind of a classic, right? It's a little bit longer of a respawn, but worth it. Top lane Whisper and Low are definitely duking it out as they both have salves ready at the ready. They're like, okay, we're gonna keep trading HP. Oh, this would be a great find.
Dragon Tail.
Does not manage to find the kill. Gets the just able to run away, and they turn around onto Seb. Tianming again on this Elder Titan, just dumping so much damage in. As now the power rune, it's bottom, it's a haste. FY will take it away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One steals double bounties. Azure Ray fans have sent the RNG in. It's time.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
everything's going quite well for them right now. Ori is just maxing Edict as well, so he's not playing to, you know, kind of win the lane off damage with like Lightning Storm. It's like he knows he's gonna have to like find towers, and the best way of killing Dragon Knight anyway is the pure damage from Edict. So
The Timber is level 6 now. He's pretty strong. I wonder if they play around him or if they think, you know what, you're so strong, you just do your own thing, we'll do other stuff. But I feel like maybe Dragon Knight like one of these two heroes, you should try to get something done a little bit. Draw some attention away from the Drow.
yeah,
There's an observer scouting exactly where she is, too.
FY is gonna rotate. He's running all the way down there. Maybe he's just gonna block some of the camps. It's hard to say, but he might set up for a rotation, or just to annoy the Drow
Life
Ranger.
Stealers coming through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, they're going for a kill then. Tomato, no way out of this one. Very nice ward, very well played, and the Drow Ranger, easy food here for the Life Stealer and Lion. We'll be able to steal the stack as well. In the jungle, Whisper, he actually takes away a big stack from them. Did he take both stacks? I think he did, actually. Mid lane. BZM with Ahri and Seb. Gonna find Tianming. Now see Ori and FY coming through as well. Nice TP to
Razor's
stun them
coming.
up. Razor is
He's got to
here.
get out.
They will grab the illusion rune. Whisper showing up as well, but looks like they aren't going to find anything with this. They want to push this mid tower, and I think they might be able to. FY will clear up both of the illusions from the Dragon Knight. This is still a very even game. 2-5, only a 1,000 gold lead here for Azure Ray. The big difference is the supports getting involved on those early kills. They've managed to get a lot of value. And
It's like double the net worth.
yeah. Tomato's like, guys, they have a ward around here somewhere, by the way.
I didn't bring his own sentry, actually, to get the D ward.
Man, this is the saddest existence as a Drow Ranger, I feel like. In almost every game, this is what happens. You're just like, I lost my lane, now I gotta recover for 30 minutes. Dude, there's so many stacks on the side of Azure Ray. This is wild. Whisper's also just been stacking for himself. He's farmed. That being said, Low, right with him, is going for an early armlet. BZM, Dragon Tail finds FY into the mid lane. Nice rotation from the Zeus, trying to just offer that little bit of extra damage to find the kill, and they do. Ori is here, Tianming as well on this Elder Titan.
You know, the Zeus leaped onto the Dragon Knight. I don't know, like, intentionally or not, but pretty sure that Hex was supposed to be on the Dragon Knight instead of the Zeus, and that lets Dragon Knight keep attacking and ultimately get the kill.
Seb did get the D-ward bottom. He's gonna stack. He's like, you're welcome, Tomato. Finally made it.
I did enough farming last game as Chen. This time I'll help you out. BZM found in the mid lane. Gets the
This is a
rune, but...
massive kill. All right, nicely done. 4 points Edict. Makes quick work of that guy. Over almost 1,100 damage off from the Lush there.
Looks like they're gonna find Seb.
Yeah, they've also
They're gonna
found
find
Tomato.
Drow.
Oh, that's level 6 on FY. They can just pop them. They do. It's not even close. Oh, you're so deep in the lane there. Though these types of deaths cannot happen.
I really feel like they need to stop looking at the Drow. I mean, D-Ward and all that, which is kind of why I thought he should do it, like he would get one himself or like have it given to him so that you don't need to bring the supports there. I feel like their strength right now is in the Dragonite and the Timber. I don't know if they're waiting for a certain timing before they go up, but
So
they
Whisper,
ain't finding kills with the Drow.
There it is. Okay, I was gonna say Whisper could go either Kaya or Blink Dagger. He has bought out a Blink Dagger. FY on the run here from the Dragon Knight. Trying to finish the job. Breathe Fire actually off the mark. Okay, so he's gonna be just fine. Dragon Knight is also 40 gold from a Blink. So I think we might see the two of them start to get active, but
Yeah, this might be what they were waiting for.
your Drow is so poor. Like, unbelievably poor this game. Both your supports are too. My goodness.
That's why they have to start. Like this double blink purchase, they have to find
Thunder God's
kills,
Wrath into the
which-
mid lane. Ori will
Starting
go
with a good
down.
one.
That's the first blink reveal. Okay. I thought they might wait for DKs, but Whisper just smoked himself over and gets it. Low will grab the shield rune. That will be quite nice for him.
Radiant's
Ari
killed.
loses his courier, trying to go for a D ward and forced to get away.
Why does he even need to bring his courier, actually?
Top tower is
I
under
guess he wants to save the mana, but
Yeah, I think he wanted to save 120 mana. I didn't realize it was that expensive. Okay, maybe you don't max bolt on this hero. Jesus.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
now that Arc Lightning does percent HP damage do, it's pretty good for the early damage.
That is true. I forgot that was just added back in. Bottom lane, they've caught the
Good night.
DK. Beautifully done. That is probably as good as you could ask for.
Radiant structures are
They're finding every rotation on the side of Azure Ray right now. That should be a dead tier 1. They don't even have to commit too much for this.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower
Rays are now
is
top
fallen.
net worth here for Bach. He's got the Yasha Falcon Blade done, looking for his next item, which will be the Manta style. Just to get out of the silence from the Drow Ranger, as I'm assuming. Here's smoke up mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
And they do have the Blink Dagger from Dragon Knight. I mean, maybe you could pop low with the Blink Dragon Tail into the Blink, but no, they're going to look mid instead. Dion Ming on the Elder Titan. I believe we'll tank that gank. It will cost you your mid tower. As Ari knows there's a ward here, he's going to go finish it up. Okay, so some signs of life here from OG. Not willing to give up the... I mean, they need to play active with the Blinks, right? You talked about this.
Dire are scanning.
Gotta. There's better farming items out there. So if you go for blinks, it's because you want to be active.
Is under attack.
And if you can't find anything off of that, you're pretty sad. But they have found some good kills. Got the Leshrac, now the ET and the mid tower. I think they'll turn their sights to this top tier 1 next.
FY is
In
very
this
close to a
Dragonite?
blink of his own. He's only 100 gold
scary.
away on the Lion. Invis rune for the DK. I mean, if he finds the Lifestealer, which he
Dire's
will,
top tower is under attack.
you could set up a Dragon Tail follow-up here from Whisper.
They're waiting for him to like get near trees, I think.
Yeah, that's 100% what they're doing.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle tower
there it is.
Under attack.
Okay, never mind. They'll just back away. Too deep.
Dig out.
The TP's in for the
Dire's
tier
top
2.
tower is under
A
attack.
little bit scary.
Lion has Blink on the way. I feel like this really changes their dynamic because the cores are not good at initiating on Azure Ray, but now with this really fast Blink Dagger from
They're looking for
Lion,
Bach.
like you can just infest him and find pickoffs.
Are scanning.
This ward might be huge.
Dire's top tower is is under attack.
Blink, Dragon Tail's out, FY nearby, does scout Tomato with a well-placed ward. A great silence in, the slows, it's not going to be enough. Razor, he's too fast. He just walks away.
Dire's top tower.
Sentry's out, they're going to turn around onto BZM. The Earth Splitter is there, great save bump Seb. The jump in from Wister, the Thunder God's Wrath, they've got the Razor. We get the D-ward as well.
Such a good disruption. That's the Dragonite dead to start that fight. If you do not disrupt there.
I didn't realize Seb was that close, but yeah,
Neither
he came
did
to the
Azure
portal
Ray.
with them. They're dodging this through the smoke. They actually don't see him. In comes Seb, the Blink Dragon Tail. The Demonic Purge is on him, and
by the trees.
goodbye, dude. The trees spell disaster. He's got the Kaya done, and FY, he's got a Blink Dagger, but Whisper continuing the chase. Looking for more. He's going to walk right into low, though. Timber Chain continuing this onslaught, trying to find Lion underneath the Chakram. He's going to try and TP out, but there's no chance.
Under attack.
Whisper is strong.
Finish up their stacks before they're stolen. He's really close to the Sacred Relic. They don't want to get too active without it. And this is an insane timing, actually. The Phase Armlet Radiance could be done by, like, I don't know, 18 minutes or something. Maybe a little later. Maybe if he gets a kill. But that's really good. And that'll be a huge boost in strength for them.
Dire's top
But these are
tower
good
is
finds
under
by
attack.
OG. That's a lot of wards. Azure Ray's done their homework.
Yeah, that's true. Bottom lane, Seb's gonna TP. Wants to see if he can find Bach on the Razor. Demonic Purge is up, but Bach backing away. He knows. He's like, something's up, guys. They're all here somewhere. We'll scout with a Thunderbolt there. Walks right into FY instead. Ward gets placed. Ooh. Does he know? Lion clearly doesn't know. This was an Arcane Rune popped for the Dragonite ult as well. So when he has it back up relatively soon, he'll be level 12. We'll be able to pop it again for the Red Dragon. And that's kind of when we see a lot of Dragonites go farm instead. Like they get that splash attack and they're just farming to their next item. They're going to smoke. Okay. No Dragonite ult, but they're going to smoke anyway.
Yeah. I mean, unless they find someone like right now, but maybe that's part of the catch them off guard.
I think they were looking for the Power Rune bottom. It's going to be top, though. Whisper is still here. They see him, and I think they might be able to bait. He just finished up a Kai Sanj. There's going to be the first stun. The Earth Splitter, no chance. He is so dead.
His courier dies, too, with a cloak. I don't think that would have
Oh.
saved him, but
No, not at all.
it's very useful to have this game. It's going to be delayed a little here. 2 minutes till it's back up.
3 points natural order, by the way. He's picked up a lot of early levels in this as opposed to the Echo Stomp.
An immediate smoke going bottom now. Let's see who they can find down here.
Ori's the one who got the kill as well. That's great for those Shrek. So that kill is worth about an 1100 gold swing. As Bach, he should have a Manta, but maybe he's decided to just go BKB instead of finishing the Manta, since the recipe is quite expensive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant is done. Maybe we'll see some like Blink, Lion, Infest ganks. They could kill definitely the Drow, Zeus, and Shadow Demon. Timber and Dragonite probably tanky enough that you need a little bit more help.
Where are we on Drow? I need to check the items. So, has the Hurricane Pike, going for the Aghanim Scepter this game. I mean, the healing reduction will be necessary against something like a Leshrac. That makes sense to me. Also, you're against a Lifestealer. So, Ags is quite good here. I'm curious if he's going to go the Lifesteal Talented 15. I feel like most people do. There's the Thunder God's Wrath, a little bit of a scouting tool. They saw Ori with it.
This is scary, though. They should know the whole team is nearby.
Yeah, they actually see the smoke come through. They know they're on the backside waiting.
They find the Drow.
Oh, they find the Drow. That he again so deep in the mid lane. Those deaths cannot happen, and with that 40 seconds no drow range, you're gonna lose your mid tower. They might go Roche, honestly. Or just push tier 2. Like, they can do whatever they want.
I think you can probably do both, actually. You can take this mid tier 1 and then loop your way through the bottom lane, put a deep ward somewhere if you want. Actually, doesn't look like they have one. But yeah, they can make their way to Roche.
BZM is here with a shield rune, but no, I think he's gonna rejoin his team top. I feel like Roche has got to be a consideration because of Leshrac. He also gets Whisper of the Dread with his Kaya, so those 4 points Edict are huge. Yeah, they're gonna go for it.
Stick this on probably the Lifestealer and just let him go ham.
Yeah, I think so.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
All right, Roshan is down. Looks like they're gonna give to Ori, actually. All right. I mean, he is kind of the one running in right now, and he doesn't have like a BKB, so this will allow him to farm to the BKB, so I can understand that as well.
True, and this Lifestealer's pretty hard to kill. So now you can kind of run the Leshrac in, have him blow all his mana, get killed, just come back full mana again.
All right. This game just blew open in net worth because not only did they get the kill, they get the Roshan, but they get their Tormentor as well, which the shard goes to FY, which is fantastic for the Lion. Also already has an Eye of Vizier. You have a 7,000 gold lead. You could pick up your Tormentor at any time here on OG. It's just not as easy. Heroes like Razor are just some of the best in the game at taking Tormentor. You'd have to bring your Timbersaw back, I think. But they're going to smoke up. Azure Ray want to find another hero. On the bottom side of the map, BZM is very vulnerable. He needs to breathe fire and run. He's not going to get out. Nice blink in from FY. The Earth Splitter to follow. We've seen this before. These tanky heroes stand no chance against the support duo. Mid lane, though, they found Bach. He does have a BKB to play around. He'll just walk away. Yeah. I mean, when the FY always holds his big damage spells until the Spirit is out, and he's gonna get a great stomp onto 2. Whisper's still tanky, no Earth Splitter. Lifestealer just lost his Infest, and Drow is here. If they can stay on top of low, it's an amazing kill, but Whisper, he dies instead! Oh no, what a disaster for OG.
Don't quite have the damage. That wasn't a bad initiation on the Lifestealer, who they recognize does not have the Aegis. The Stomp bought him a lot of time, though, to reposition to a better spot. Yeah, we see here. And then Tomato just missing some net worth. Like, if you give this Drow another 1,000 or 2, she probably kills that Lifestealer right there.
Zeus also caught in the bottom lane. The blink stun out from FY. BZM's going in. He wants to get a Dragon Tail set up here. Another stomp. Mantha to dodge. Nicely done. There is a ward seeing everything, and their sentry is just off the mark. It's like normally you don't expect the ward there, but when the entire tree line gets cut, they place the ward after the fact. So much value here.
Yeah. I gotta say, despite having the Zeus 4, Azure Ray playing around it really well. They've been doing a great job with their vision so far.
So, Tomato, he has halted his item progression.
Oh, they might find Tomato again.
They were looking for him.
Oh, they see her. They see her.
Blink Dragon Tail out onto the left. They're trying to get the Aegis, but guess what? FY has an infested Lifestealer behind him. He gets the kill. He's going to lose his life for it. Absolutely worth. The Aegis, of course, will mean a second life for Ori's. He's coming back, trying to bring down low. It's not going to be enough. He's so close, but he can't get an infest. It's already on cooldown. BZM able to blink away. Whisper might go back in, but playing into this Razor is scary. Ori gets the stun, perfectly timed. Whisper needs help. Can he get out? The Timber Chain, not far enough. Bach chases him down with a BKB.
Razor Shard doing work there, pulling him back in.
Yeah.
Made it really difficult to get out. Oh, if they don't find this Observer, it's just going to set up another kill down here.
Yeah. I was going to say, Tomato's abandoned all hope of this Aghanim Scepter, is just trying to get a Shadow Blade. Like, that's how desperate he is at this point.
Which, I don't know. I get it in terms of, like, he needs to stay alive, but I feel like they're going to need that Ags to speed up his own farm and, like, his high ground potential.
Ari, super dead again. They know he's here. Thunder God's Wrath. He's like, all right, there's a gank coming. Somehow they still have a ward. He has not figured it out. Yeah, I mean, he's picking over. He's like, all right, the ward's on this side, clearly. That's the most... That ward is netted like 6 kills, actually.
I think so. Well, I guess that's what the Shadow Blade's for, too. We've seen him get killed a couple times by the Blink initiation from Lion, who's now placing a pretty deep ward prior to actually being there, so maybe they won't be suspected of it. I think Azure Ray has just done a really good job of shutting down Drow, starting with the early ward in her jungle, early rotations over. Lifestealer rotated, right? He didn't just AFK farm up Radius, he got active, joined stuff. It's helped their team just build a lead and keep the lead.
I mean, Shadow Demon Drow just does not feel like that strong of a lane.
No.
You have Whisper, who has done some heavy lifting on the Timbersaw, but he is falling off now. There is so much kill threat just from the support duo. Like, 4-point natural order makes, you know, magic resistance hard to come by. He did finish up the Eternal Shroud, but the fact that FY has 4 Finger of Death stacks already is kind of terrifying.
Yeah, FY is on fire this game. He's doing everything he needs to. Got the fast blink, finding key kills. He's dying for it, but, like, whatever.
Oh, Blink Dragon Tail? He got baited by the illusions there. Infest onto the cart here, or he's going to be able to BKB, run away, and there's the TP. Yeah, he's out. Okay. Whisper, now looking for more. Not going to find him. He is so dang fast. BZM, however, might. There's the blink on in. Elder Titan cannot escape these two. So, initiation-wise, if it goes like this, it's great for OG, taking out both of the supports. Can they get a lot out of it is the question. The tier 2 mid will be nice, but you need a lot more.
I'm not counting OG out quite yet. Many of these fights have started with Drow being killed instantly, but Drow's the type of carry who doesn't need that much net worth, and if she's allowed to attack, she will get the damage off. Plus, we saw Tomato's got really good RNG, so with a lot of marksmanship procs, like, he still does quite a bit of damage, even though he's like 4,000, 5,000 behind the Lifestealer, and it really comes down to how these fights play out. That's why FY dying at the start of all this is very different from earlier, where he initiates, gets like Dragonite killed off because he set up the Earth Splitter, or you're Infest ganking the Drow who's immediately dead. Right? That's a very different fight.
It was funny, like, they have like 4 Dragonite illusions walking mid, but FY was like under a ward, and he's like, oh, I want to mana drain all of these. You know, it's like he's like, I'm gonna get them, but just gets instantly Dragon Tailed. And yeah, killing Lion at the start of the fight's massive. We'll see if it happens again. It's not an easy feat. One thing to also note is that Tomato is almost to his Aghanim Scepter, which is a big pickup. It's gonna potentially offer them a little bit more kill threat in these fights, able to stack up the hypothermia, but you're still on a long road. You are still 10,000 gold behind, and you need some big items to turn this game around. We'll see what those will end up being, though. What items do we pick up on Azure Ray here? Box got a BKB Manta still, working towards Satanic, actually fairly close, and a full BKB now on low.
The BKB does not... So to me, a lot of what this comes down to is, in the full 5-on-5 team fight, like, can you get to Drow? And if you can't get to Drow, she will do the damage, but you're about to get to Drow. See, like this, that's exactly what Azure Ray wants. And this might actually open up high ground, and everything I was about to say won't matter anymore, because their high ground is a little tricky, being a melee hero into like some of this stuff. But now with Drow dead, 50 seconds still, no buyback. Like you're about to break this high ground and make subsequent high grounds a lot easier. If OG was still alive to fight for this, okay, that's interesting actually. Oh, I guess Roshan is potentially up, and they don't know about the buyback status, so they're opting for let's find another pick off, get Roche.
That was a cool line because they're hoping to maybe find like DK on their way back. Like you can see FY, he is in the triangle being like, I thought, maybe there was going to be a DK up here, which was a good call because he had just TP'd out. Roshan, fortunately for OG, they are very lucky. It is not up quite yet. It was about a minute long spawn. So it's still relatively fast, but could have been faster. They are smoked up, heading bottom. Scan is out. They think Roshan has started, but OG, we'll see what they get. Seb's going to be the hero that they find. Just blinks away, though. All right, Roshan's up. I think since he saw Ori, he knows that Roshan was not there. Otherwise, Ori would have been in the pit.
That's true. Roche is up now. The coveted Roche banner up for contest. Also, Aegis is there.
This is as good a fight as OG is going to get, man. They just finished the Ags. Whisper has a Lotus. Thunder God's Wrath is out. BKB immediately from Bach. Whisper has got to get out of here. Timber Chain canceled immediately. Great disruption. Stun on the backside. BZM's actually isolated this Elder Titan away, and now here comes Tomato entering the fight. Can they actually bring down the Lesh? They will. Silence onto low. BKB's looking to chase. Can he get his target, though? Bach also trying to get their hands on these heroes. You gotta be careful. Rage now coming out as well. Who do they find? It's gonna be Seb on the Shadow Demon. Goes for a disruption by himself. Just a moment here, but they will get the kill. Commitments from both teams. They get the DK for this Leshrac. It's not bad for OG, but it's not great. And I think they could still look for Roche on Azure Ray.
I think considering you're 10k behind, it's not too bad. You're getting out some early BKBs from Azure Ray without losing too much. And I think a big thing there is that Tomato survived. He got a kill. Yeah, he got the kill and got out, which I still think she's a big focal point of this potential comeback for OG. Drow needs to be farmed, do the damage, and not be found.
So, this Roche is slow. Okay, I was like, I don't know if you can do it yet. You don't have the Leshrac. And Whisper is going to come in, Lotus himself, take away the Watcher. They should be able to scout for some wards, but... dude, the one ward behind them is actually causing so many problems. Scouting with the DK
Bolt.
illusions.
You gotta bolt around. Drow has Shard. She could set herself up in a good spot.
Glacier is quite good.
I feel like this Observer might really pay off for Azure Ray, though, if they're patient with this.
Dude, it gives
Do they have
so
a
much,
smoke to do a
so much
wraparound?
info.
They don't have another smoke,
There's the
otherwise
infest.
they could.
Ori's got a blink. Who's he
They're
going
pinging
for?
Seb. They're
They
pinging
want
Seb.
Seb. They've got him. He's got to go for the disruption, but just instantly dies instead. And you've got your eyes on Tomato. He's going to be forced to run away. The BKB already spent. BZM aggressive onto the front side. He's just taken down. He's 1v3. It's not even close. Whisper's just trying to cut the waves now. This Roche fight is over.
Get out. Go farm.
Ari finds the ward at the end. He's like, I see how they see us now.
If Dragon Knight needs to throw out the casual Dragon's Breath just to cancel the blinks. They absolutely deleted Seb. I don't think he even got to react. I think his entire health bar disappeared instantly.
I think he was going to bait into a blink out, and his blink got interrupted by the Pulse Nova. If you watch it, like he was definitely planning to blink away here, but Pulse Nova and then the Elder Titan Spirit just hit his blink for a split second. And I mean, BZM's on the backside being like, all right, I'll hold the supports at bay, but Razor is there this time, right? Like Vox, nope. Like we talked about the fact that Razor will eat a Dragon Knight alive. It's not even, it's an unfair matchup almost. And now he's level 20, so the strike interval is even higher.
Okay, they cannot be killed out of the base.
If any
OG
buybacks.
has to just defend the high ground. Just give up this tier 2. Push out the other lanes. They need Drow sitting in the back, like near the tier 4's area, and then just Zeus Lightning multi-shot spam and force Azure Ray to dive or like be whittled down on this high ground. If you get killed outside, this is like your last shot on OG.
That is so
you
close
lose
from
it-
Whisper. They are trying so hard to just split push, and it's working, right, with the DK illusions and the Timber Saw, but they know they're down here somewhere. They will see Tian Ming on the Watcher. FY blinks forward. He's... Oh, you might need to leave, guys.
You definitely need to leave.
Elder Titan. Elder Titan. He's given the vision. Okay, they will back away. Alright, well, they do manage to find BZM anyway. That is a nice find. Who started this? It's just Razor. Did he just walk at him? He did. Okay.
Razor came through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Surprised him.
He came through Twin Gate.
He's coming back through the Twin Gate, and they saw Tomato not only farming the lane, but there's also an observer over by the Lotus.
I will say the ward vision from Azure Ray has been unbelievably good. They see
Yeah,
Ari. They know they're going up here, and unfortunately, Tomato might just be a byproduct. Thunder God's Wrath is out there.
Time to
like,
panic
"Holy
TP, guys.
Run!
You guys gotta get out of here.
Glimmer Cape, hold up. Tomato, Invis on the Silver Edge. They actually
way.
both might make it out.
Zeus TP. TP Zeus.
He knows him. Yeah, he saw the Glimmer Cape effect. 4 staffs away. Ari's trying to buy as much space as possible. Dude, no way this keeps
Ogre
happening,
Seal
right?
Totem TP.
Dude, Tomato cut the next wave. Oh, he didn't finish it, though. Oh, that's unfortunate. He needed the full wave. All right, they're going high
Beggars
ground.
can't be choosers. At least they both got out alive.
Yeah, that's true.
Top tower is falling.
Oh, they're going
Who's
to
the
take the
Tormentor?
Tormentor.
Bottom tower
I don't even know who still needs a shard.
That's a pretty good one.
Oh yeah, Leshrack's great. You just drop this on the high ground. Don't dive,
Dyer's
Azure
middle
Ray.
tower
Do not
is under
dive.
attack. Radiant's
Like, this
top
team's
tower is under attack.
Composed enough at this point.
Are fortified.
It's time to come back. Tomato is a little bit scary on the Drow. I will say, like, he can defend a high ground for sure. Whisper comes in, forces the rage out from low. Demonic Purge gets spent. As an infest, we'll just throw it into the Lesh. Of course, when you have the Aghanim Scepter now, the cast range on this is wild. They will see Ori go back into the mid lane. So, should be safe to push out now.
Patient approach from Azure Ray there. I guess they don't want to be ratted down, but they have the banner. I don't know.
It could honestly just be that the Drow, if you can't... Like, committing onto Drow that deep in the base is going to be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Glacier gives you 200 bonus attack range. You're already sitting at, what, 775? It's like almost 1,000 attack range on Tomato in the
they're gonna
base with
find her.
Glacier. They are going to find her.
Hawk is insanely fast.
Silver Edge, super sick item. 4 staff, Thunder God's Wrath to cancel any blinks on the top side of the map, though. They find Whisper. He needs to get out of here, but I don't know if he can. Timber Chain,
buy as
trying to
much
get
time as he
away.
can.
Yeah, blink. No, it gets canceled from the Radiance. Nice stomp comes through. Earth Splitter as well. The Hex is there. Whisper on the Timber. Trying his best. Infest plus the pullback from the Static Link. He can't survive. That is a massive kill, and that is 90 seconds. Ari with a tip, like, thanks for the space at least, dog.
He's pretty close to buyback if they can pick up a bounty.
Dire
Are they gonna try to get
What
a
if you
kill?
get Bach?
Lois here in the back.
Dude, he's just dead to the Dragon Tail. He goes for the Satanic, trying to heal up the disarm onto the Drow. Oh, that's massive. He didn't get the multi-shot off either. The rest of the team's wrapping around. Seb just blinks into them instead. They've also found the Drow. This is a disaster. This might be the game. OG, they've lost their whole high ground. The defense is going to be so difficult.
All right, they were trying to find something because Whisper got killed top, hoping that Bach was on his own, but Blow came down here with him. He was really fast. And that disarm probably saved that raid. It was looking close, but definitely with the disarm, they lose the damage. And I get some return kills. There's no fortify, so I'm pretty sure this is at least the tower down, if not the barracks as well.
Dude, Lion did 1,200 damage to
He's got a lot of stacks, dude.
Yeah, he has 9.
Over under.
Like he just throws the Astral Spirit on the Drow Ranger, and it's just a pure damage finger of death for 1,200 damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
That is
structures
wild.
are fortified.
All right, fortification, the final one coming out here from OG. You are still 25 seconds without a Drow Ranger. Gonna try and go in, try and pop the lifesteal. He's forced to pop the BKB. A nice jump. He's still got himself an Aghanim Scepter and an extra rage if necessary. Melee barracks goes down. They will disengage. A clean move once again from Azure Ray. Not risking this. Again, this is an elimination game.
I gotta say, only losing 1 barracks is actually not as bad as I thought that would be. But they are still in a great spot for Azure Ray. Now 20k up, and bottom lane will always push in your favor. That was the melee one, too. So
here's the
any chip
replay.
damage to this ranged Rex.
See how close this is. Dragon Tail into the stun. He gets BKB Satanic, though, and then the disarm. I think they do kill him. They definitely kill him without the disarm. That is wild.
Seb, unfortunately, like moving to the right in that clip, if he stayed on the left, he would have run into Lifestealer first and maybe can disrupt a little faster, but as they're moving to the right, they just don't see him in time. Another Tormentor, this time for ET, so if he wants to jump into the fight, and he's fairly tanky with the pipe now, he could jump in, provide that aura up close. I think he's been winning fights without it, so I don't know if he needs to risk himself like that, but nice to have the option.
How do you feel about Timeless Relic this game? Is it just to increase the Echo Stomp duration? Because it's not like... like, Elder Titan, yes, does a lot of damage with Earth Splitter, but I feel like maybe there's better tier 4s usually.
Not sure what options he had, but I think more stomp time is pretty nice, right? Like, if you happen to stomp Shadow Demon, for example, you're pretty much taking people out of the fight for like 5 seconds with Timeless Relic, if not a little more.
Ari with Ninja Gear is just running around zapping waves with Arc Lightning. This is really funny. All right, smoke up from Azure Ray. They want to get active again. We're going to be seeing an Infest here into Ori, who also finds a Timeless Relic. So this guy is very scary. BZM not going to kick hot bottom this time. We'll go through this Twin Gate to meet with his team on the top side. Tomato is so afraid to go out onto the map.
I'm afraid to go out on the map. I'm not even in the game, man. Just watching.
Thunder God's Wrath will
Scouting
scout
his
this.
assault.
All right, they're like, they're gonna come through the gate, scan from the dire side, not gonna connect. They have to know they're coming through the gate, right? They saw them all bottom.
Sure hope they do, because otherwise they're going to lose a lot of heroes.
Oh, they end up going back. Wait a minute.
Did they kill a creep wave? What did I miss? Did I miss
Yeah,
that?
they did. They killed one creep
The
wave.
next one's coming up here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
FY have to TP back and kill the illusions. Classic. Or he's gonna get the next one. So this top little rat has been put to an end. I mean, you're stalling the game on OG. Is it enough though? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, can you stall this game out long enough?
I think you can. The longer this goes, this is like Drow is the type of hero. You just need one fight, right? Drow Dragonite, one good fight in your base because the enemy through, you can do it. Suddenly you have a late game Zeus, late game Dragonite, the Manta spam, all that. He didn't go Ags this game. I don't fully know why. Got the Orchid BKB sooner, but the Aghanims is now online, so he
Maybe just
like
to
the
kill
rat
ET.
potential's here.
We've been
Maybe.
seeing BZM focus Elder Titan in a lot of these fights. You are both
They
under
gotta get
award
out.
bottom.
They gotta get out.
They really gotta get out. Ori is coming,
Panic.
baby. There's
Get
the blink
out.
forward. They find Seb. Looking now for BZM. He's gonna get the blink off onto the high ground, trying to just channel through the gate. The stomp! It makes it in time! Oh, you got a BKB TP now, son. Oh, he has no
doesn't
TP.
have-
He's going through the gate. He has no choice. Dude, he's so dead. Oh, this is a
Yeah,
disaster
buyback.
for OG.
He does not. He bought out the Ags. And now they're going to find Drow. Oh, this is it.
That's got to be game. It
Oh,
has to be,
that's
right?
the spell amp right there, dude. Oh my god.
What was the damage? Dude, 1,600 damage from the Lion, 1,700 damage from the Elder Titan. His Earth Splitter did... What?
That's a great voice line response.
Get off my lawn. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, maybe you should have BKB'd gone for the channel first. It's like obviously hindsight's 2020 there, but BZM dying is gonna be super rough. But then the mid lane catch onto this Drow Ranger is, yeah, this is crushing.
Look at that!
Just
Over
two
half our
supports.
health.
Well, Aegis number 2. Maybe it's not the game. They go for the Aegis, right? I thought they might just run it down mid. They didn't know buybacks were not available. We have more
Drow is
information than they do.
Still dead 30 seconds, so...
Ori just runs in. Nice disruption there from Seb, but they're right on top of him. He's going to get brought down so easily. His buyback can come through. They're trying to bring down the Timbersaw. Whisper able to get away for the moment. BZM, Dragontail stuns up Ori, but they're just feeling so strong here inside the base. No Drow Ranger for 13 seconds. Bach pops the Satanic, has a refresher to play around. This is it. This is Azure Ray's push here to try and crack the high ground. They've got to get it. Buyback in from the Shadow Demon. They're looking for the second lane of Barracks. Melee. It's close. It's going to fall. No, sitting on 60 HP. And Infest gets the Razor a little bit to safety, but he's still got a BKB. A reflected stun, actually. Bach. He's going to live just barely. They got on top of Tomato. He needs help. He's going to be able to run away for now. Ori able to bring down the racks. Dragontail stun. Hypothermia stacking up. Multi-shot is there. Can they finish off Ori? They're trying. Low has an infest in 3 seconds, but he gets tossed the cheese. He's going to heal right back up. Whisper now on the run here. Disruption will save him. 2 lanes of barracks down. Azure Ray's lost nothing. Aegis still available.
Set. I don't even know if you wait
set indeed.
cooldowns.
You've got Earth Splitter in 60 seconds, but you've got that Finger of Death up, and I can guarantee you he's looking for a target. BZM would be the one. Nice disruption, but there it is, baby. They get the kill. They just run down and box on the backside with a refresher. The Eye of the Storm running, just trying to stay on top of Ari. The disarm onto the Drow. Into the fountain they go, and it's not safe for you. OG crumbling inside their own base, and it might just be curtains for them. Azure Ray trying to close this one out, looking for FY. Whisper wants to get something. The mana drain to protect him for the moment. He gets the blink out. This guy's styling on OG. A Hex back out. A split Earth is there. Low closes the gap. The stuns are out, and that is it. Azure Ray have punched their ticket and eliminated OG from the tournament.
That was a pretty good play from Azure Ray there. I feel like the supports really got a lot done that game. First, early game FY, finding several great kills, picks up such a fast blink, finds a lot of other good kills to set them up to have such good control of the map. They didn't break high ground quite yet. It took a little bit of time after that early game. That's when ET started to come online. We saw a lot of really good Earth Splitters set up by his team, which I was a little worried about stuns, but turns out Lion and ET were all they needed. They just the supports. They're used to working together, I guess, and just finding such big kills lets your cores just run around from there. They finally find the kills they need to break open the game. OG was trying to split push as much as they could, but they just need one opportunity.
It's honestly, FY Tianming are just such huge MVPs in this game. It is wild. They got so much done early. They made a ton of really good rotations. They killed the Drow Ranger multiple times. And then late game, dude, they're always playing together. Just the blink setup from the Hex into, Earth Splitter, Finger of Death. We saw, Drow Ranger go 100-0 from this earlier. But yeah, this was just stellar play from the support duo.
Yeah, I think they also did a really good job playing around their vision into a Zeus, using weird wards, protecting what wards they did have, being really fast with the vision they have before it gets lost. Yeah, I just feel like they were able to find a lot of really good pickoffs on Azure Ray, a lot of team fights that towards the end, Drow started to finally be able to attack, but at that point, the cores were so farmed on Azure Ray, she just did not have the damage. Like, she has to attack for like 10 seconds to get a kill. Earlier on, I think maybe it would have been easier, but they just always found her. They found her, or they found the backline that needed to protect her. Yeah, like in one of these fights, I think this is one of the first fights where Drow was allowed to attack, but already
all they get
pretty
is
behind.
Ori.
Yeah.
Like they only get Ori here, and it's just not enough. Like it literally feels multiple times like you're so close to taking certain fights, but you're just too far behind. Like, this Drow Ranger literally needs 10,000 more net worth than what she is currently sitting at to contest Azure Ray. And those early deaths, like, there was a couple that, yeah, you can't really blame Tomato for because it was just really good warding from Azure Ray, but there were a couple where he was, like, just caught deep in a lane. And those ones, you can't afford to play. You can't afford to have that happen on a hero like Drow Ranger.
Yeah, and that's... Yeah, it's a snowbally game, right? Which is why, again, we shouted out the supports, just feeling like in the early game they did a great job setting people up. They did a lot of stacks too, and then helping to find those later pickoffs as well. Cores all did their job, of course, too.
Yeah. I mean, you can just see, like, in each of these fights, it's so hard for OG to find their initiation. Like, there was the one where they get, you know, FY, and you're like, oh, this is fantastic. You know, the Zeus or the Lion is dead first. But yeah, I mean, this is the moment where they get the pick off onto Seb. Then BZM has to, like, gate through, but you know, he has no blink, he has no TP. And then the follow-up kill to Drow here. This is just like the perfect summary of the game, right? FY Tianming one-shots a hero.
I think both of their ultimates did half the health there. Equal contribution.
Yeah,
I think we saw it earlier in a replay, that first, maybe a second Roche. I think that was when OG had the best chance to, like, maybe win a fight and come back, but that deep ward, getting an instant kill on Seb and then allowing them to run down the rest, that felt like the beginning of the end for OG there.
Yeah, once
just running into the fountain.
Yeah, if the Razor and Lifestealer both get on top of the Drow, you've lost the fight, right? Like, the plot's over. Like, there's nothing you can do at that point. Like, maybe she can stand her ground against one of them, and that's, I think, okay. But in this fight, you see Razor just runs at her, the final fight of the game. Razor just runs at her, like, Lifestealer just pops the BKB, goes in for an Infest, and then there's just nothing you can do. And we almost saw them pick off the Razor, but the Infest disarm saves him in that bottom lane, and that would have been potentially some more time to stall this out. And OG, I mean, they were doing everything they could, but Azure Ray played a incredibly clean game too, and a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, I think so. They are now qualified, but there will still be tiebreakers. So we have three teams at 8 wins and 6 losses. That is G2IG, Azure Ray, and PSG Quest. That'll be tomorrow. Yeah, more Dota to come. But first, I think we will have an interview. Just got to do a quick break first, go get that set up, and then we'll be back with someone from Azure Ray.
All right, everyone. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone, and happy to say we do have an interview with the winners Azure Ray, and this time we're going to be joined by Lo. Congratulations and welcome. How you guys feeling today?
他说现在感觉怎么样？
Good.
Yeah,
Good? Okay.
feels good.
So I got a couple questions. Today was a very big day. You guys needed one win. It came down to the wire. Were you guys stressed at all, or was it just calm business as usual?
Oh, sorry. There's two voices like repeatedly.
Oh, it's echoing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question basically is today you guys needed one win to get into at least tiebreakers. It came down to the wire, but were you guys stressed or was it just business as usual for you guys?
就是今天我们打完了之后，因为只赢了一场，所以要打那个加赛，对于你来说是一种压力，还是说像一样？
就感觉今天打得不太好吧，打得好的话应该挺好，多拿下几把胜利的。
He just feels didn't play well today. We play better. We can win more games. So,
Okay. So further on that, then you guys have tiebreakers tomorrow. What are you guys gonna be doing to like kind of prepare and maybe be more like on your A game for tomorrow, just be in better form?
就是因为我们明天要打加赛嘛，就是问我们有什么去准备，然后明天呈现一个更好的状态。
拿到我们自己顺手的东西，就感觉挺好赢的吧。
So just pick our familiar heroes. Feels easy to win.
Very nice. Zach, you got a question?
Yeah, in this series that Zeus came out on the 4th pick for OG, did that catch you guys off guard? Did it make you guys think for your last pick?
So which game?
The game 2 when OG picked that Zeus for their 18th pick, I believe.
Yeah, 18th pick for the 4 position.
当他们18手第5局18手选做4的时候，你们有没有感觉到这个题不一，或者被他们搞到？
没有吧？感觉他们这是一个错误的点。
It didn't feel. They get us off guard. The low think is service to produce.
I gotcha. Then I have another question. So we saw Low rotate down to the bottom lane as Lifestealer to get a kill on the Drow. Who makes that call? Is it him saying he wants to get active early, or is it the support players asking him to come join in?
就是有一波你做门下去和那时候森哥杀了小黑，那一波是谁做出这个准备的？
没听清。
就有一波你小狗做门下去，应该是配合烂吧，杀了那个小黑，很早的时候。
哦，
那波是谁做的指挥
？FY 告的。
Yeah, we all understand that one.
Yes, why God, I can believe that. Okay, last one for fun, I guess. Are you guys boot camping over for this tournament? Where are you guys at?
他是问我们这个比赛，我们是在训练营，是在什么地方举行的比赛？
塞尔维亚。
We're in Serbia. Okay.
Gotcha. Are they having fun like in between in their free time? Are they enjoying to go out to try new foods, do anything fun like while they're abroad?
就是我们在平时闲暇的时候，是出门吗？或者是有什么业余时间活动吗？
还没有出过门。
Never been.
All right then. I imagine they'll want to keep focusing up for tomorrow's tiebreakers then. So I'll let you go. Ricky, you got anything else?
No, I mean that's it. Is there anything that Lo or you would like to say before we cut you guys loose?
Pardon?
Well, do you guys have any like parting words that you'd like to say before we let you go?
你在这个采访下想说什么？
No.
No. Okay.
Nothing to
Well, yeah, it's all right. You guys played a great series. Even though it wasn't what you expected, you guys still come out with the win. So best of luck, tomorrow in the tiebreakers and of course in the playoffs. Hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Just like that, Azure Ray, the final team to make it into the playoffs. And we've still got tiebreakers tomorrow to determine the seeding, but they've got to be super happy just to clinch that, right? It was a rough day. He said they did not feel like they played super well, but a win is a win, and it's enough, right?
Yeah, this will at least, they're definitely qualified. Whether they're going to be upper bracket or lower bracket is the question for tomorrow's tiebreakers. And their opponents will be Azure Ray, the three teams there will be Quest, G2IG, Azure Ray. And I don't know, they all, I mean, it goes without saying because they all have the same score, but they've all looked pretty good. Definitely sounds like from that interview, maybe they feel like they came in a little rough today, whereas I'd say like Quest started the group stage a bit on the back foot, seems to be warming up as things go. I'd say the same for G2IG. So sounds like they haven't been going out like doing too much relaxing. So maybe tonight will be the same. They'll be doing a lot of talking because I think the tiebreakers are best of one round robin between these three teams, right?
Correct. Yeah. So when three teams are involved, it's going to be a best of one round robin. So each team will play the other once. And we'll look at the results. If it doesn't work, we do the classic run it back. And we keep doing that until we run out of time. And then, I don't know, maybe a coin toss. I'm just kidding. But yeah, like if it was two teams, I think it's best of three. After a certain amount of time, I think they might go into like Shadow Fiend mid or something. Who knows? But it's usually just going to be the best of one round robins. I would say to determine who's going to be in the upper bracket or the lower bracket. So yeah, it'll be fun. I think playoffs are going to be super hype. And I think they did post the time for tiebreakers tomorrow as well. So 1500 CEST for those of you that are in Europe. I think that's around what, like 3 or 5 a.m. 5 a.m. maybe 5 a.m. Pacific time if you're in the US, or what, 8 o'clock Eastern, something like that.
I don't know. I can't
Who
tell
knows?
time.
I can't even read, so.
Yeah. We only know Dota, and only to a certain degree.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, but that brings the regular group stage all the way to an end. Tomorrow we'll be back for tiebreakers. I don't know if it's going to be Zachary. I don't think we've published the schedule quite yet, but it's been an absolute blast. So if we do not get to see you guys, I just want to say thank you all so much for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure. Zach, do you have any final words that you would like to say?
No, I had a great time. Make sure you guys are following all the channels, all the streams, stuff like that. This isn't even the end, right? This is the second group stage. The main bracket's going to go forward, so make sure you guys are still following all this stuff. There's tons of Dota. There's even more tournaments like right after. We've heard in some of the interviews there's like very little breaks. So just lots of stuff going on, but it's always fun to be part of it. Thanks everyone for watching, all the support.
Yeah. All right, everyone. We're going to cut you loose. Thanks again. We'll see you hopefully very soon. Have a good night.